IB Nation, welcome back to the Irish Breakdown podcast. We are live here on a Monday, which means it's time for some Notre Dame football mailbag. Previously, the Friday free-for-all mailbag. Getting you guys kicked off, coming off of a bye week. Notre Dame has a very interesting matchup on Saturday against the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, which we will be able to break down for you all throughout the entirety of the week. We'll talk about who Wake Forest is, some of their key players, what Notre Dame needs to do well in order to get a big victory. So make sure you tap into the rest of the shows throughout the week. We're also coming to you live on a Monday, which means, of course, that we're coming off of Marcus Freeman having his press conference for the week. So I know there's a couple things in there that you all want to talk about, from the transfer portal and some injury news and anything in between. But I am here, Ryan Roberts, Director of Recruiting here at Irish Breakdown, joined by my guy, Brian Driscoll, publisher here at Irish Breakdown. Brian, it's great to have you back, man. I know you've been fighting a little bit of stuff lately, man, but good to have you back on the show, brother.
It has been a rough week. So for those who don't know, last week was one of the roughest weeks I've had in a long time. So I got the flu, and I haven't gotten the flu this bad since 2014, coming over from the Music City Bowl. And to make matters worse, last weekend we had a big flood. Guy had come over and allegedly had done repairs on our washer, and whatever he did made it worse. And so Saturday night, I'm sitting there about 12 o'clock, 12:30 in the hotel room in Clemson, South Carolina, and I get a panic phone call from my wife, who's usually in bed hours before then. And thank goodness she wasn't actually in bed that night. And so apparently whatever he had done, water kept filling into the washer, unbeknownst. And it got to the point where it ruptured. And so just water everywhere, leaking down below, caused a ton of damage. So while I'm battling the worst flu I've had in almost a decade, we've got people at our house doing all this work. There's a ton of damage in the walls. They're going to have to remodel a bunch of different things and repair a bunch of different things. It's going to be very expensive. As of right now, the understanding is our insurance company is going to cover it, but still our deductible is not exactly cheap. And so it's just, I'm trying to get not being sick, and then I'm having to deal with drills and walls coming down and just, carpet getting ripped up and flooring getting ripped up and just dealing with all that mess. And it's just like, just one giant headache after another. And so then there's these dehumidifiers in our house that are like sucking all the air out of the walls. Well, one of the things when you've got the flu, they tell you is keep your house, keep moisture in your house. You know what I mean? And I'm like, can't, you know what I mean? I'm like, he's got these giant industrial grade, dehumidifiers sucking everything out. So it's just been a rough week, but we're back at it, and I'm ready to rock and roll, man. But it's been a crazy week. And of course, Coach Freeman today had a lot to talk about. Rocco Spindler is going to be out for the year with a knee injury. Zeke Carell is in concussion protocol. So, his status for this weekend's questionable. And then Jaden Thomas is still dealing with hamstring injuries, which is a crazy that it's been this long, that he's just been basically out. Not a knock on Jaden, but clearly there's something. They either rushed him back or something's going on, because he shouldn't be out this long. They keep trying to bring him back, and he can't really play. And it's been a train wreck. So there's a lot going on in Notre Dame. But, we're going to get to see Billy Shrout this weekend, right? So he's going to get a chance to get 2 to 3 games under his belt and see what he can do, get that much needed experience as we kind of head in the offseason. And hopefully he can have a shot to win a job this spring, because guard play is going to have to get a lot better next season, Ryan.
And I always feel bad for people that get injured, obviously, because it's the worst. I mean, I've been through my fair share of shoulder injuries in the linebacker, right? And it stinks. And I don't wish injuries upon anyone. But I am a little excited to see Billy Shrout. I mean, the positive, I guess, is that the blessing in disguise is that you get to see Billy. And also, hopefully Zeke's able to go. But if not, I'm also excited to see Ashton Craig. I liked what I saw from Ashton Craig in limited opportunities against Clemson. I would be kind of interested to just see how they fare, obviously, with a full week of practice in their position and not just kind of have to shuffle in. So Notre Dame will be okay, guys. Notre Dame will be okay. Have all the confidence in Billy Shrout. Have all the confidence in Ashton Craig if Zeke Carell is not able to go. But obviously, that is going to be a story to follow because a lot of shuffling. And I think the worst part of it is anytime you're down a couple offensive linemen, that means that your depth is now going to start being tested
Right.
down the stretch of the season.
Right.
But a couple of the depth players that are going to play for Notre Dame, I'm very excited to see play
Right.
for sure.
Yeah. Assuming they actually put those guys in there and don't just put Quinn Murphy and, Andrew Kristofic is now the backup at all 5 positions, that kind of thing. And I don't even know where his help. I don't think it was talked about today, but he had to come off the field against Clemson last week
It's
and got
like an
rolled up
ankle
on.
injury last
Yeah, it
week.
looked like he got
Yeah,
rolled up on a little bit. So
yeah.
yeah, it's been a rough couple weeks for Notre Dame, for the Driscoll household, and of course Saturday Angela starts getting what I got, and so it's
Oh,
just
no.
it's been a mess. It's been a mess.
Yeah.
But we're running lots of questions already lined up today, man. Are you ready to rock and
Let's
roll?
get it, man.
Get
Let's
this
get it
going?
for the people that have not been with us before, MB or the word mailbag before the question. Get them in the chat. We'll answer as many as you want. This is your guys' show to lead the conversation today. Ready to go. First question from A Bent ND. Any update on strength coach? What can Notre Dame do between now and next season to get you feeling better long term about Coach Freeman's chances to last?
Well, I mean, first of all, Ryan, I'm not even remotely in the conversation of what's he got to do to last, right? I mean, this season has been a disappointment, but I feel like some of the overreactions to it are just exactly that,
Yeah,
overreactions. Like, questioning Marcus Freeman. Like, if we're still seeing some of these same coaching issues in year 3, sure, that's fine.
sure.
But these situations are always tough, and he's still going to have a much better record than Brian Kelly. I mean, you literally have to lose out the next 3 games to have the same record Brian Kelly had his first 2 years in Notre Dame. And I understand the situations are different. Oh, he inherited a better team. Okay, he inherited a healthier program, but let's go back and revisit the rosters that Brian Kelly inherited at Notre Dame in 2010. Okay, let's you know what I mean? And I think the 2011
That
team had
that
like
doesn't
19 NFL players in the rotation that year.
Brian, that does not fit a narrative. I don't know what you're
I
talking
know it
about, sir. It
doesn't. I
doesn't
know
fit
it
anyone's
doesn't.
narrative.
But the point is like, look, I have questions about Coach Freeman's ability to win a championship. That's the like, hey Ben, if that's would have been your question, I'd have been cool with it. Like, listen, where what do I need to see between now and next season to make me feel better about Marcus Freeman's ability to win a championship at Notre Dame? That's a very fair question. Very fair. And that would be a productive conversation. Being willing to make changes, and changes aren't always firing people. Changes are sometimes getting the people you have to do better, right? I mean,
Or a
that should be part of this.
philosophical shift
Like,
as a
every
coach. Yeah.
person in this chat and everybody doing this show has had periods of their job where they did do a good job, and thank goodness that our boss has sat down with us and said, "Hey, we got to do better," and didn't just fire us as quickly as fans want coaches to be fired. Because apparently, if you make a certain amount of money, you're no longer a human being, and your family no longer matters. We don't care about them anymore. So just fire everyone. The question is, can he? The things that need to be done are about winning a championship. I mean, Marcus Freeman went 9-4 last year. I fully expect him to go no worse than 9-4 this year. That's not good enough. But that's not like, should we fire the guy terms yet, right? Like, let's get serious for a second. And you're not going to do that. So Notre Dame's got to do better. And that doesn't explain or justify anything that we've seen. Nothing that we've seen. But it's kind of like when people go to reactions like this, and A-Bent, what's been going on right here with A-Bent right now? He's catching heat for, it's not even him or her or him. It's kind of triggering me with all the other stuff that I keep seeing on social media of the people that just have like no problem calling for people to be fired all the time. And, a coach isn't even done with his second year at Notre Dame. And we're, talking about, he's not going to be the guy. And I'm like, guys, I could give you a long list of coaches that through their first couple of years, we're not, if Notre Dame finishes 9-3 or 10-3, Marcus Freeman will basically have almost the same exact record that Kirby Smart had his first 2 years at Georgia. He'll have the same number of losses, but he'll have like 1 or 2 less wins because Kirby had an SEC championship game in there, right? And Kirby's next 2 years were kind of disappointing until he finally made the changes necessary, right? Coach Freeman's got to make changes. But this notion that just like not even fully through 2 years, and we're talking about firing him, like, you force me into now defending him when I'd rather be critical of him, because we've turned it from, is he the guy to win a championship, which is very fair game, to should he be fired? Or what does he got to do to not get fired? And it's like, that's not a rational conversation right now. The championship one, very fair. And if that's the conversation, there's a lot more things we can talk about, Ryan, because this year was disappointing. There's no spinning that. There isn't. I'm not going to try to spin it. No one at Irish Breakdown better try to spin away this season into somehow it's a success. Can it be a step forward? Sure, it can be a step forward, but it's at best going to be a baby step, right? And that's disappointing. That's frustrating. But we're not going to start having conversations about should he be fired or, can he last? Like we're way jumping the gun on that, right? We're way jumping the gun. Now, if there are changes that don't get made, Ryan, could we then be having a conversation about maybe he's not the guy to take him to that next level? That's a much more fair thing to ask.
I do think it's a big offseason to your question, though, Ben, because I will say this is that while it will not be a success as far as what the standards are at Notre Dame, it can be a moment of clarity and change that is needed to propel the program to the next level. So I think this could be a big season and a big learning opportunity for Coach Freeman, who again is only in his second year as a head coach on the college level. So I think there's a lot that could be gained from this season, a lot that could be gained from the ending of the season and into the off season. So there are some things that you can, I think, build off of. You're not going to build off of a great win-loss record this year. You're not going to build off of the goals that you had set as far as competing for a championship. But you can potentially build off the fact that what is working and what is not working at the University of Notre Dame and the changes that need to ensue after that. So the first part of the question, we've talked about this, Brian, but the strength coach conversation, that's going to be an off-season conversation, right? They're not making a change with only 2 regular season games left in the season. There's not going to be a lot of movement, not a lot of names thrown out there, obviously, as of now. That's going to be an understanding that we gain this offseason with what the strength staff is going to look like moving forward at Notre Dame.
Absolutely. I will say this, you definitely realize this year how much they miss Matt Balis and how important he was to the program, because Notre Dame was a team that in November in recent seasons was at its best physically, health-wise, and this team has definitely not been that coming down the stretch, and in my opinion. So we'll see, but it's going to be that's going to be the most important decision he makes this offseason, is who he hires to replace the strength coach. I truly believe more important than whatever he does at offensive coordinator. If Al Golden leaves, what he does I wholeheartedly believe that, Ryan. I think that is the most important individual hire that any head coach makes, especially a place like Notre Dame, is your strength coach. I think it's that important of a job, because we never talk about it when it's good, but when it's not good, you definitely notice it. You definitely notice it.
We had Tyler Evans with a super chat. Tyler, thank you so much. I know we had a bunch of questions about Jimbo Fisher in this chat and the mailbag, I believe. Jimbo Fisher out at Texas A&M. And Tyler, thank you so much for the super chat. With $76.8 million buyout, who do you think will take that job, and does that benefit Notre Dame when we play the next year? I wish someone would pay me $76 million to not do a good job. That would be fantastic.
Can promise you, Ryan, that I'm not going to be paying you that much money to not work for the next few years. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm shocked that they did it. And I'm especially shocked at the timing of it. Like, that was weird.
Fans and donors did not think it would happen this quickly. There's a little bit of an outs moving forward, I think, after this season or into the next off season, that they thought was a more realistic timing for this to happen. Yeah. It's pretty shocking to me that the donors and everybody involved, the school, nearly $77 million. That's pretty wild to me. I did not expect that to happen.
And didn't even give them a chance to see how they finish. Like A&M actually, Ryan, in my opinion, if you look at, like, they had lost 3 or 4 going into the weekend, right? But they played Alabama tough. They played Tennessee tough. They played Ole Miss tough. And they smacked South Carolina and smacked Mississippi State, right? They're 6-4. They got a game against Abilene Christian coming up. That would have made them 7-4. And then give them a shot to see if you can go beat LSU on the road. and then get to 8-4, and all of a sudden you feel good. Like, I feel like that's if you're able to upset LSU, then you've lost road games to Tennessee, Ole Miss, and Miami, and a home game against Alabama. But then you've had some good wins, and didn't even give them that chance to win that game. You know what I mean? Like, and you did it after they had just beaten Mississippi State 51-10.
Well, that decision was
weird.
that decision was probably made on the Thursday before after the Ole Miss game,
right?
right?
I get that, but it's kind of like, what's the advantage you get by doing it now? I guess that's kind of my thing, is because, like, to me, here's where I come from on it, right? You can do some work behind the scenes to see who's interested or not before you fire a coach. And let's say they already kind of know who that's going to be. Let's say, hypothetically, to answer the first question, let's just say, because this is going to be the name du jour, right? Is one, or at least one of them. It's going to be Mike Elko. Hold on, we got to get this chair fixed. It's going to be Mike Elko. They messed up my whole chair, like they were doing stuff down here, messed up my chair. Let's say it's Mike Elko, hypothetically, and he's already told them, yeah, I'll take the job. I'd love to take the job. If Jimbo's not there, I'd love to talk with you about it, and I'd love to take the job. Let's just say that's what they're going to do. Well, now that these kids have a 30-day window to enter the portal, you've now basically given them like a 3-week head start on these kids going to the portal, as opposed to waiting until the end of the year, unless there's some kind of contractual term where if they don't do it by now, then they owe them something. I don't know about, which I haven't heard. My whole thing is, when you make this move, make the move quick, so that way the new head coach has a chance to kind of get in and be like, hey, don't jump in the portal. A lot of these kids are going to know Mike Elko, for example, especially the veterans are going to know Mike Elko. And then just have a less of a time in between the firing and the other thing. It just doesn't make any sense to me to do it right now. I don't understand that. Like, it just seems like a typical Texas A&M move where you're just, there's just like not a lot of thinking to it, in my opinion. And I know there's justifications for it, and I don't even have a problem with them making the move. I mean, I don't ever enjoy someone being fired, but Jimbo has been a major disappointment for the amount of money they've paid him. I mean, he just has. Yeah. They're paying him money to be basically what Alabama's doing. You know what I mean? And it's not even close to that. I mean, other than the COVID year, they've been a mediocre program every other year. And so I understand the move, but it just, the timing of it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me.
I think the timing says to me that everyone was just tired of Jimbo being in the room, and they didn't want to stay with him for any other day.
Right.
Like, they're just like,
I get all
get out
that,
of here, man.
I get all that, but just
that's
like
what the move says to me.
Suck it up for 2 more weeks. So there's, because again, it's like these kids. The rule is, when your coach gets fired, the kids have they can immediately jump into the portal. 30-day window to jump into the portal.
Yep.
And that's my whole thing, is, Ryan, is like, just delay that for a couple weeks, so there's a little bit more time for the new coach to get hired and and do all that. Yeah. So it's a typical move.
Feels like there's got to be something else behind the scenes. Maybe there's something else to leak out. Maybe there's
we always think that, and then we find out, no, they're just stupid. I mean, it's like we always kind of think like there's got to be more to it than that, right? Maybe they're playing 4D chess, and so I'm like, no, they're not. It's just dumb.
This move was inevitable at some point. Like, I think
for
a couple years we were like, this is going to happen at some point. I agree the timing is a little bit off. It's a little bit strange, but
it would have already happened last year if it wasn't for the huge buyout. Like it would have already the only reason he's been here this long is because of the buyout. That's the only reason. Yeah. The only reason that he's been there that long.
And two names that one that's already been surfaced, Brian hit on already. Mike Elko would make a lot of sense. I mean, he now has head coaching experience, and he's familiar with the Texas A&M program, and he's a good person.
He did a really good
which
job
I think,
there.
And he's a very good person, which I think, all due respect to Jimbo, I've heard a lot of negatives about him from a personal perspective. So I think getting a guy that's genuinely a good guy would be also a great move for the program. Yeah. Another guy that I actually heard that would be the complete opposite, kind of an arrogant person, but someone said Lane Kiffin would be an interesting fit. And I actually think that would be a very interesting fit. I would kind of like that, because I think he's kind of maxed out at Ole Miss. I would like to see him with some of the talent that Texas A&M has offensively and see what he can do with it. I don't know. I kind of like that.
I'm still not sure just how good A&M can be. I've been hearing my whole life how, it's a great job. I'm like, well, how come nobody great ever takes it then? It's just like it is
Lot of
what it
money
is.
there,
But
man. A lot of
I
money, a
get
lot of
all
oil
that,
money.
but like there's a lot of oil money at the other school in the state too. You know what I
Sure.
mean? And so it's just like I don't know. It's it's just I've been hearing this my whole life about how A&M's this great job and you can win there, and I'm like, well, then why does nobody ever win there? So but
Yeah.
the other thing too, Ryan, is how it affects Notre Dame. I can't really have the answer to that, Tyler, until we know who the coach is going to be. I
Right.
had who was it, Dan Orlovsky? I like
Mhm.
Dan, but sometimes it's like, dude, just He's like, they should go after Deion Sanders. I'm like, guys, no, no. Can we
Did you
let
see that?
Deion actually like
Did
have a winning record at the FBS level before we start like talking about him getting major jobs? Like, are you kidding me? Like, I still think Deion's going to do well. Ryan, you and Colorado is what we. As a matter of fact, Colorado's actually better than I thought they were going to be this
a
year.
little better.
To be
A
honest
little
with
better.
you,
Yep.
and so the hype should never have been, gee, they're going to be this great team. But can we just let him prove himself there first before we start like giving him jobs that like I'm cool with him getting the Colorado job. I think what he did at Jackson State earned that because Colorado was a mess. But Texas A&M job, let's let him win first.
Right.
I mean, come
My
on.
my early names on all these lists that always pop up are always hysterical. There was one list that came out that I just pulled up. It's from a place that I'm not going to say the name out loud, but it rhymes with Don Tree, and they have Dan Lanning, Mike Elko, Mike Norvell, Caleb DeBoer, Lance Leopold, Jonathan Smith, Jed Fish, Jeff Trailer, Urban Meyer, Sharon Moore,
So they
Dan
just mentioned
Campbell, and
everyone.
Dan Kim. Like, so here's my
I
thing,
mean,
right? Is that
other
like
than Nick Saban and Dabo Sweeney, who's not on that list, right? I mean, come
I'm
on.
I'm I'm just looking at this list. I'm like, why would Dan Lanning leave Oregon right now? Like that doesn't make
Oregon's a
any sense
better
for that
job
job.
than Texas A&M. There's no
My favorite
question it's a
one,
better job.
my favorite one is Dan Campbell, who is about to lead the Detroit Lions to a playoff berth this year for the second straight
Right.
year, is going to leave the Detroit Lions to go be the head coach at Texas A&M. Why? Because did he go to Texas A&M? I guess is that why this
I
is a
think he played there.
conversation? I
Yeah, he
guess,
played there.
but
But
guys,
like,
come on now, come on,
so
come on.
ridiculous.
Doesn't even
So
make sense.
ridiculous.
Doesn't even make
Well,
sense.
I mean, let's so I've seen Cliff Kingsbury on lists as well, which is just
Sure.
laughable. So let's go through these. Is Dan Lanning? I mean, the only thing that could make me think that Dan Lanning would take that job is maybe he wants to be back in the SEC, maybe, and he doesn't like the notion
Mm,
of being in Oregon and playing in the Big Ten. I mean, I could kind of understand that if he doesn't like
sure.
that. That's the only justification. Oregon is a better program than Texas A&M.
Oh,
You talk
easily.
about money. Oregon is not lacking for hurting for money.
I'm about to say they've some Nike
Yeah,
money, man. They're all right. They're
yeah,
okay. Yeah.
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 So the only reason he would take that job is if he just doesn't want to be at Oregon. Possible. I wouldn't want to live in Oregon, but but otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Lance Leopold, that actually would be a great hire, in my opinion. I just, in a lot of ways, I
They
think
would
he would
never.
stabilize it. But my question is I don't know that Lance Leopold has the ceiling that A&M fans want in a hire.
I really don't think his personality fits A&M either. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't seem like an A&M kind of guy for me.
Yeah,
As a coach, sure. I
it's
mean,
a
like it
heck
makes
of
a
a
lot of
football
sense,
coach.
right?
Yeah.
But like,
What's
I don't know, man. I don't know.
what are some other names on that? Kalen DeBoer? Like, no.
Feeling the
Why?
board.
Why
Yeah.
again?
Why
Why
would he
would
leave
he
right now?
leave Washington to go to Texas A&M? What
Hasn't
are
he
some of
always
the
been a
other?
West Coast guy for aside for Indiana, right? Like, hasn't he always been a West Coast guy?
Yeah,
I
I
mean, I thought,
believe so. Yeah, I mean, he
yeah,
was head coach at Sioux Falls, right?
yeah,
He was at Fresno State. I
yeah,
guess he spent a little bit of time in the Midwest, Southern Illinois, and Eastern Michigan, but he's never coached down there. He's from South Dakota,
right,
so
sure.
I don't know why he would want to leave Washington. He's got a pretty good gig there at Washington
Mike
for
Mike
A&M.
Mike Norvell was one that was on the
Again,
list. Florida State.
why would he leave Florida State for Texas A&M? I mean, literally just for money, I guess. But I
Yeah,
don't. Mike Norvell doesn't strike me as the guy that is going to be driven by just that. I
John,
mean,
Jonathan
you're
Smith from Oregon State would be a great hire, but like, why would he go to
well.
there? I don't.
He's actually one now that I understand, Ryan, because he's at a school right now that doesn't have a conference to play in. I mean, yeah,
That's
that's
fair.
that's
That's fair.
that's the only reason I could consider that one. Like if I'm Oregon's, if I'm him and they pursue me, I'd want to sit down with my people at Oregon State and be like, what's the plan here?
Right.
Like, because he could get demoted down to the group of 5. Honestly, if they don't find a conference, there could basically be we're in the Pac-2, or they merge with the Mountain West somehow, some way. So,
Yep.
That's the only reason that one would make any sense to me.
Jed Fish, which I like what Jed Fish is doing in Arizona, but like,
same thing
why
about
would that
Dion
be a
though.
serious candidate? Yeah, like why would he be a
Right.
serious
Same thing with
candidate for that
Dion.
job? Yeah.
Right. I
Let
mean,
him
yeah,
do
he's gonna.
something first.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna take his team to a bowl game for the first time. Like that's a great job, but
Yep.
now that could be the kind of move they end up stuck with.
Right.
Honestly, is a guy
Somebody
like
else
Jed
wants it.
Fish, because I think thing that makes it hard at A&M is they're like Auburn. They have a very unrealistic view of who they are. And
Mhm.
who they are is you're basically always the number 3 team in the state. And people are
Right.
going to laugh when I say this, but here's the top 3 teams in the state of Texas: Texas, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M.
Mhm.
And then what I mean by that is Oklahoma's not in Texas, but I'm talking about
Sure.
like from a recruiting standpoint, A&M's never going to be as good as Oklahoma. They never have been as good as Oklahoma because Oklahoma's like right on the border, and they make a killing in the state of Texas.
They do.
And so,
Yep.
it's just one of those things, Ryan, where I don't think Texas A&M is the job that people think that it is. And I could be wrong. But every year we get into this same kind of situation. I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about real quick, Ryan. So to get from Denton, Texas, which is one of the best schools in the state, it's 2 hours to get to Norman. It's over 3 hours to get to College Station.
Sure.
Right. So, I mean, it's College Station isn't exactly like, in this great part of Texas. Right.
Sure.
And it's just not the job. I don't know, man. I know there's a lot of money there, but it's just not the job that I think it is, or that people think it is. So it's basically the same distance to get from Dallas to Norman as it is to College Station. So I don't think it's a great job. And it's like USC. I say this all the time and everybody laughs at me. And it's proven constantly. I don't think USC is the job that people think it is either. I'm 45. My entire life, USC has had a hard time hiring a head football coach. And the only reason they got the one they got now is because he just wanted out of Oklahoma, right? And that was a job that was open. He wanted out. Like my whole life, they always fire a coach and they're going to hire some big name, and the big names always turn them down. Well, Pete Carroll did a great job there. Yeah, he was like their 5th bet. That was like their guy they turned to after they've been turned down by like 4 or 5 guys already. You know what I mean? Like it's not a job that is as attractive as people think for a million different reasons. And to me, Texas A&M is one of those jobs. And I know there's a lot of money in it, but there's a lot of money in a lot of these schools nowadays. Yeah, I don't think it's a great job.
Couple other guys on that list to end this conversation. Jeff Traylor from UTSA. That one just would not be a sexy hire for the fan base. I don't think the fan base would be able to get behind that.
Although he's done a heck of a job at UTSA.
He's a really good coach.
I mean,
he's a really good coach. That's just a big jump, man.
He would recruit the state well. He runs an offense that's high octane and scores a lot, which I think A&M needs. But no, they want to splash hire whether the guy's a good coach or not. Like the fan base would probably love if they hired Deion Sanders, even though I think it'd be a big mistake. He's not ready yet for that kind of job.
Next name on the list was Mr. Urban Meyer, which is always going to be on every one of these lists. And, whoever knows, I guess. But yeah.
I could see him taking that job.
I could see him, and he probably would do a really good job there because it's what he does, man. But it would not be a clean program.
It would not end well. It would not end well either.
Sharon Moore, again, just a little early, I think, a little bit. Dan
Way
Campbell
too early.
talked about, doesn't make any sense. And Dan Quinn, I guess, because he's the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator is the name on here, but I don't know about that one either. But yeah.
I mean, I like Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn is from my alma mater, actually, right? He's a Jersey guy. I'm sure you knew that.
I did not know that
He's from Morristown, yeah. But he played college ball at Salisbury, where I played. So he was about 7-8 years in front of me. Played with a couple of my coaches. So, but that just
Great
wouldn't make a
DC,
lot of
man.
sense.
Great
Yeah,
DC.
it would make no sense. I mean, he's been an NFL. I mean, he hasn't been in college since 2000 when he was at Hofstra. Right. I mean, he's been an NFL guy since 2001.
Hofstra,
And
which does not even have a football program
all right, which
anymore.
is so sad. And he had a couple nice years with the Cowboys, but then, 2 losing seasons in a row, and I mean not the Cowboys, Falcons, excuse me. And then a
Yep.
couple bad seasons in a row and gets fired. So what would be like? There's just so many. This is why I've always said, guys, when you get these lists, these are not real lists. These are lists that media people throw out to get clicks. That's what these things are. They just look at names and try to, do all that, and it ends up not working. So these lists are laughable. And, like the whole Sharon Moore thing, I think
Yep.
Sharon Moore deserves a head coaching job. I think not deserves. I think he's earned a head coaching opportunity. His meltdown, his emotional meltdown after the game a little bit was a little bit. All right, man,
There's a question about that in this mailbag. So
get a
we'll
hold
get
of
there.
yourself.
Right.
But I mean, the job he's done as a coach and then keeping that team together on Saturday and some of the changes, adjustments he made in game were like, wow, that was really good. But a guy like him only gets a head coaching job at a place like A&M if it's a promotion from within. I think I like Marcus Freeman. If he was still at Cincinnati or if he was at some other school, Notre Dame doesn't hire Marcus Freeman as his head coach if he's somewhere else. They don't go outside the program to hire him as the head coach. You only do that when it's from within. So like if Harbaugh leaves, I think that's who replaces Harbaugh. That's what I think. I don't think I think that would be a very big risk for A&M to make that kind of move. Very big risk. And here's a name that I haven't heard anybody mention that I'd be curious about. Bobby Petrino. And I thought about this, like it is the most Texas A&M move they could ever make, Ryan. Right?
Yeah.
Because they want to have a big offense. He's coached in the SEC. He's won in the SEC. They don't care about ethics and morals at all. And they didn't name him the interim. Because you can't name him the interim, right? Because then you fire him. I mean, I could see them doing something stupid like that. I'm not advocating for that at all. I could just see A&M like missing out on their top 3 or 4 candidates and turning to Bobby Petrino, which would be flipping hilarious. By the way,
I'm calling it, man. It's going to be Urban Meyer. He's going to win a few games for like 4 years, and then you're going to be like, wow, where are all these sanctions coming from? Who thought?
Right.
Where everyone ever think
having
that this
another
would come
episode.
Right. My health.
Having another
my health.
random health episode for it's just coincidence how it always happens that way.
Yes.
Let's get to some more questions.
Tyler with another question. He said, I can't believe that Washington player dropped the ball at the 2-yard line. And who is that at safety in Florida State? That a safety in Florida State, LOL.
I think it's how is that not a safety?
How is that not a safety?
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
So I was actually talking to Sean Davis when that play happened. And as soon so Sean was like a couple seconds behind me in the time of the game. And I was like, oh my gosh, wait till you see this. And he's like, pick 6. And I was like, oh my God, Sean, he dropped the ball. It was like so obvious the minute it happened that he dropped the ball. And I'm like, dude wasn't even close to the end zone, Ryan, when he dropped that ball. That was oh my, that was so bad. And then 2 teammates don't see it. Like the ball's sitting right there at the 1 yard, 2. Like, he never even got it inside the 1. Like that wasn't even close. And you're just like, what are you thinking? And then the very next play, they get a safety. That was kind of hilarious. But like, man, his D-line coach, did you see the D-line coach's face? He was so pissed. He was hot. He was hot. But yeah, that was a cult. That could, I mean, and think it was a 33-28 game at that point in time, Ryan. Like, and even though they got the safety, Utah was always a touchdown away from tying that thing. That was a huge mistake, man. Huge mistake, which is why you want to know why coaches say, hey, why do you guys just, you guys, you coaches, man, you guys just need to let kids have fun. And just, there's a reason we say act like you've been there before, hand the ball to the referee. You know what I mean? Like,
stupid.
And that's why it's stuff like that. It's not that we don't want kids to have fun. It's that for the fun, there's always going to be some downside, 15-yard penalty. Some kid does something like that. There's always something that could happen. It's just like, dude, act like you've been there before, then give the ball to the refs, then go celebrate with your teammates.
I wonder if is Tyler referring in the second part to the Florida State play where it looked like Jordan
How
Travis got
that
safetied,
to
and
me should have
yeah.
absolutely been a safety to
I
me.
thought it was a safety by the eye. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I
Like
was like trying to actually like they were trying to explain the rule and stuff on it. I'm just like, that looks like a safety to me. I don't know what the rule is, but like it's
if
his whole
like I
body's
heard
in
them
the end
try to
zone. I mean,
right the ball, and it's not like the ball was outside. The ball was inside the white.
right?
So
Yeah.
I mean, it just if that's the rule, then the rule needs to be changed.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah,
That was weird. That was weird. Some
yeah,
weird plays this weekend, man. Some very weird plays.
yeah, very very weird, very weird. It's gonna very weird.
Luke Collins with a super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Hey guys, thanks for all the whole hard work throughout the year. The best is ahead of us. Go Irish. I agree,
I
man.
still
I
believe
agree.
that. I still
Yeah.
believe that. I do.
Yep. Ronnie with the super chat. Thank you, Ronnie. I would like to see a natty before I go home. Checked out the Gator Stadium this morning. Way happier here in Gainesville.
I mean, I wouldn't want to trade places with anything having to do with the Florida Gator program right now in Notre Dame. Sorry,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Florida's a mess, man. Florida's a mess.
I would like to see them win a title before you do as well, buddy.
Yep. Michael S. Super chat. In December, you had doubts about Hartman's change from mesh to pro style, saying his success was more a result of the system. What is your assessment now?
Same.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in one system for 5 years, another one for one. I don't think the mesh is why Sam Hartman's not doing well right now. I think there's a lot of reasons related to him changing from one offense to the other, but this whole mesh thing gets made. There's way too much made of that.
I
Way too much made of that.
hate when people call it the mesh offense. It's not
Yeah,
an offense, guys.
it's a
The
technique.
mesh, the mesh is a mechanism off of handing the football off, play action, RPO stuff. It's just exactly what you call it. It's a mesh. That's
Yeah,
all it is. It is not an offense.
yeah,
Please, please stop saying it.
yeah.
Did it make some bad habits for Sam Hartman that were hard to break in a year? Yes.
Sure.
Is it because he was in a different? It was because he was in this weird offense called the mesh. No, he wasn't in a weird offense called the mesh. This isn't a specific thing to an offense. It is just a mechanism within an offense. Please
And
stop
it's
calling the mesh an
not why
offense.
he's afraid to throw the
Please.
ball down the field. It's not why he's struggling to make pre-snap reads. It's not why he is throwing a pick six against Clemson. It's not doesn't have anything to do with any of those things. Now, again, did the transition did it go as smooth as we'd hoped? Clearly not. There's no disputing that.
But
But I think there's a
but the
lot of issues
transition
that
is from Warren Rogero's offense to Jared Parker's offense. That's it. It's not the mesh
no,
to the pro style.
I,
No, get out of here.
I
No,
I understand. I understand.
no.
I don't disagree
I
with you.
disagree. I disagree, Michael.
All right, Ryan's fired up.
I am,
Um,
man. I am.
look,
Drives me crazy, Michael. Sorry.
it's okay. Michael's got another one.
Okay. Michael S. said Penn State let go their offensive coordinator for lack of offensive production in big games. Did their offensive coordinator do better or worse than Notre Dame's?
Worse. Definitely worse. I mean, number one, statistically, they're worse when you look at the type of competition they've played. You look at how Notre Dame has done in the quote unquote big games, and Notre Dame has certainly not played well in the big games, but they've still played much better than what Michigan has done in their big games. I mean, Notre Dame's lowest yards per play this year, Ryan, was 4.52. They've been above 5 every other game. Penn State this season has been below 5 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times this year against Illinois, Iowa, Northwestern, Ohio State, Indiana, and Michigan. Right? I mean, so Notre Dame didn't play well, and then in the quote unquote non-big games, Notre Dame is still a better offense than Penn State. Penn State's averaging 378.4 yards per game this year against a schedule that's just okay. Notre Dame's at 418, but here's the difference. Penn State's at 5.1 yards per play. Notre Dame is at 6.8 yards per play this season. They've had one common opponent. Notre Dame was much better at moving the ball against them. Notre Dame's problem against Ohio State was they couldn't finish off drives. I think, what did I have the other day? Notre Dame got into Ohio State territory on 5 of their first 6 drives and came away with no points. That's one. I think they had one touchdown at that point in time. But Notre Dame moved the ball on Ohio State. They averaged 5.5 yards per play. That's 2 whole yards per play better than what Penn State did. Penn State was at 3.5. They went for 240 yards of offense. Notre Dame went for 351. And that was year what? 4 in that offense? 3 or 4 in that offense? This is Jared Parker's first year running the offense. So, yes, Jared Parker has done a better job than what Mike Yancey has done at Penn State. And you look at how much he had coming back this year. I mean, one of the best running back rooms in college football, solid receiving core, and not a great one, but it should be better than what it's been. They've got good players at tight end and a lot of linemen coming back from last year, including they also have an elite left tackle that could potentially be drafted ahead of Joe Alt this year. I heard, according to Joel Klatt, it's a no-brainer number 1 left tackle in college football at Penn State, according to Joel Klatt, who also said that Oregon has a better defense than Notre Dame. I disagree with you as well, Ryan. I'm maybe because I'm sick, the sarcasm's not coming out as well as it normally does. But yes, Penn State's offense should be much better than it is. Much better. Should it be an elite offense? No, I don't think it should be an elite offense. I don't think they're not good enough a receiver to be an elite offense. Still a young quarterback. They're asking him to do things he shouldn't be asked to do. Why? Because they can't run the football. That's the problem. And they should not be able to run the ball the way that they're not able to run the ball. Does that make sense? Like, did I say that correctly? In my head, it sounded like it makes sense. But Jared Parker's offense this year was absolutely better than the one at Penn State. And I don't know that there's really any metric that you could look at that could support it. I mean, when you're almost 2 yards per play better at Notre Dame this year than Penn State. And Notre Dame has played, I would argue, more top 40 defenses, about the same number. But I still think the number of top 40 defenses in the Big Ten is inflated because there's so many crap offenses in the Big Ten. That's my opinion. Like, name me a team in the Big Ten right now that's got a great offense.
No, you got me.
That's going to change next year when USC, Oregon, and Washington and UCLA and those teams jump in. But right now, no, it's not. It's not good.
Yeah. I hate the I really disliked the timing of that offensive coordinator firing, though, because I feel like that was such a scapegoat for James Franklin.
Yeah.
Also shrinking. The offense was bad in that football game. Yurcich deserves the criticism that he was going to have after that football game. But you know what else hurt that football game? There were some really bad decisions made by a head coach in that football game and some bad time management stuff, too. I mean, James Franklin shrinks in the big game too, guys. It's not just the offensive coordinator shrinking as well. So,
and I'll go back to kind of the thing. In fairness, my issues with the offense is that because that's what he wants to run, or is that because of what head coach wants to run? So I mean, Penn State this year took a whole yard per play drop from where they were last year. Ryan, they're at 5.12 this year. They were at 6.19 last year. I mean, did Parker Washington and Brenton Strange really make that big of a difference? Did Sean Clifford really make that big of a difference?
That's why it's so weird with the Yurcich stuff, because I thought Yurcich actually got kind of the most out of what he could get out of Sean Clifford. You know what I mean? And somehow, I mean, maybe it's just the young quarterback thing, and I don't know. And the wide receivers not being as good as they have been over the last few years. I mean, maybe that's the reason. But yeah, the offense has been definitely underwhelming this year. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I think their receiving core should be better. I don't think they've done a good job with Dante Cephas. I don't think they've, their tight ends
Cephas
have been
barely plays,
productive.
right?
He doesn't. They don't target him a lot. I think those are bigger issues to me than I mean, now that's all part of the coordinator's job, right? And those are things that when we talk about Jared Parker, things that we need to see more from him of is using your personnel better, and that's part of the deal. But I agree with you; it's a scapegoating job because how long has he been there?
7 years, 6 years, 7 years, something like that.
See, his first year, I don't know if it's that long. 21 was his first year, right? So he's been there.
Oh, Yurcich? Oh, I'm sorry. I think you meant Franklin.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. His first 2 years, his first year, he took over an offense that was not very good. They're coming off the COVID year when they went 4-5. And that first year in 2021, they had some ups and downs. Remember that since Sean Clifford got hurt and all that kind of stuff. They went 7-6. And then the next year, they went from 25 points a game to 35 points a game with some limitations of quarterback. But they were a consistent offense last year. I mean, they were they were 35 points a game, but it's because they were between like 35 to 40 most games, and 17 against Michigan. Offense did its part against Ohio State for the except for the pick six. But I mean, it was trending up his first couple of years, and then the whole fell out this year. And to your point, Ryan, I think when you look at the recruiting they've done offensively, they've done good recruiting since he's been there. I think you nailed it. This is, well, I can't blame myself. I can't fire myself, so I got to go fire somebody. And to do it the way that he did it, right after the game, was to me it was cowardly, in my opinion.
Well,
it's cowardly.
I also hate how he's been like kind of to the media in the clips that we've seen of him recently is too. I mean, like, guys, like, I think that there's like self-realization that James Franklin needs to have. Like, I mean, from my vantage point, James Franklin, great recruiter. Seems like the players really like him a lot. But I mean, in game, I just see him melt in the biggest moments in the football game. And it's not always like preparation either. Like, there's a lot of games where they're in it, but then a bad decision during the game completely just drains the momentum from anything they have. Like that, them going for 2 on that first touchdown was like, what are you doing, man? Like, why? Why was that your decision? And the worst was someone asked him about that after the game, and he was trying to explain it, and it was not a good explanation. A media member was literally like, I don't think he answered the question, coach. He's like, I answered your question, blah, 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 blah. He's like, I don't think you did. Like,
and then the media person starts like, hey, stop it. It's like, yeah, you didn't answer the question. And like, here's the thing, like in a game like that, every point matters. You don't go chasing points in the second quarter because now you're stuck doing it the rest of the game. And then he did it again.
That was the worst part, is that his rebuttal to it was every point matters. And I'm like, so why were you chasing points in the first half? That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it.
Didn't they go for 2 again later? And he did it. He went for 2 again.
Well, they kind of had to at that point because they had to cut it to a 1-score game. But it's like, you didn't have to go for 2 at that point. You were just taking the extra point.
But that's my point, though. You had to. Now you start doing it. Now you're in this situation where you've got to keep doing it. Because what was the score at that point in time? 24-15. Right.
Yep.
So now but see, here's the thing: is like, even then you could have made a case, kick the extra point, because you only have so many. Here's the problem: you only have so many 2-point plays in your arsenal. You can only practice so many 2-point plays. You already used one of them. You use another one there. Right. And then if now you're in situations where you start, hey, now we've got to just keep using them. And now when you get to overtime, let's say you do tie it up, you get to overtime, you're now out. Take the flipping points in a game like that against that defense. Take the flipping points, because if you hold them to a field goal, which they ended up doing, now you're still a touchdown away from tying it. And you just, with the extra point, and you just get yourself. It's like when Brian Kelly did that against Clemson back in 2015, same thing. What are you chasing points this early for? There's no need for
it. I feel really like disappointed for Penn State fans a little bit too, Brian, because they have a lot of talent. I mean, on paper, they are much more talented than Michigan. Why did Michigan win on Saturday? They were outcoached. And they were outcoached without having their head coach on the sideline too. Like, they got outcoached, man. That's the separator between those great football games. When you're a very talented team facing another talented team, separation is the coaching. And I know some people are going to say, like, Penn State's in a good spot. They just have a lot of talent. No, they're not, because you have a cap with your head coach right now. I don't think he's going to be able to take you over the top. Are you still going to get a lot of talent in the building? For sure you are, because he's a really good recruiter. But at some point, you're going to hit that little lull where you're like, we're winning 10 games every year, but like, are we competing for championships? Are we actually getting any better? Or are we just staying the same? This feels very, and I'm not necessarily comparing them. Like, Brian Kelly had a better resume than James Franklin at this point in his career, right? As far as how many games he's coached and stuff. But like, it feels very Brian Kelly-ish to me, as far as like, the team's never going to be bad, but are they going to be great either? Like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that right now.
This is who Penn State is under James Franklin. Yep. This is,
and they could be more. I think they could be more.
No doubt.
I really think they could be more.
Just look at the talent. I mean, you mentioned Urban Meyer earlier. Just let's pretend for a second he's not a giant D-bag.
Sure.
You look at it. What you give him a roster like that. You give Kirby Smart a roster like that. They're going to win more games. You give Jim Harbaugh that roster. I mean, I'm sorry, Ryan. I know that everybody says like, Michigan's got 37 draft picks playing for them right now. It's just the absurd numbers. It's like 15, 19, 20 plus, whatever. And I'm like, I guess there's a lot of good players there, but like I see more elite athletes at Penn State
Easy.
than I do at
There's
Michigan.
there's a lot more high level NFL players at
Yes.
Penn State than there are in
Yes.
Michigan. Michigan's just got a bunch of day 3 potential draft
Right.
picks, like
Right.
depth. They have depth. So, yeah.
And to me, that's development. That's where Penn State should be. They should have those guys with the elite guys. Penn State's never had a problem bringing in talent. Never.
No.
It's never been an issue. They've always been held back by coaching, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I mean, because I look at that roster and I'm like, you have a probably future first to second round draft pick at running back in Nick Singleton. You have a left tackle who's going to go in the top 10 picks in this year's draft. You have a corner in Kalen King who's going to go in the first round. You have a future stud in Abdul Carter. You have 2 defensive ends in Chop Robinson and Adisa Isaac that are going to go in probably in the top 2 rounds in this year's NFL draft as well. There's talent everywhere. Theo Johnson's going to play in the NFL. Tyler Warren's going to play in the NFL. And yet you can't beat Michigan, who again is very well coached, but they didn't have their head coach. And you're more talented than them. And you lost the game because of coaching blunders. That's what the main difference in that football game.
With their quarterback, because you could argue, well, Michigan's better quarterback right now. I don't think that's arguable. I mean, one kid's in year 3, one kid's in year 2, one kid's a better player, whatever. But kid threw 8 passes. The other kid threw 8 passes.
In the second half.
You lost to a team that threw 8 passes, a non-triple option team.
Yes.
It was an embarrassing performance, to be honest with you. And it's exactly what happened against Ohio State. I thought this game was even more competitive than the Ohio State game. Like everybody kept talking about how that. I never felt that. Like I felt there were times in this game that if Penn State can make a play here, they can win this football game. I never felt that against Ohio State. Ever felt that against Ohio State. But for this game to happen at home too, man, that makes it worse. I mean, there's just nothing good that can be spun out of this game for Penn State. And then for him to do this after the game looks like a panic move, a coward move, I got to take the heat off somebody. I got to have an out, and I'm getting hammered for the first time really in my career, and I got to blame somebody else.
You know what James Franklin needs to be, Brian? You know what he would be great at? A director of recruiting like Chad Bowden. He'd be fantastic, man. He'd be fantastic.
Or if he was really smart, if James Franklin wanted to win as a head coach, you've got to go out and you've got to get like Manny Diaz is a nice coordinator. Don't get me wrong. He's a nice coordinator. He's not great, but you need to go out and get a Jim Knowles on defense, that kind of guy, like a guy that can just run the defense. And you need to do the same thing on offense. That's why it's not a surprise that the 2 best teams he ever had were with Joe Moorhead running the offense. Because Joe Moorhead was going to do what Joe Moorhead wanted to do, whether James Franklin wanted to do it or not. You know what I mean? And then he's going to get in your way with some 4th down conversion calls. But it's not a coincidence that those were their best seasons. And to me, if he just is like, look, I'm the driver of the recruiting operation, but I'm going to go out and hire coaches to kind of run the day to day, and I'm going to be the motivator and all that kind of stuff. Perfect. Go be that. Go be that, because that's what you're really good at. And he is really good at that. He's a very good recruiter. He's a very good motivator. His players love him, right? There's something to be said about that. He's just not a great football guy when it comes to making decisions. He's just not. And that's okay. There's a lot of guys like that. But as long as he's unwilling to do that, then we're going to continue to see these issues manifested at Penn State. There's no doubt.
Agreed.
Good questions today.
We had a question from Aiden Benami. Thank you so much. And this is super chat as well. Thank you double for that. Who do you guys think has made the most improvement strides this year from fall camp till now? Anyone you didn't expect? Last week was boring. Glad Irish Breakdown is back.
I mean, honestly, Ryan, I don't really feel great about really a lot of guys making strides from fall camp to now. Like last year, there were some guys that I thought emerged late in the year, and this year, I don't know that we've really seen that, to be honest with you. Some of the guys, Jadarian Price, but that was a kick return and a couple runs. But he scored a touchdown on the first time he touched the ball in his career against Navy. The receivers have regressed. Jaden Greathouse was better in September than he is now. Rico Flores has regressed because you're asking more of him than you should. Holden Stace's best game was in September. I don't know that I can look. The offensive line's worse now than it was in September. Sam Hartman's regressed. Defensive line has just been kind of doing this all year. I don't know that anybody's like progressed. They've just been pretty good all year. Linebacker, same thing. Corner, same thing. Oh, if one guy has made the most strides in season, it's Xavier Watts. Yeah. He was good early, Ryan, but he was still kind of out of position at times and just not quite finishing off plays and missing tackles, and even going back to the Ohio State game.
Early.
Like the Ohio State game, the Xavier Watts we see now probably makes that tackle on TreVeyon Henderson, in my opinion.
Sure.
I think, even with all the other stuff that happened. That's probably the one guy that I would say has gotten better. But I don't know. And defensively, in fairness of, this isn't a criticism, I don't know how much better Jack Kaiser and Rico, JD Bertrand and Maris Leafau and Cam Hart and DJ Brown and Riley Mills and Howard Cross and Javante Jean-Baptiste and all those guys. Like, I don't know how much better they can get in season, because they're veterans. It's like, hey, it's get them ready to play and play ball. You just want to make sure they don't take steps back during the season. And when you look at a guy like, Xavier Watts, even though he's a senior, he's still kind of new to the safety position. And so there was still room for him to get better and improve and grow. And he did. So that's about the only guy. And it's kind of sad and depressing. Oh, here's one. Spencer Schrader. If I had to point to one guy, it'd be Spencer Schrader, because he was pretty bad first 4 or 5 games of the year. He's been pretty money as a field goal kicker since then. So that would be one. If I had to pick someone else besides Xavier Watts, that would be one that I would go with. Got another one from Aiden Banami. He says, Brian, can you explain what makes Billy Schrouth a better fit at guard? What attributes? Is Zeke backup center healthy now? Okay, so Zeke backup center. Zeke's dealing with concussion protocol right now. And so the backup center is Ashton Craig. And Ashton Craig is healthy and right now is slated to start if Zeke can't go. As far as what makes Billy Schrouth a better fit at guard, and you're referring to over another player, because I wasn't sure if you were asking, is he a better fit at guard, or is he a better fit at center, or is he a better fit at over certain players? It's just he's the most talented kid they have inside, unless they move Charles Jagasaw inside to guard. He's the most talented guy you have. He's powerful. He's athletic. He's got length. He plays with good pad level. And he's technically still a work in progress, but he's got all the God-given skills you want. He can move in space. He can get up to the second level. He is the best combination of size, power, and athleticism that they have at guard, unless they move Charles Jagasaw there. It's no question. Now, when we see in games, he's still learning the position in some ways. And we've seen him a couple times. He'll stop his feet and get knocked back, or a guy will get under his pads and kind of drive him back. But then you'll see plays where he'll just bully somebody. And you're like, oh, okay, boy, yeah, that's good to see right there. That's really good to see, because he's a very talented player. And for me, that's what makes him a better fit there. All right, next, let's go back up here to the top. We've got some more. So I'm not sure when Ryan's going to be coming back. I hope he's going to be back soon, because I can't do all of this. Irish Gordy Knott, who is the best fit for head coach at Texas A&M in your opinion? We've had a couple people ask this question. And, the problem is, I don't know that the best fit is going to be the kind of sexy picks that they would want. I mean, I think Mike Elko makes some sense. Mike Elko has done a nice job there. If I was Notre Dame, I'd want to see a little more from Mike Elko as a head coach. I said Michigan, excuse me. If I was Michigan, and I'd want to see maybe a little more, but like if you're Notre Dame, if you're Texas A&M, you've seen him in person, you've seen what he can do, the character firsthand, then his lack of experience as a head coach isn't going to bother you as much. And then you look at what he's done at Duke compared to what they did before. Like if they go, what are they, 6-5 right now? Let me go look at Duke's schedule. I think they're a week ahead. Let me go see what their record is now. They are 6-4. They've got Virginia on the road and Pitt at home. If they win one of those two games, they go 7-5. That's going to be like considered a disappointment for this season. 7-5. Think about that. 7-5 at Duke is going to be considered a bit of a disappointment when you consider how good they were early, and they've had the injuries, and they won 9 games last year. That's going to be a bit of a disappointment with everything they had coming back. I'm not going to I have no problem saying that, right? A lot of it's about injuries and stuff like that. But think about this. In the 3 years before he arrived, they won 10 games total. 10 games. They were 10-25. And he's going to take them to a bowl game in each of his first 2 years. He's a heck of a quarter. He's a heck of a coach, in my opinion. Now, A&M job, if he wants it, I think that would make a lot of sense. He knows how to recruit there. He knows the expectations there. He's not taking that job with any sort of blind ness to the understanding of what the expectations are going to be. And it would be, to me, as a pretty smooth transition for him to make that move. He'd know a chunk of the roster, at least a third of the roster he would know. So that one would make a lot of sense to me. Other than that, some of the best fits are not going to be guys that they want to go after, in my opinion. I mean, there's some really good football coaches. Willie Fritz at Tulane, to me, would absolutely be a guy that I think could have some success there. I mean, you look at the job he's done at Tulane, and he's done a heck of a job. He's a guy from Kansas. He's coached in the state of Texas in high school. He's coached at high schools in Texas. He coached at Sam Houston State for a couple of years back in the day. He was then the head football coach of Sam Houston for 4 years in the state. Won a national or went to the national championship game 2 years in a row at Sam Houston State in 11 and 12. So he's a Southern guy. He's coached in the South. He recruits the state of Texas. So he's a guy that I would look at that I'm not hearing anybody's name mentioned, right? I don't know. I was looking at some stats, so I didn't know when you jump back in, but about the fit, I said, the problem is some of the guys I think would be great fits aren't going to be the sexy hires that the boosters want. And I was talking about Willie Fritz. He's been a head coach at Sam Houston State in the state. He's a heck of a football coach. They're going to play good defense. They're going to run the football. They're going to be disciplined, and he knows how to recruit the South. Jeff Traylor is another one, Ryan, that you mentioned earlier. Guy's a heck of a football coach. He's a Texas guy. He's doing a great job at a school that had zero expectations before he got there. The problem is it's not a sexy hire. It's not a needle moving hire from the money standpoint, the perception standpoint. But the reality is, if Texas A&M was smart, those are the guys, in my opinion, that they would look at. But they're probably going to probably shoot for the moon and, try to get these big name guys. And my whole thing is, but like, to me, that's he's not going to win you a title. And, he doesn't carry the same weight he had before, especially with the stuff that happened in Jacksonville. And, but that's the kind of hire they're going to make, though, or they're going to look to make, though, Ryan. Even though I personally think there's some much better, like, just really good football coaches out there that they can make a run at. Like Lance Leopold, there's no way in heck that they make a run at Lance Leopold. But I'm like, that guy won at Kansas. You know what I mean? Now, I don't know the fit in Texas and all that. I mean, those are fair things to look into, but I don't know, Ryan. I don't think the best coaches that they're going to look at are guys that are the guys that would do the best job are going to be the guys that they're going to look at. That's my concern.
I like the idea of Mike Elko at Texas A&M.
I did that first. Right? I talked about him at first. Yeah. How that's the only of the big names that makes a lot of sense because
Right.
of his experience there and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think after having the debacle that has been Jimbo Fisher, and honestly, just the conversations that you hear about Jimbo Fisher away from football as far as who he is personally, I think Mike Elko makes a lot of sense. I mean, one, he's a young, very good coach who's got a great background as a coordinator, but he's also developing as a very good head coach before our eyes, in my opinion. I think he's developed players very well throughout his entirety of his career, and he's a good person, right? And I think you need good people associated with that program right now because I think there's just kind of a assumption that it's kind of a slimy job. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be to a slimy person probably, and that's
Mm-hmm.
why. Again, if you ask me to predict, I'm actually going to predict Urban Meyer. It was kind of a joke to start out with, but like
But now you've convinced yourself of
that's
it. Yeah.
I mean, would it be shocking at all if Texas A&M's like, you know what, we're all in on Urban, baby, we're all in. I mean,
Well,
it
I
wouldn't
could
shock
see
me at all
them
about it.
maybe getting turned down by their first couple candidates and they panic move and go to Urban, like throw a crap load of money to Urban, right? But because here's the thing about Urban, you don't have to buy him out. There's no buyout with Urban
Right.
Meyer. Like, I don't think Fox is going to have I mean, I guarantee
I
you
was gonna
Urban's got
say, does
something in his
the
contract at Fox that says if I get a coaching job, you know what I mean? Like, I
I'm
can
out
go
of
back.
here. Yeah.
But like the only, like Dan Lanning, Dan Lanning's done a much better job at Oregon than I thought he was going to do. Right? He hasn't done a great job. He walked into a pretty good situation. I mean, they played in the Pac-12 title game the year before he got there.
Right.
And he's kept it going, and he's had the veteran quarterback and all that. That's been beneficial to him, but that would require him to just not want to be at Oregon anymore for him to take that job. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see that natural hire that they think they're going to get. Now, you'd like to think, Ryan, that they were smart enough to have done some research and talking to different people to gauge if they'd be interested or not. But like Lane Kiffin's another one. I hear people talk about Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin's a great offensive mind. Is he really a championship head football coach, though? Like, I do agree with you. He's kind of reached his pinnacle at Ole Miss, but
Yeah.
has he also reached his pinnacle? He guy's been a head coach at 3 colleges already, and he's never won big at any of them.
Right.
Tennessee, USC, and now Ole Miss. So is he definitely an upgrade over Jimbo? Probably, just because
The
at least he
offense
has
will
a
at least be
modern
a lot better.
offense. Yeah,
Right. Right. The
but is
offense
he
will be a lot
gonna? Is he gonna? I mean, is that the guy to bring the discipline needed and the defense needed? I don't
oh,
know,
probably.
man. But it's a
You can get
name.
right.
But
You
that's
can
what
pair
I
him
see
with a
them
really
doing.
good defensive coordinator. That would be a
Yeah,
very interesting
yeah.
thing. But yeah.
So I don't know, man. I just don't know that there's this automatic home run. Like there's not that. Oh yeah, no doubt, no brainer. That makes a ton of sense. Like when USC hired Lincoln Riley a couple years. I mean, that made a ton of sense. It did. It did. It hasn't gone great there, but he walked into a tough situation. You know what I mean? So,
Barren roster. Yeah.
and yeah, and I just think it's shown that no matter how good the coach is, you can't portal your way to a championship. You just
Right.
can't. You can get portal guys, but I'm saying you can't rebuild your entire roster with the portal. And he tried it, and it just hasn't worked. Whereas like Oregon and Washington, they've been smart about the portal. Michael Penix was a smart, insertion, but like a lot of the guys they have, Braylon Trice, Roma Dunze, those guys are the offensive linemen, I think, are all born and bred program guys, right? Then they fit into Dylan Johnson. You fit into Jamie Bernard as a complementary weapon to those other guys, right? Like that's what those guys are. Isn't Polk also a guy that has been there? He's not a
No,
transfer, is he?
he's a transfer. Yeah,
Where'd he come
Washington
from?
State, I believe. I think Washington
Washington
State.
State. Okay, so from the league at least.
Yes.
But no, Jalen Polk. He was Texas Tech kid, but he came there back in 2021. He's been at Washington for now 3 years.
Okay,
so
but
like
he's
not
Tech originally. Yeah.
Right. He was a Texas Tech originally, but he's not a guy that is my thing is like those 1 year wonder guys, right? If you can get portal guys that can be there for multiple years, like that to me is if I'm going to go to the portal, I'm going for the portal for younger kids so we can bring in and then groom to fit what we do. Where Lincoln Riley just tried to go, mix it, just build a whole roster around portal guys. And I just don't think you can do that. The nice thing about the A&M job is I don't think you need to do that. Like that's a pretty good roster. If they can keep guys there, that's a pretty good roster. So like you find a portal guy here. Well, it depends on who the hire is though, right? Like if they make a big splash hire, you're not going to have as much. And they've got They're going to be able to recruit there. You can quickly build through the high school ranks and then find your portal guys the way Florida State has, right? Like we're going to recruit high school players. We're going to build the kids we have and then find the pieces we need through the portal to get the roster going. You're not going to need to overhaul your entire roster, in my opinion. So it's going to be interesting. I just don't, I really don't know who they're going to go get. I know who they want to get, right? I mean, let's say this, there's going to be a lot of guys in the college football this year, the Dan Langs of the world, that are going to be getting really nice pay raises at their current jobs because Texas A&M is open. You can better believe it.
I think Dan Lanning should use that to his leverage to get that
100%. 100%. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to ask this one because this is kind of an NFL type of one. Irish Gordy Knott says, outside of Joe Walt, who is the most NFL-ready player on Notre Dame's roster
for the 2024 NFL drafts? I mean, for the quick.
Let's just say, let's just look into this next NFL season. Let's just go to like 2024 season.
It's Audric Estime, in my opinion. I mean, he's just like he's physically ready. He's a sturdy, strong back. He's just one of those guys that's just going to be. I like Audric Estime might not ever even be like a workhorse in the traditional sense of like he is the 70% split share running back on the next level. But I think he's going to get drafted in the top 100 because he's going to come in and at worst be the power element to your committee approach of an offensive attack. And he's going to do that role very well. So I think that he, again, like physically, the easiest transition. I mean, Audric, the minute that he puts on an NFL uniform, he's going to be one of the most impressive looking running backs in the entire National Football League. So I'd probably say Audric.
Let me ask you a question, Ryan. How close is Cam Hart to being your pick for that spot?
I mean, Cam's pretty NFL ready.
I'm not arguing that Cam should be ahead of Audric. I'm asking how close is Cam to being that guy? Because if you're going to go with Audric one, how would Cam be next for you? How close would he be to
Cam would be next. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anybody else that's even like. I mean, Xavier Watts, I guess, would be in that conversation ish, but like Cam's a senior. He's physically developed. He's a strong kid. He plays well against the screen game. Like I think that he's a pretty safe player on the next level if the medicals check out. Like, I think that he would be in that conversation as well. I think Xavier has a little bit more upside at his position than what Cam does currently.
Sure.
But I don't think the floor is as high as Cam just because Cam's a little bit older, and a little bit more developed physically.
That's what I was asking because with the question being NFL ready, I mean, I'm not saying that Xavier Watts should or shouldn't go pro. I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise, but I still believe there's a lot he has to develop with his game. And from a consistency standpoint, doing it for a whole year, that kind of thing. So I would agree with you. The ceiling is higher there, but as far as being ready, I would say I tend to have to agree with you too about Cam. And I mean, I think sometimes you could look, Howard Cross, but it's like, well, just because the guy is at his peak and pinnacle doesn't necessarily mean he's going to make a smooth transition in the NFL. It just means that's as good as he's going to be.
Right.
So there's some guys like that I don't know that I would, yeah. All right, here's let's get to this one.
ND Estimate Trucking LLC. Michigan's win wasn't that big. Oh gosh. Penn State is talented, but not that good. And the post-game interview was cringe. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I dislike Michigan as much as anybody, Ryan, but I'm not taking anything away from them that game. They came out, Penn State, kind of put a drive on them early. They don't have their head football coach, who's a nut and a weird, wacky dude. Like, if the tweet that I read today that he said when somebody asked him if he was sick is actually what he said, I'm like, this guy's nuts. This guy's got something wrong with him. It was weird, and it was weird. And it sounds like something he would say. But
the guy eats his boogers, so we should stop.
The guy is a heck of a football coach. He's a heck of a football coach. You didn't have him. You thought you were going to have him. You flew there thinking he was going to be your head football coach. Everybody just assumed that they were to be granted this, a temporary stay on that ruling, and he would be able to coach that game. You didn't have him. You're going on the road. Now, do I think Penn State's overrated? Are they a top 10 team? No. Do I think they're a top 15 to 20 team? Absolutely. They're a top 20 team. You still went on the road against a 8-1 top 20 football team at a place that's not easy to win against a really good defense. Your quarterback, and I know they didn't ask him to do a whole lot, but part of that was he looked a little shaky to me early with some of his decision making and things like that. And I think that's part of it too. You went on the road and earned a legitimate top 20 win. My ranking of Penn State, top 20 win without your head football coach and all the stuff that surrounded your football team. And you played like one. You played like a unified, focused team. That is a heck of a win for me. It is. Is Penn State not that good? True. But that's still a huge win for me. And
especially
in
Happy Valley when everyone's all juiced for that game and you have all the stuff kind of swirling behind you and like, yeah, I mean, it could have been easy and so I'm going to give some of the kids credit because I'm not ever going to advocate for the cheating side of this thing. But like the kids, the players came to play, man. They smacked some dudes. I mean, like they physically dominated that game against Penn State in the spots that you need to physically dominate that game without your head coach. So yes, it's a big win.
And a great job by Sharon Moore to say, look, this is a defense. He saw early on, this team is way faster than us. Their defense to our offense is way faster than us. And I mean, first time they dropped back, first two times they dropped back, Robinson, it was so quick offline, it almost looked like he was offsides. Just smoked his tackle twice. And you're like, yeah, that's going to be a long day for y'all. And so what did Sharon Moore do? Okay, fine. You're faster than us, but you're small. And there's like plays where there were like 8 offensive linemen on the field on 1st and 10 at like the minus 35. And just
that's why I disagree with the draft community so much about Chop Robinson, because I'm like, yes, the kid is incredibly explosive and he's got some outside bend to him, which is awesome. But like the kid's 230 pounds, man. He's going to get bullied at the point of attack.
And that's exactly what they did. And because the whole front seven's that way. It's a very athletic group of kids. It's a very talented group of kids, but it's a very undersized group of kids, you know.
They also haven't been that great on the interior of their defensive line for the last couple of years either. Like that's kind of been like they've been good at edge and they've been good at linebacker, but like they haven't been really good inside recently, which is kind of weird too. But
like Isaac's only 250, 245, 250, right? I mean, you know, so Abdul Carter's listed bigger than he looks to me. So and that was great. We're going to make you stop us because we don't think you can score on our defense. And he was right. So that was a big win for Michigan. Now, is it embarrassing and a joke that they had to wait till week 11 to actually play somebody good? Yeah, that's embarrassing. And if you want to hammer Michigan for that, that's fine. And if you want to say, hey, that one win over a top 20 team doesn't validate that they belong in the top 4, I would agree with that too. But I'm not taking away from how good of a win that was when you put all the context and circumstances that were going around that program. Those kids, like you said, Ryan, those kids came to play. They talk about drowning out the noise. They drowned out all that noise and came to play. And the team that played rattled was the home team. That's a team that played rattled. So huge props to Michigan on that one.
But Andy Estimate Trucking LLC, the one thing that we can agree on is that post-game interview for Sharon Moore is about cringy as you will ever find in your life. My guy was talking like Jim Harbaugh had died.
Yeah.
Like, guys, we're fighting through adversity. You got caught for
self-imposed.
Cheating.
Exactly.
Right. Stupid.
Yes, it was so. It just was like, I mean, I'm sitting there. I was thinking to myself the whole game, like, dude, this guy just got himself a head coaching job. Like the way the way he handled that game, I'm like, you got yourself a head coaching job. And then that interview came, and I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not.
Like he was fine up to a certain point, man. Like give all the credit to the kids and their, perseverance and all that type of stuff. Why did you have to bring up Jim into this?
And then the sobbing. I'm like, bro, I understand the emotion, but you're sobbing, like you're weeping on national TV. Like, dude, like Blake Corum's looking like, coach, man, chill, dude.
Did you see their little like they were dapping up and stuff, and Blake looked so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was. That was one of the best Big Ten big games we've seen in a while, because a lot of these Ohio State and Michigan games have been like these high scoring type of games. I mean, when you see the Michigan running back after the game with this giant cut on his forehead and blood, I mean, like, that's the Big Ten. That's the Big Ten. It's not going to be that anymore, but that's the Big Ten. And like you said, I understood Blake Corum's emotional reaction after the game because the kids are going to look at this a little differently than the coaches will. I have no sympathy for the coaches. I have no sympathy for the adversity you guys face because you brought this on yourselves. Okay. But I got a lot of respect for those kids that went out there and played like the way they did on Saturday.
Yep.
So I'm not taking anything away from them. But yes, that was a very freaking cringy post-game show or post-game press conference.
R.I.P. Jim Harbaugh, apparently. Apparently he died and they did it all for him.
It was so weird. So weird.
Michael Collins with a question. If Coach Chancey Stuckey were to leave, could you see a scenario where Chip Long comes back to Notre Dame as the co-OC and coaches tight ends with Parker coaching wide receiver since he played wide receiver at UK and has coached that position? That's actually interesting.
I'd be fine with that. I'm very high on Chip Long. Everybody knows that, not just as a coach, but he's also a friend. So I would be all about him coming back and coaching there. I think he did a good job. I think he brings some of the toughness and the edge. Some of the things that Chip did that made him not liked by some of the players. Some liked that, some didn't. And the things he did that rubbed people some wrong way. I think Chip's had to deal with some humility the last couple of years. This guy went from being an offensive coordinator on an undefeated playoff team to he's an analyst at Louisville. And he, you know what I mean? And he was an OC at Tulane and then Georgia Tech and those type of things. And it's like, he's had to look in the mirror and say, okay, what did I do right at Notre Dame? And what would I have done different? And I know that there's things that Chip would have looked back and said, I wish I could have done that different, because he loves Notre Dame. I mean, he would absolutely come back. And, you know, and being with Jeff Brom for a year now, he's good friends with Jeff Brom. They've known each other a long time. And, you know, but I'd be okay with that. It'll never happen because people at Notre Dame won't allow that to happen, which is sad to me. Because I think some of the stuff that he was accused of is just bull crap and or exaggerated. And it was a lot of it was trumped up charges because Brian Kelly wanted to get his guy in there, basically, because Chip was one of those people. The reason that Brian Kelly didn't like Chip Long and Harry Heastand is because they wouldn't listen to him. Like, he would say, you know, that they would show the necessary reverence as head coach, but like they just kind of did what they thought was right and deal with the butt chewing. I'm talking like play calling and stuff like that, not like belligerent, you know, just screw you, I'm not doing it stuff. And then also Chip was always busting Brian Kelly's balls about, you got to recruit more. You got to recruit more. You got to recruit more. I need your help with this guy. I need your help with that guy. And then Brian Kelly didn't like that because everybody else just left Brian Kelly alone. Like, Brian Kelly surrounded himself with nothing but yes men. And that's part of the reason he didn't like Mike Elko. And it's part of the reason he didn't like Chip Long. And it's why he hated Harry Heastand, because they were not yes men at all. And so, yeah, I think Chip would do a heck of a job. Absolutely heck of a job in that role with Jared Parker. And I think they're close enough in philosophy and personality that they would mesh well together. I do. But I don't see that happening as much as I would like it to.
In theory,
and by the way, he's also a heck of a recruiter, by the way.
Yes.
Chip Long is.
Well,
so you get a heck of a recruiter there.
It kind of hits a lot of different areas that I think would be really helpful for the staff. I mean, you talk about the experienced offensive play caller with Jared Parker, helping him kind of to be able to move that attention forward. Also, if you did lose Chancey Stuckey, it would be an easier transition because literally Jared Parker has coached mostly in his career wide receivers. That's literally been like the spot that he has coached most.
And he's been good at it.
Yes, he has.
Go look what the Penn State kids said about him in 2019, his 1 year there. He's a very good receivers coach, reputational-wise.
Yep. And then the recruiting bump would obviously be huge as well, because that would be the one thing. That would be the one thing that I think you would lose most with Chancey Stuckey, is that Chancey Stuckey is a good recruiter. He is. So having Chip Long would potentially be a very nice little bump and help in that department as well. So,
yep.
And Chip also is used to talking to different types of positions and players as well. Like, it wasn't like he was just focused on one spot as the OC. Like, he was in everything, you know?
Right. He was the reason they got Chris Tyree. I mean, he was the driving force behind getting Lorenzo Styles and Deion Colsey. I mean, he was the primary recruiter at a lot of positions at Notre Dame. So yes, he would absolutely, that would be big. They're not going to do it, I don't think, but it'd be smart sometimes it's like, hey, give the guy a chance to say you're sorry. You're a Catholic institution. Give the guy a chance to say sorry. The guys that he had beef with are gone, and
Right.
and make the move. But I think him and Jared Parker get along very well too. So of what I know of Jared Parker, I think he would, because Chip would bring an edge. I mean, yeah, Chip would change some things about how he's been, but Chip's still going to come in with some fire and desire toughness. There's no doubt about that.
Quinn Kibler, what's up, Quinn? Is Marcus Freeman too concerned about having 4 scholarship quarterback? Is that really most often the case? Starter, backup, and redshirt. I guess we need another sign
No,
signal.
that's nothing to do with sign signalers. Yes, you need 4 quarterbacks on your roster. What if you only have 3 and somebody gets hurt? Now you're down to 2. So, or what if in this era of transferring? So let's say you say, we're not going to go to the portal. We've got CJ Carr, we've got Kenny Minchie, we've got Steve Angeli. We're good.
Yep.
Then let's say Kenny Minchie or CJ Carr beats out Steve Angeli. You really think Steve Angeli is just going to be the oldest guy in the room and not start? What's his pathway to starting, Ryan? There isn't one. This is the point you made about Alabama, with Tyler Buckner going to Alabama. Like, if you don't start, there's no pathway for you to being the starter like there would have been if you stayed at Notre Dame. Sure. He's going to leave. I would assume he would leave. And if Drew Pine's not going to stay, then I don't ever think a guy that gets beat out like that's going to stay. I don't ever think that. And so now you're down to 2, one of them being a true freshman. So there's a million reasons you need it. You need 4 arms as much as you can. Now you'd have a Dylan Devison is a guy that can, be a scout team guy and all that, and that's fine, but he can't be your 3. He's got to be your 4 at worst. So you go out and get a 4th quarterback, because the chances of you staying at 4 after spring are not great. They're not great. And so, they absolutely – look, here's the deal. I've said this before. Notre Dame needs to go to the portal for a quarterback, Ryan. There's no debating that. The question is, what kind of quarterback should they go get? That's the debate. That's going to be determined by who's available, what their faith level is in Kenny Minchie, all that kind of stuff. That's up for debate. There is no debate to me on whether they should go to the portal. I've said this before. At the very least, you go to the portal for a Tristan Gebbia type of guy. At the very least, you go to the portal. The kid that UCLA got, that's not starting for him, but like that kind of veteran guy.
Last game, apparently.
Okay, so like that kind of guy.
Points, by the way,
bare minimum, that kind of guy, where you've got a good veteran. He wants to get into coaching. This is a great opportunity to get your master's at Notre Dame, and if we need you, be ready. They at the very least need that kind of guy. And to your point, you've always say, Ryan, there's nothing wrong with competition. No. I would just, if you bring in a guy that's a good football player, that those guys are going to have a tough time beating out, so be it. I would just say, give them a legitimate chance to beat him out. That would be my only thing.
Always be a legitimate chance. Yeah.
But if they brought in another Sam Hartman, the odds are they're not. Like, if they brought in Riley Leonard, let's be honest. You're not going to sit Riley Leonard for Kenny Minchie unless he goes out and plays poorly in games. You're just not going to do it. And to me, that's my concern. If you bring in a guy, now Riley Leonard's probably a bad example, because a month ago that was a dude for me. Now I have my concern with Riley Leonard are physical. He's had two different lower body injuries, one of them being a toe, and I always get real nervous when it comes to quarterbacks and like foot toe injuries, because sometimes those don't heal right, or they can kind of continuously flare up again, right? But if it's a dude, it's fine. But if it's a Hudson Card type of guy, okay, he's not going to be it, but I've used him as an example. He's a good player, but not an elite player. That's fine. But you better give those young guys a chance to beat them out, a legit chance to beat them out. And, that'd be my big concern, because I'm afraid they're going to go into a bit of a panic move. They look at how young their team's going to be next year. They look at the schedule, and they panic move into a quarterback. But here's the frustrating thing for me, listening to Coach Freeman today, kind of defending Sam Hartman. He's like, look, Sam's still in the first year of a new. I'm like, guys, if you can't, if 10 games is not enough for a 6th-year senior who's like entered the season top 20 all time in passing yards and passing touchdowns, and 10 games is not enough time to get him comfortable in your offense, there's not a quarterback out there that's going to be better than that next year mentally and experience-wise. There isn't one.
There's an offensive issue, not a quarterback issue.
Correct. Agreed. And just plugging in another quarterback's not going to fix that. So, but portal is a place you're going to have to go for a quarterback no matter what. Even if it's, I've said before, even if it's an Ivy League kid that started in the Ivy League that knows he's probably not starting at Notre Dame, but can get you out of a game or get you out of a couple games if there's an injury, fine. But you're going to, at the very minimum, need that type of player, Ryan.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, you need to get the 4, obviously, Quinn. Like, you need to. Like Brian said, I mean, you're only an injury or a transfer away from being in a very tough situation. And, I mean, we were just a year removed from, I mean, remember bowl season last year, Brian, where it was like you had Tyler Buckner and Steve Angeli, and you had Tyler Buckner coming back from an injury where you're like, dang, man, like you have 2 healthy quarterbacks on the roster right now. Like, this is not a great situation to be in. So that room is so important. So, yeah, you need to continue to bolster talent. I think we agree on the transfer portal from the sense of there's nobody that I'm bringing in either that is the guaranteed starter no matter what. Like, competition is very much on the table. You need to beat out Minchie and Jelly, CJ Carr. You need to beat them out. And whoever the best man is the best man at the end of the day. Because honestly, no matter what decision gets made, Brian, there's probably going to be a quarterback that isn't happy. And there's always, if there's a quarterback that isn't happy, there's always that chance that they make a decision to leave, right? So you can't be afraid of that. That's why the competition is important. And that's why you need to have that 4 number to start with.
The concern I have, Ryan, is this. And you are on the same page on all that stuff. But you also have to be practical about where we are. If Notre Dame gets a quarterback, it's going to most likely be a graduate, which means he comes in the spring, and if he gets beat out by Steve, let's say he gets beat by Kenny Minchie. Let's say Kenny's the guy, because I think that deep down that's the guy that I'm hoping steps up and wins the job. That's who I'm hoping. I'm full honesty, just going to be honest. That's the guy that I hope takes the big jump and says, this is mine. I don't know if he's going to do it or not. We need to see it, but that's my hope. If, let's say that guy comes in and he gets beat out, there's no guarantee he's going to stay and not just say, well, screw this, I'm going to go to some other school and start for a year. Then you also then lose Steve Angeli for the same exact reason. Now you're back to square one. So you've got to make sure it's a guy that you feel comfortable is going to not leave if he gets. I mean, you need to have that conversation. Like, look, man, we're going to give you every chance to start, but we need to have a conversation about what happens if you don't. If you get beat out, what happens if you don't? And if he gets all squirmy and all that, then that's not the guy. That's not the guy. And so it just leaves you in a bit of a tough spot just because of where you are with your roster. And people talk, the walk-on kid, Dylan, he's a nice kid, but he can't be part of your 3. That's the whole point that we're getting to. He's got to be your 4. You're going to need at least a third guy because your 4, his focus on 4, Quinn, is to ensure that they're guaranteed to have 3 if somebody leaves or goes down. Right now, if somebody leaves and you have an injury, it is what it is. Now Dylan can step in and be your 3. That's fine. But you can't be in a situation where you go into the fall with 2 scholarship quarterbacks. You just can't. You can't do it. Like, and yeah, you can't justify that.
Start warming up Mitchell Evans' arm, baby. Start doing
Seriously.
it. Mark Avalone. Mailbag with the portal and NIL. How will players' alumni loyalty change? For example, with Michael Penix, be more attached to Washington or Indiana, or even 1-year grad transfer rentals? How much will they support in future?
I mean, it's going to vary kid to kid. It's going to be determined by the experience you had at a place. Like I would be willing to bet.
NFL Hall of Fame, where they're like, what team are you representing when you get that bust in the Hall of Fame?
Right. It's just going to depend on what your relationship was like with the institution. Everything I've ever heard about Sam Hartman's relationship with Wake Forest, I would be shocked if in 10 years, 5-10 years, if it even takes that long. I mean, he's going to look at himself as a Wake Forest guy. Right. Yeah. I mean, and I would too. That's not a knock on him. And he may, even if Notre Dame came out and won a national championship, Notre Dame fans would always look at him as a Notre Dame guy, but he's still going to look back and, who are the guys that he grew with? Who are the coaches that really helped to turn him from a boy to a man, so to speak, or a young man to a grown up, right? Dave Clawson and Warren Ruggiero had a big role in that. And they're always going to I would imagine, always hold a special place in his heart. The kids he played, that he grew up with, that he came in as freshmen with and then went out, or even guys when he was a sophomore that were freshmen, like A.T. Perry, who he played with for 4 years. You're always going to have a special, place in your heart for those kind of guys. How long you're at a place is going to be the reason for that. I mean, if you're at a place for 1 or 2 years, by the time you transfer, you may not have that same thing. But It just depends on how long you're at a place and your circumstances. And some kids, it'll be both. I support both of them equally because I had great experiences with both of them. But
Right.
I would imagine, and if I had to bet, more often than not, for the 1 year guys, you're going to spend as much time at one, all that time at one place. That's where your heart's always going to be. You had to make a business decision to go somewhere else, but that's where your heart is because that's where you have the emotional connections, in my
Right.
opinion. So that's where we're now. Michael Penix is different because he's going to spend multiple years at Washington, and he spent multiple years with Kalen DeBoer. It may be different for him, but for the 1 year guys like Sam Hartman, it's usually going to be the school you came from.
Yeah, more often than not. I would say obviously there are going to be some exceptions. Like I remember when Jalen Hurts came out at the Senior Bowl when he had the helmet that was half Alabama, half Oklahoma. Like I'm sure he's going to be a guy that's going to support both those programs moving forward because they obviously did a lot for him in the time that he was there. So I think it depends on the individual. I would agree. We had
That's
T
it. Let me hold
Guns.
on real quick. That is a really interesting question, though, that Mark brought up. I've never really thought about that. Like how many of these kids are now like have multiple potential loyalties? Mark, good question, man. That's a very good question. Now let's get to T Guns. These next couple questions are going to be. I'm going to read the next one, Ryan. So we'll get to this one first.
Okay. T Gun says buffalo or non-buffalo based mild wing sauce. If I'm taking a sauce, Tommy, I'm not going milds because I have hair on my chest. So I'm gonna,
Hey,
I'm gonna take
time out.
that.
Time out. Some people's bodies literally can't handle that. I have tried hotter
uh,
sauces before. They taste great, but my body just doesn't take them well. But
yeah.
I'm fine with both. I mean, whatever. Whatever you like.
If you're
Here's
if
the
you're
next.
eating if you're eating mild sauce, are you really eating buffalo sauce? Would be my
Yes, you
question.
are.
That'd be my question, Tommy.
So here's the question from Irish Gordy Knott, and I've got to say this because if I don't say it, start off with Ryan and I are going to have a big argument right now. So Irish Gordy Knott's question, Ryan, with the asterisk is favorite Thanksgiving food, turkey not included, because we're going to get
Yeah.
into a big not liking turkey,
Yeah.
liking turkey thing. So taking turkey
Yeah.
out of the conversation, Ryan, what is your favorite? We're not going to really have an argument over Thanksgiving food. That was sarcasm, but
I'm
yes,
really glad
favorite
we're taking
Thanksgiving food.
turkey. Take turkey off the table because it stinks 364 days a year. So why are we making it good for one day a year? Right, exactly. I'm a big mac and cheese guy, man. Baked mac and cheese, a little crumb on the top. You know what I mean? Some green beans. I could do that as well. Sweet potatoes. Mashed potatoes. I mean, there's a lot of really good Thanksgiving sides. It's just that turkey is very overrated, is the only
Okay.
thing. So
So I would say so mine, I have kind of a tie. I don't really eat a lot on Thanksgiving. I have turkey, I have rolls, and then I have I take mashed potatoes and corn and mix it together. That's really well done, sweet corn, and then stuffing. That's really all I eat. So I don't know that I could pick one. I kind of like the combination of those two together. But if I can only have one of the two, I'd probably go mashed potatoes and corn because I think that is a wonderful combination for me. I don't know what it is, but that combination is just something I very, very much enjoy.
yeah.
But yeah, and like my wife is this way, my dad's this way, but they'll like take their food and they'll just like put it on one plate and just pour gravy all over it. I don't do that. I kind of like the unique flavors of all of them. But those would be mine. And I personally do love turkey, so that'd be one for me.
I
But as far as the side to go with it, do you do ham, right? Is that your protein on Thanksgiving? Do you do
No,
ham
I mean,
or
I still eat the turkey. I mean, because like if you smoked it, I've had smoked turkey, and like that's fine. It's good. It's a good solid meal. My point is that there's just a lot better proteins out there. Just a
sure?
whole lot better. That's it.
Okay, here we go.
Nathan Millen, are you surprised we haven't seen more of Tyson Ford? Brian, you obviously have a lot more in depth as far as practice availability to Tyson Ford.
Mhm.
The only thing I'll say about this, Nathan, before Brian goes a little bit more in depth, is I'm not because this year I was not at any practices, so I'm hearing what Brian's saying, what Vince is saying, and it was just always kind of the same thing in my opinion, right? And Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the kid looks great, the kid's really athletic, but at no point did I get the sense of like he's dominating these practices and he is
Yeah,
pushing
he'll
hard for those
flash.
types of opportunities, right?
Yeah,
So I'm not surprised. I'm not.
he'll flash. He'll have some plays you're like, "That kid's got a chance to be really good." Thing with Tyson is patience is gonna be needed.
Yeah.
Tyson is still very much learning the game. He battled a little bit injuries this year. He's immensely talented. Like you see him in practice, Ryan, and you're like, he's the guy that I thought he could be. He's just
Right.
not nearly as far along as I hoped he would be. That thing I would say. But the tools are still there. I'm not surprised we haven't seen a lot of him this year. I mean, we've seen him in every blowout. We've seen him. And he had a sack against, I think, Tennessee State, right? And you also have a lot of veterans there. I mean, where he would play, he'd either going to play 3 technique or big end. And you've got veteran players at all those spots, right? I mean, he could play
Yep.
you got Howard Cross as a 5th-year senior, Riley Mills as a senior, Gabriel Rubio as a junior. You've got Javante Jean-Baptiste as a 6-year senior because he could also play big end. You've got Nana as a 5th-year senior. He's another guy that was ahead of him. So I'm not surprised. My hope is that Tyson sticks it out, doesn't get discouraged, and comes out and competes this spring and takes a jump. I just hope they haven't given up on him yet. That's my fear. Is there are some on this staff that to me strike me as guys that if you haven't figured it out by your sophomore year, they just kind of move on. And I think that's a mistake. But Tyson's got to understand the difference between I work hard and I'm a hard worker. There's a difference. And, if he can figure that part out, he's going to have a chance to be really good because the talent is there. Like the talent is there. The question is the maturity as a player, technically, in all of those areas. Is that there yet? That's not there yet. But if he's willing to stick it out and keep working, he'll have a chance to be a really good football player.
Is this fair also, Brian? This is just kind of my perspective on Tyson, because I remember at one point Tyson this offseason listed weight was about 290 pounds, right?
Yeah.
And then he kind of cut weight and he's back down into the 270 something range. He strikes me as the kid that might also just be kind of in that tweener spot right now of like, is he a big end? Is he an interior player?
Right.
And trying to figure out how he exactly fits positionally. You know what I mean? Because like that's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough when you're in that spot where it's like,
Yeah.
if you're a true edge, maybe you get the weight down a little bit, play closer to 270, and that's just kind of your weight. But if you're a true interior player, then maybe let's get up to that 285, 290 range and play in that role. It feels like he might be in a little bit of the tweener side right now, too.
I think where they project him also might depend on who comes back next year. Like if Riley Mills and Howard Cross both came back hypothetically, then I'd say, hey, Tyson, let's cut 5 to 10 pounds and try to get you set to play big end because that's what I would do. My fear is that Notre Dame, my concern with the way this season has gone and some of the negativity surrounding the program, some of it justified, some of it not, that they're going to make panic moves, like trying to convince Nana to come back instead of coaching up the younger players on the roster, going and getting a portal guy that you probably look at and say, that guy doesn't move the needle, playing a veteran when you should be, trying to convince Jack Kaiser and JD Bertrand and Marist all to come back next year because you don't want to take a chance at, eventually you got to move on to the younger players. And I think 2024 is the perfect year to do that at a lot of spots, because if you do that, maybe you take your lumps and you go 9-3 again next year, Ryan. And I'm not saying that's okay, but maybe you do. But you look fast forward to 2025 and you're going to have a lot coming back and a lot of talented players coming back.
A lot of speed.
Yes. Let Drake Bowen and Jaden Osbury take their lumps next year. Let Boubacar take his lumps next year. Let Armel Mookum and Tyson Ford and you know what I mean? Like let Christian Gray, let all these kids take their lumps next year, Ryan. Don Schuler, all of them. And then Cam Williams at receiver. And then come back in 2025 with a team that Kenny Minchie, whoever, CJ Carr, whoever your quarterback is. And then come back in 25 with an absolutely freaking stacked team. And now these kids all have experience, as opposed to postponing that eventual youth movement's eventually going to happen. Do you keep pushing it down the road, or do you say, hey, let's dive into it and do what we need to do to get these kids ready to play? Because you're going to be able to, you're going to maybe lose a game because of your youth, maybe even lose 2. But there's also going to be some games maybe you don't think you're going to win that you do because that's the game when it clicks for those, because the talent is there. You're going to win some games because you're talented too. And I'd say bite the bullet and coach those kids up. And because I think the schedule sets up where if you do a good enough job coaching, maybe you lose the A&M game, maybe you don't. But you now got about a month to just, you can out-talent people and just turn them loose. Right. And those kids, and then by November, when you've got to play Florida State and USC, and Drake Bowen and Jaden Osbury got like 8, Nolan Ziegler got like 8-9 games under their belt, I'd love to see what that team looks like.
Sure. Man, I miss Boubacar Traore, by the way. Saw him for one play against
Yeah,
USC, and I feel like I haven't seen him for
I
2
know.
games.
Yeah, they
Gosh.
don't want to hurt his sack rate.
Yeah. Oh man, his pressure rate's through the roof, man. Irish blooded. One player running out for senior day this week. What makes you happy to see do so as an achievement, rather they come back next year or not? It's one player you're happy to see at senior day.
Xavier
That's the
Watts.
question.
That's the one for me. And the reason I say is if there's a kid on this roster who had every reason in the world to transfer, it's him.
Right.
He had every legitimate excuse, reason, justification to say, I'm out of here. Like, you guys are jerking me around. He had his previous position coach just flat out lied to him, told him one thing and then, oh, you're going to play. Oh, then screw him around. Hey, we're going to give you a legitimate chance. Don't play defense this year. You're going to give you a chance. And then don't. And then he moves to defense. They put him at Rover. And then he could have said, you know what? Screw this. And he's already got his degree. He could have gone anywhere he wanted to this offseason and said, screw this, I'm out of here. But he didn't. He said, I'm okay, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna play. And I'm gonna do whatever they ask me to do. You guys want me to be a rotation guy? I'll be a rotation guy. You want me to be a guy, you want me to be a playmaker? I'll be a playmaker. That kid has had one of the best attitudes I've seen in a long, long time for a kid who genuinely got screwed over. Right. A lot of other kids got screwed over and they bailed. Right. Phil Jakova got screwed over. He did. He still made the decision to leave when he could have stayed, waited one more year, battled with Ian Book, and then be the guy the next year. He could have done that. He chose not to. Right. So, right or wrong, I'm not saying it is right, but he chose to leave. Other guys chose to leave. Xavier chose to stay. And he's being rewarded for it. Number one, he's being rewarded because he got a freaking degree from Notre Dame in 3.5 years.
Yep.
He's already got his degree. And now he's becoming an impact player. And Ryan, to what you've said, and I'm quoting Ryan here, skyrocketing up NFL draft boards. And I love to see that because look, we have created a society in so many ways where when adversity comes, you just quit. You just transfer somewhere else. You just quit, and there's a time and a place to transfer. I transferred. It's okay to transfer, but it's just so easy now to just say, well, life's too tough. You're being, treated unfairly because of your whatever, where you're from, your gender, your race, whatever the reason may be. That coach didn't recruit me, and just say, it's okay. It's not your fault. Just quit. And when you see kids that say, screw you, I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to battle. I'm going to stay in battle. And that's what Xavier did. And I can't be prouder of that kid to see what he's turned into. He's going to have a degree. He's going to be an NFL draft pick. And it's a kid who had every right. And he's one of those ones, Ryan, that had a he had a justified, if he would have left, I'd have been like, I get it. And there are some kids that left that I get it. I understood why Phil Dracovic left. I truly did. It's just like, you don't need to keep talking about it 4 years later. That was kind of my issue. But some kids you chose to leave and you were righteous in the reasons why you were frustrated and left. Other kids aren't. Xavier would have been righteous in his reasons to leave, but he said, no, I'm going to stay and compete. And if you know how the kid was raised,
another one.
Yeah. And Lawrence is another one that should have stayed, in my opinion. But I understood why he left. He got lied to, flat out lied to. And that's why I transferred after my freshman year, right? I was a starter as a freshman on a top 25 team. But you lied to me. You lied right to my face multiple times. And there's no trust there. I'm out. And for me, it's like, I'm not paying my own way to go to a school with this, right? It'd be different maybe if I was on scholarship or whatever. But, to me, I would have understood Xavier leaving, but he didn't. So to watch him come out on senior day, not just that he's still here, but he's triumphed over it. He'll have a degree. He's a baller. That's a great, great, great story. And I'm proud as heck of that kid.
Well, I think I've mentioned it before, but Howard Cross would be another one for me where it's like, if I wanted a definition of like a guy outworking his talent level, that's Howard Cross, man. Like he's a good talent, man, but he is not He's second on the team in tackles right now, and for the majority of the season, he was probably their best defensive player for like a decent amount of it until Xavier Watts kind of took over down the stretch in the middle of the season, right? Like Howard Cross was tremendous, and Howard Cross is 6 foot, 275, 280 pounds, defensive tackle, playing nose, a position that he should not be playing physically. But you know why he's good? That kid's relentless, man. He works his
Yes.
butt off, and he's just a grinder of a football player. So whether he comes back or not next year, if I want to teach tape to young guys as far as like, hey, you know how hard you should work? That hard, right? Like that hard,
Right.
right there. Watch that
Hey,
kid
Tyson
play.
Ford, if you
Right.
work like that kid, you can be a day 1 or day 2 NFL draft pick, right? Like that's exactly the kind of kid you're talking about, right? And you know the other part too that I love about it, when you look at a kid like Howard Cross,
Mhm.
it just from what I'm told, what you see on Saturday is who he is on Monday. It's who he is on
Yep.
Tuesday. And if you talk to Howard Cross, you listen to him talk, like this kid has no idea that he's a 6 foot, 270-pound nose tackle. He has no concept
Yeah.
of it. Because to him,
He's tough.
he's a 6'5", 285-pound killer. That's how he carries himself. You know what I mean? And gosh, you love kids like that. And he's
Yep.
another one of those kids that people say, oh, why you take, including me, why are you taking that kid? Why are you taking that kid right now? And now you get it. Now you understand. Because this is I remember talking to Mike Elson when they took a commitment from him. And what Howard Cross has turned into is exactly why Mike Elson said they're taking him. This kid's going to be way better than you think. He's a heck of a football player. Yeah, I know. His thing was if he was 6'5", 290 or 275, he's not coming to Notre Dame. He's probably going to Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State or something like that. He'd been a 5-star recruit because the talent was immense. It's just he's 6 foot, 250 pounds at the time.
Right.
And this is what Mike Elson told me he was. This is because I questioned him. I said, Coach, why are you taking this kid? Like, like what there was other guys on the board that I just thought were better players. And I said, why are you taking this guy? And he was like, he's a great worker. He's a smart kid. He's got great technique. He's got powerful hands. He's got a relentless motor. Like he's going to put in the work every day. And this kid's going to go out there and outperform all these other higher ranked kids that we are looking at. So, okay, Coach, if you say so. Guess what?
He's right.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
He's been all those things. And that's part of the evaluation process. That it's like, you want to know part of the reason why Notre Dame's taking Dom Hulak? Because they see a kid that has that kind of heart and motor and want to. You need guys like that. You don't take an entire team full of those guys, but you need guys like that in your class. You got to balance them with the Tyson Fords and stuff, you know what I mean, as well. But you need guys like that, Ryan. And that's who Howard Cross was. And he's been everything that they want him to be. So that's a great call as well, Ryan. It's a great call.
Like him a lot. Ryan Prott. Ryan, I apologize if I'm pronouncing that last name wrong, but your first name is fantastic. With Notre Dame looking for another quarterback, who would you love to see come Notre Dame out of the portal of the not completely unrealistic possibilities? I have no idea who's going to be a possibility.
Yeah, I really don't. I really don't.
Yeah.
Like, there was this rumor going around that Michael Pratt was going to look hard at Notre Dame and like
go to Senior Bowl.
right.
Matter. Yeah.
So because like there's all this talk about how deep this NFL draft class is. And Ryan, I think you've kind of pointed this out. Like there's two guys that are no brainers, but there's a lot of jockeying and for position behind those guys, right?
A lot of numbers.
Yeah.
Just a question of like where
so
they fit.
If you're a Michael Pratt type of guy, do you take a risk of getting hurt again next year? Or transferring somewhere else and seeing what's happened. I mean, of all the transfers this offseason, how many of them are balling right now? There aren't a lot. There really aren't a lot. Hudson Card's doing okay. I mean, there's nobody's just out there ripping it up that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And
it's more from the previous year, like the Caleb Williams, the Jaden Daniels,
the Bo Nixes, the guys that have been multiple years in the system. Imagine that, right? Imagine that. Like Riley Leonard a month ago would have been a no-brainer for me, but like I said, the lower body injuries concern me. Number one, those are pesky injuries. Number two, he lost a lot of development time this year, Ryan, as well, and didn't take the jump as a player because of the injuries that I wanted to see him take. And, that's not as much of a no-brainer as it would have been for me a month or two ago, probably 2 months ago. because of that. So like, I don't know who that guy would be, to be completely honest with you. And
No idea.
like Riley Leonard's immensely talented, but you're gonna put the hopes of your football team on a guy that, as this past year, threw 3 touchdowns and 3 picks. I mean, that's all he did. Not that he wasn't a very good player, but it's like the injuries and it kept him from producing the way you think he could have produced. And so that's not even the sure thing that it was for me a month and a half, 2 months ago. So I don't know who that guy would be, Ryan. I really don't. I'm looking around at college football and I'm like, who's the guy that could make, like you said, okay, Carson Beck ain't jumping in the portal. Okay.
No, more
right,
likely
exactly.
he enters the draft than enters the portal.
Right. Exactly. Quinn Ewers isn't going in the portal. To your point, he would go to the draft before he would do that. Like, who is that guy in the portal? Kyle McCord's not going in the portal. And if he did, is he that needle mover? I don't think he. So who's that guy? Who's that guy, Ryan, that's going to jump in the portal and beat? I don't know who that's going to be.
This portal, and this is just speculation on my part, but I think that this portal feels more like it's going to be filled with young quarterbacks than experienced quarterbacks, in my opinion. Like I could see like one of the, let's say if Quinn Ewers goes back or even comes out, whatever. I mean, I could see like a Malik Murphy entering the portal or an Arch Manning even entering the portal, depending on how that situation goes, right? So like maybe one of the young Texas kids, maybe one of the young kids that's kind of getting passed over. Maybe a Wigman from Texas A&M leaves if like if he doesn't like the hire, but like a bunch of young guys, more than like proven commodities. It feels like that kind of team, that kind of year. I could be wrong, but
I just don't see I don't see it being, and that's not who Notre Dame's going to have a chance to get, really. I mean, that you're not getting that guy. It's just not going to happen. I mean, Tyler Van Dyke jumps in that the shine is off that one a little bit with his injuries. Plus, when he has been in there, he hasn't played well. Like who's going to be that guy that's going to jump in the portal and be like, wow, that's a huge pickup. Wow,
most of the guys are like seniors that are playing really well. Like there's not a lot of guys that have like even multiple years of eligibility left.
Right.
1 year.
I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks putting up good numbers at smaller schools, but like, are those guys you're going to go? I mean, are you going to go after, Seth Hennigan at Memphis? Or are you going to go after EJ Warner at Temple? Like, I mean, who are those guys going to be? That's like I'm just looking at like yards per game. It's like, who are Brady Cook's not going to jump in the portal, right? Who would that guy be?
Also, I don't think I would push for Brady Cook. Like he's a good player, but like, is he I don't know.
No,
like,
he doesn't move the needle.
Right.
Yeah, unless he's bringing Luther Burden and Theo Weiss with him, then maybe we can have a conversation about it. But that's not.
Oh yeah, if he wants to bring Luther Burden, then yes, sir. Yeah. Sounds good to me, man. Come on over. I was trying to look up like some stat. Like I can't even think of like a bunch of younger guys that are like.
That's what I'm looking at, Ryan. It's like Joey Aguilar at Appalachian State. You've got
it's pretty good, but like that's
Angelo Rogers at North Texas is putting up good numbers this year. You've got Byron Brown at South Florida's putting up some good numbers. I think as a redshirt freshman. Haynes King has actually had some really good moments at Georgia Tech, but he can't transfer again because he's not going to be a graduate. So he'd have to sit out a year, I believe. So who's going to be that guy? I'm not, like you said, I'm looking at I just don't see it, man. I don't see it.
Yeah.
So
I like a few of like the smaller school guys that are on the list, but like again, I don't know if it makes sense. Like
it's a jump, dude. Like even a guy as productive as Cameron Ward was at the previous stop, it took him a year to get in. I mean, again, you guys are telling me at a press conference saying we have a question about the press conference I want to get to here in a second, Ryan. You guys are telling me comments today, or Coach Freeman's telling me, about, well, Sam's still learning the offense and stuff like, first year in offense. Again, Sam Hartman's going to if Sam Hartman can't make that transition, who will? Who will? Yeah. So when you look at the teams that are competing for a college football playoff spot right now, if I'm thinking, so it's Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, all have quarterbacks that they recruited and groomed. And then Washington, Oregon, and Florida State all have transfer quarterbacks. Not one of them is in their first year in that system. Not one of them. They've all been there at least 2 years. Bo Nix is in his second year at Oregon. Penix is in his second year. And not just his second year at Washington, but he's been in that offense before because he was in that offense at Indiana. So it's a different type of deal. And then Jordan Travis transferred after, I think, his freshman year,
At
right?
Louisville, right? At Louisville.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I think so.
I think he
Yeah.
transferred after freshman. He's played against Notre Dame back in 2020. He played against Notre Dame. I think that's
Yeah.
one of his first or second career start, because their starter was hurt, was against Notre Dame. So they're not the 1 year guys. The 1 year guys are not on the teams that are competing for championships right now, and it's not a coincidence. Like you need that time, in my opinion, to really take. Like Bo Nix was a good player last year, Ryan. We would discuss that all the time. He's taken his game to a whole new level this season, right?
Sure.
Because why? Because he's got that extra time. He's got that extra time with the teammates. He's got extra time in the system. And that's, I mean, you don't see veterans make the jumps that he has made this year. Guys that have played as much football as Bo Nix don't often make like the giant leaps that he's made as a player, in my opinion, this year. And, so that's why I say, look, you can go try to find that next guy and hope that the next Sam Hartman's better than this Sam Hartman, but develop the kid you have, man.
The problem is, if you're trying to find the multi-year kids in the portal, I mean, Notre Dame's a little hamstrung as far as like who they can even take to begin with, right? So it's not like I could just take a redshirt sophomore, true junior that isn't graduated off,
Right.
definitely. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like it's a little
and he's not going to add the value that you're looking for, because that guy's probably not a starter, right? Like a Malik Murphy. Like if talent-wise, would I like a Malik Murphy? Heck to the yes. Absolutely. That kid's got enormous ability. And I've heard he's a great worker, heard he's a great kid and all that. But like, does he move the needle for you? He got 2 career starts. Is that really? No. And you're not going to get him to Notre Dame without making some promises, which in his defense, I mean, when you get in the portal, you need to kind of make sure you're looking out for you when you talk about the school you're going to pick. I have no problem with kids saying, hey, look, I'm going to come there, man. I can't leave again. I need to know that this is going to be my deal. Now I'm going to earn it. I'm going to work at it, but I need to know that going in, this is the expectation. And you can't do that. You can't do that. I don't want to be that program. So we'll see.
Tyler Evans with another super chat. Thank you again, Tyler. Does Dan Mullen go back to Mississippi State, or does Mississippi State go somewhere else for their head coach? I forgot. That was like a news that was brushed under the rug a little bit, was that Zach Arnett was let go. It was like, wow, literally the Texas A&M Mississippi State job kind of ended through coach engagements. Is pretty hilarious. But yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what drives Dan Mullen. I don't know if that's something that he's interested in. I have no idea if that's on the table.
Would I look at Dan Mullen again if I was them? Sure, I'd look at him again. He did a heck of a job there.
Good era in Mississippi State football, no doubt.
Yeah, I think Zach Arnett was put into an impossible situation, and he made the biggest mistakes that you can make making that transition. He tried to just completely go away from, and not as a disrespect to Mike Leach, but like, I'm not an air raid guy. So let's just completely go away from that. And it's just like,
they became a running football team, man. It was the weirdest thing in the world to see,
Yeah. And it didn't work. Because your roster's not there.
Yeah. Because I mean, Zach Arnett, you said it correct. He was in a impossible situation just about, because Zach Arnett the year before looked like a very promising young defensive coordinator. You're like, oh, okay, all right, Zach Arnett. And then he gets put in that position where you're just like, oh man, it's not. I mean, one, you're following up a guy that had a great reputation, a guy that was very charismatic that unfortunately passed away, right? Like you're just in
and tragically, like really it just kind of happened.
Yes. Yeah. It was not an easy situation to be in. There's no doubt.
No.
But I have no idea who wants that job. Like,
but 10 games. Can I ask you a question, Ryan? I mean, I'm torn on this. Part of me is like, 10 games is all you're going to give that guy? You thought enough of him to give him the head coaching job, but you're not going to get him at 10 games? Then the other one is, if you think this guy is clearly in over his head, and you're about to bring in Texas and Oklahoma, like how long do you go down this? Like part of me is like, it can be one or the other, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. What are your thoughts on just making a move this quickly on a guy? This is like NFL teams barely even move this quickly on a guy.
With them making that quick of a decision, I am led to believe that the Mississippi State administration and the people making this hire to begin with were kind of panicked and didn't really know what to do. And we're just kind of like, okay, they played hard for him. Let's see what it looks like, because it's not incredibly desirable job. I mean, who wants to follow up Mike Leach in a tragic situation like we kind of talked about already?
Right.
So, unfortunately, I think that Arnett was just kind of the default guy, to being the next guy after Coach Leach. I just feel like the administration probably wasn't in deep belief with it, but they were just kind of like, okay, like we need some sort of stability after tragedy happens. You know what I mean? Oh, and I'm getting a
Mhm.
call from Russia right now. I've never seen that before.
Go ahead
That's
and
interesting.
not take that one. I'm going to assume that that's probably not a real call. Yeah,
Yes,
I
yes.
I, I get a lot from Colorado and other places, but not Russia.
Hmm, hmm.
So
Very interesting.
interesting. Yeah,
Michael S. I'm sorry. It was just I saw like the
that's a
random number
random.
and then it says
Yeah.
Russia underneath. Okay, cool. Michael S. with a super chat. Thank you so much, Michael. Is this year's offensive line coaching shortfalls comparable to last year's defensive line coaching? Shortfalls. What does that mean?
Um, are this year's O line coaching shortfalls comparable to last year's D line's coaching shortfalls? So basically
Okay.
shortcomings.
Okay.
No, I think they're worse. I think we talked about last year's issues to me. They were things that I don't know that you can really fault Al Washington for at times. I think some of them was coaching, scheme wise and all that. I think in last year, there were times last year, Ryan, where that defensive line was really good, and then times when they weren't, and that was the disappointing thing, just the constant up and down and the lack
Yeah.
of discipline. To me, this group on the offensive line, the regression we've seen from everybody this season has just been problematic, and to me, more concerning for last year because you don't have anything about like, well, the buy-in's not there, and once those guys that aren't bought in leave, you're going to be in a better position. I've never heard a thing about the players not buying in to Joe Rudolph. And I know that Joe Alt's having a great year, and Pro Football Focus says he's the number one ranked tackle, but his grade for them is lower this year than it was last year. And I
Yeah.
just feel like the down moments for him this year have been a little bit more prominent, and I think part of it is because of what's going on around him. And I don't care how good you are, Ryan. When certain things are going on around you, you're gonna be impacted by that. When what's around you is not good, you're gonna be impacted by that. And I think that's even hurt him to a degree. Although he's still been great. Don't get me wrong, he's still been great. But it's just like, him getting tripped up by one of his own guards and then getting pushed on his back by a Louisville guy, and it looks like he got pancaked. Well, no, he
Right.
didn't get pancaked. He got tripped by
Right.
his own guy. That never happened last year. You know what I mean? Like, and we've seen him
Sure.
get knocked off blocks by his own guys. Like this offensive line, I've never seen an offensive line knock themselves off of blocks more than I see from this offensive line. I've never seen anything like it. I'm watching the Clemson game and I'm like, oh, he's blocking them pretty good. And then Blake Fisher comes crashing in and knocks him off the block. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, that's more concerning to me because you could point to the buy-in last year. And this is why, Ryan, coming in the year, you and I were a lot higher on the defensive line than a lot of people were. Because we liked the talent and we had heard the things about the buy-in and all that. We could kind of explain away what happened last year. I can't explain away what's happening this year. It's just been a bad job, in my opinion, by the offensive line coach. I mean, the fact is Notre Dame has it's been a long time since Notre Dame has rushed for 200 yards in a game. And that is not okay. They have not rushed for 200 yards in a game since game 4 in Central Michigan. And that's a problem.
Right.
That's definitely a problem.
I'm interested to see, especially what it looks like next year, because I'm not a 1 year kind of dictates everything or is the symbol of
Sure.
everything. So obviously we'll give them a little bit longer to show out, because next year you also don't have your tickets in Joe Alt anymore, right?
Yeah.
Most likely you're going to have to completely rebuild this offensive line. So what does the competition inside look like? Is if Zeke Correll comes back, if he doesn't come back, like, what does the makeup of the interior look like? Blake Fisher, if he comes back, what are you able to have a breakthrough there? Because I think that there's a breakthrough that needs to happen at some point, or else you just kind of need to become accustomed to, like, this is just the Blake Fisher that we're always going to get, at some point. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's also, can you get Emil Wagner ready to play? Can you get Charles Jagasaw ready to play? Can you get Ashton Craig ready to play? Can you get Billy Shroud? to play. So like this offseason, I think is going to be big for Joe Rudolph and determining just how good he can be as an offensive line coach at Notre Dame. Because there's a lot more questions going into next year on offensive line than there is this year. There was this year, I should say. I mean, you had a first round left tackle, you had a right tackle that was now going to be in year 2 of full-time starting, but he was a starter the year before with the limited time he had. You had Zeke Corral, who was a second-year starter, obviously. And then you had two guys that at guard who, although haven't played a ton, are still juniors, right? Like they've still been in the program for a couple years. So there were a lot less question marks. There were a lot more question marks going into this offseason. I'm still hopeful that he'll get it turned around.
There's talent.
Like you have no idea. Oh, there's a lot of talent. There's always talent there.
Yeah. It's been interesting.
We had a question from Irish Blood who said, Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State. What do you think is the biggest weakness as a team right now for each of those?
Let's go one at a time, right? Ohio State. I think my biggest weakness right now is I would still say the offense. Can they when you get in the postseason, if it does become the scoring games that postseason games have been in the past, is Ohio State good enough to keep up? I know their defense is better, but we've seen very good defenses still get scored on in the postseason. It's just you got to make stops, but you still got to be able to score. I'd like to say that the Michigan State game, if you're an Ohio State fan, you'd like to say the Michigan State game was sort of like that, okay, they've arrived moment, but Michigan State's just really bad right now. They're really, really bad. And so I need to see them do it against Michigan. But if Kyle McCord can keep playing the way he did, and just Travion Henderson, I don't know how much that game you watched, Ryan, but like the burst was there. Like, I mean, he was getting downhill in a hurry. So that was a good sign, right? Emeka was back. He's not 100% yet, but at least he's back, and he'll get, Emeka's thing is if you're Ohio State, you just got to get to the playoff because you're going to get healthier in that time off in between. Emeka's going to get healthy. Travion's going to get healthier. Some of these guys are banged. Tommy Eichenberg didn't play on Saturday. Josh Proctor didn't play on Saturday. Those guys are going to be healthier in the postseason. You just got to get to the playoff. But can they score enough? That would be one. And I still think they can be susceptible to a really good passing team, especially one like Georgia, who can go at their safeties and linebackers. And that's the dangerous thing with Georgia, with Brock Bowers, and then some of their, getting Ladd McConkey and some of those matchups in space. Not that you're going to rip them up, but you can make enough plays on them to outscore them. It would be would still be my thing. And I also think if they get up against an offensive line that's massive, they could still have some problems. And that's why I'm curious to see how they're going to do against Michigan in a couple weeks.
Mine is definitely, I still have concerns with the offensive line. I think that the pass protection has actually been relatively solid for the most part, but I still think that they are just a little, they lack talent in certain spots still. I mean, the Simmons kid and Fryer, I think Fryer would be a really good interior offensive lineman. I still think he's a little bit out of place at right tackle. And unfortunately, you have a quarterback, Kyle McCord, that is a solid mover in the pocket, but like he's definitely going to decrease efficiency when he's pressured, right? So I think that for me, it's the offensive line is still the question because I when pressure's on, I think that they're going to struggle a little bit.
We saw that against Rutgers last week, where Rutgers was able to pressure him a little bit early. We saw that at times against Notre Dame when Notre Dame actually heated him up. That's when he would make his mistakes, right? So I think that's fair. Yeah, Georgia. Secondary, they're secondary with the young guys and some injuries and some things like that. Their corners are a vulnerable spot for them. That's the closest I can find to kind of a weakness for Georgia because they're another team that's just now getting healthy. They got Mims back this week. Bowers is back. McConkey's back. Like this, they're going to go into the postseason right as healthy they've been all year. Malachi Starks has been banged up the last couple weeks as well. I think he's playing, but he's been banged up. If you've got some really good outside receivers, I think you can win some battles against them because they've got talented corners. They're just young and just not as experienced guys they've had. That's the
last
closest.
As a senior, but
that's the closest that I think you're going to find to a weakness on Georgia right now. I think the thing with Georgia is they're just not as elite at some positions like they've been in past years, but they're just really good everywhere. Like they're not the team that like scares me. Like, oh my gosh, they're going to kill you in the trenches, but they're still really good in the trenches. They're just not like 2021 Georgia in the trenches, right? But they're still, 2021. the first year they won a title. I thought that D-line was even more dominant than last year's. But they're still good. And their offensive line is like Bama's the same way. Their offensive line's now starting to get right. Now, as we get in November, their lines are starting to get right. I mean,
Sure.
And then the other thing too is, Ryan, is we still don't know how Carson Beck is going to be in the big moment. It's an unknown. It's not that he will be bad or won't, I don't know. We haven't seen him in that moment. Yeah. We've seen in some games against Missouri and Ole Miss at home and, games like that, but that's different than the SEC title game. That's different than a college football playoff.
Sure.
You don't know what you don't know until you're in that moment. That'd be the only other thing I can think of. And then if they continue to have, if they're getting healthy now, they can't afford to not have Brock Bowers in the postseason. Because I think if he stays healthy, that's going to be one of the best things to happen to them, is him getting injured. Because it forced other guys to step up. And it forced him to be able to, go to Rock Thomas more, be willing to go to some of those other guys more, because he couldn't just rely on Brock Bowers. I think that made Carson Beck a better quarterback. And now that you put Brock back in, you've now got that faith in other guys, and now you're just inserting him into that. And it's like, good Lord, that's going to be dangerous, in my opinion.
I think that team by far is the favorite to win the championship again and three-peat. I would say it's a health thing. They're getting healthy, but if there's a couple bad injuries down the stretch, could that compromise it? Sure. Otherwise, there's just not really.
They're gonna have to outplay them.
That team. Yeah.
I think they're more beatable than they were last year, but they're still the most complete team in college football.
I think they're better than last year, man. I really
think they're what now? You broke up. You broke up when you start talking.
I think they're a better team than they were last year. I think they're a better team this year.
I think they're a more focused team. I don't know that I would go with you on better, but I think they're a more focused team. We haven't seen the ups and downs from them, right. But they've fallen behind. They've allowed their opponent to score. What is it, 5 games in a row? First, they've had to come from behind a couple times, but it wasn't last year where they weren't focused. They're just they're doing what I think Notre Dame should do next year. Now, I don't think Notre Dame will be as good as Georgia, but the point is, what did Georgia do? So we know we're gonna take some lumps early, because we're going to put a quarterback that hasn't played. We've got some other positions where we're having to fill veteran players. We didn't go to the portal to replace a bunch of guys. They even went to the portal. They got Rock Thomas. Who's the other kid they got? They got the kid from Mississippi State and the kid from Missouri.
Yeah. Yeah. He actually I think he led the SEC in receiving last year. Now he's like a backup for them.
Yeah. What the heck is his name? Why am I drawing a blank on this, Ryan?
Dominic Blaylock? No, Dominic.
No, Dominic Lovett's the kid from Missouri, and Rara Thomas is from Mississippi State. Yeah, Rara. I said Rock Thomas. I'm not sure. And they've been solid players.
Auburn, didn't he? Didn't Rock Thomas play running back?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that they've been solid players, but that's what Georgia does in the portal. They get role player, that kind of thing. But they say, hey, we're gonna put some guys out there that we're gonna develop. And, it would have been easy for Georgia to go out there and say, hey, we got to go get a veteran quarterback that can go out there and help us compete, win a three-peat. So now we're going to go with Carson Beck and develop him, and understand that early in the year, we're going to have to protect him a little bit and, run the ball, play good defense. But eventually the kid's going to figure it out. And now you look at him, Ryan, and he's playing really good football, in my opinion, in the last few games. Man. What's that?
The pass protection is wild for Georgia right now, because Ole Miss is actually a really strong team on the defensive line. They have some dudes up there, and they could not sniff Carson Beck this past week. They couldn't sniff him.
So, but just develop the kids you have, man. That's what you do. And if you believe enough in who you are as a program, then you stick with it. And that's what Kirby's saying is no one's going to develop kids better than who we are. So why would I bring someone who hasn't been developed the way that we do it into our program? And it's worked out. Michigan.
JJ McCarthy, he's a fraud. Yeah. He's a fraud. That's my weakness. He's a fraud.
Fraud. I'm trying to think how to say this a little bit more. I think JJ McCarthy's a nice player. He's a nice game manager.
Good college player, sure.
He has been turned into something that he is not. Yes. And it was exposed in this game. And, I blame Jim Harbaugh 100% for that. Because he's sitting there talking about he's the best this and the best that, and it's like, dude, just let the kid develop. You know what I mean? It's like Charlie Weiss saying, "Oh, Brady Quinn's going to be better than Tom Brady." Dude, just let him be Tom Brady Quinn. But I still don't think they have the playmakers on the perimeter, in my opinion, on really either side of the ball, but especially on offense to beat a Georgia, to beat. Again, I still don't think they're going to beat Ohio State, but we'll find out in a couple weeks. But I just think about them going to the postseason, Ryan, and trying to beat Florida State or Washington or Georgia with Roman Wilson being your best pass catcher on the perimeter on the outside. Now I like their tight ends and all that, but I'm not in love with Michigan's skill on offense. I'm not. And they're not the big play offense they were last year. Like not even close. Like last year they could rip off big plays. This year they can't. Or at least they haven't up to this point in time. So I just Michigan is a very solid team everywhere. I just don't think they're great anywhere. Like I don't think their front seven's as good as it was 2 years ago. Their offensive line's good, but it's not as good as it's been the last 2 years. I don't know. I think Michigan had a what's that?
Running backs are very good. Very
yeah.
good.
Well, but the production hasn't been what it was last year because again, I don't think the offensive line has been as good. And I just feel like they're a team to me that has benefited from the fact they've played no one up until this weekend. And you give them some of the other schedules that top teams have played, and they're not an undefeated team right now. Florida State, this is a more interesting one, Ryan. To me, it depends on which Florida State you get. And that, to me, is the biggest issue I have with Florida State. I don't know who's going to show up. They're such a strange team.
I think it's secondary. I know that Central Cypress has been better than what they had last year, but I still don't think he's great either. I think their secondary
he's a good player.
Susceptible. I think he's very susceptible for big plays.
Well, and offensively, they can go through bouts of what are you doing on offense where you're just like you just can't. I mean, Duke ate them up early. Then they finally figured it out and were able to get the ball down the field. But I wonder. That team is just very inconsistent to me. And then I would say too, if you look at the next team on the list that's undefeated, because to me, one of these 4 teams is getting knocked out if Washington runs the table, just flat out. The loser of the Ohio State and Michigan game gets knocked out behind Washington if Washington runs the table. And they keep winning. Washington, it's an easy one. It's their defense is just, of the 4 teams, their defense is in a different universe. And yes, their offense is very good, but they're going to have to score a lot against these teams. Because, to me, Ohio State has got a defense that can make. You're not going to hold them to 13 points, but you're going to have some stops. I mean, Utah forced some stops, Oregon forced some stops. They're very good on both very good on defense. And to me, it's can you stop Ohio State? Like that's a question, in the postseason. Can you stop Georgia in the postseason? I don't know. They gave up 28 points to Utah. So that's can you imagine Washington in a playoff matchup trying to stop Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson? that would be a high scoring playoff game for me.
Yep.
And that's the thing that to me hurts Washington a little bit. But they keep winning, man. I keep thinking, this is the week Washington catches an L, and they don't. They keep winning.
It's going to happen at some point when they see Oregon, and it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So
we'll see.
I think that's the best team in the pack right now. At least playing the best football in the pack, I should say, right now. Ryan Proth said, do you think Cole Mullins would have risen up the rankings a lot that he played this season? And does him missing a year of development concern you at all?
I mean, always concerned when a kid loses a year of development. Always concerned about that. Would he have risen up the rankings? Probably not. I don't know that he would have been given the opportunity to rise up the way that a Bryce Young has. And honestly, kind of glad he didn't, because my concern is if he did, you'd have LSU, Georgia, Bama, teams like that, who maybe they miss on some of the guys they wanted, they come calling for him. So do I think he would have risen up the rankings? No, I don't think he would. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy like Bryce Young's risen up the rankings, right? Kedron Young has. But there's other guys having really good senior years, Ryan, and it hasn't impacted people's opinions of them at all nationally because they're just not paying attention.
Yeah.
Right. Part of the reason with Bryce Young is you can't ignore him. Because,
Right.
like,
It's
he's got a
big.
teammate that's having a way better year than he had last year, and he's going down in the rankings, Micah Gilbert.
Yeah. Yeah. Which
You
doesn't make any
know,
sense. But
right?
it doesn't
Because
make
they're
any
not.
sense. But
It's just there's no focus on it. But I don't know that he would have gone up in the rankings. And
yeah.
it would
I
have
mean,
been hard for him to move up in my ranking because he was already a borderline top 100 player. I don't know.
he probably would have moved up slightly just because I think Caleb Downs being gone from Mill Creek would have had a little bit more shine on him potentially than what it was. I think he was just a little bit underrated, but so he probably would have went up a little bit. I mean, but year of development. I mean, he's still in the room taking mental reps, obviously, but I would have liked him to work on an everyday basis physically in what is a good coaching staff at Mill Creek. So
Yeah.
hopefully it's not a big deterrent, but we shall see.
Well, the nice thing is he's not a guy that they were necessarily bringing in to play as a rookie. So he'll have that time to kind of
Right.
develop and learn and grow and get healthy and all that kind of stuff.
Yep, and he'll be back soon anyway. So,
Mm-hmm.
John A1, the offensive line run scheme requires the guards to pull much more this year. Did that sap the aggressiveness, physical drive, blocking we saw the line do last year?
Oh, well, look, that can lead to that if not implemented properly. That is an inherent risk that I've seen when you do pin and pull is if you don't coach it properly and you don't coach certain things on a daily basis, you can lose some of that. Um, but there's still physical blocks happening on that. Like our focus is on the pull, but the pin has got to be an aggressive, physical, stone a guy in place type of block in the way that Notre Dame runs it. I don't think that's my biggest issue with the pin and pull stuff, Ryan. My biggest issue with the pin and pull stuff is why are you running that much stuff that requires your guards to move that much when your guards can't
Right,
move?
right.
That like
Not
it's
playing to
about
strengths.
playing
Right,
exactly. If you'd have done this more with Jarrett Patterson last year, okay, I understand. I mean, he moves well enough where you could have done some of that stuff. But I don't
yep,
see how having Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler is playing to their strengths when you're pulling this much. Now, am I okay? Like early in the year, I thought they had a nice blend, right? Inside zone was their bread and butter. And then they would balance counter and power with it. But now they've just gotten so happy with it. It's just like this is all they do. And it's like inside zone just a complement to it. And that's okay in certain offenses. This isn't the offense for that to be okay. And I think
right,
part of it is because they don't have a lot of faith in their guards to be able to go bully people. I think that's part of it too. But the problem is if you feel that way, then you need to get different guards. You need to,
right.
if you think your guards are going to get their butts kicked, then you need to get more athletic guards in there and then let them do the pinning and pulling and then deal with it that way. But it just doesn't make any sense. That's my bigger
Yep.
issue than the lack of physicality. I think the lack of physicality. I like. I was thinking this, Ryan, and I said this to Sean Davis, and I'm curious your opinion. I'm watching even the Utah Washington game. Watching these guys come off and just fight and battle and it's not that the Notre Dame kids don't try hard. I've never felt they're not trying, but they're just not a real physical group. And I kept waiting on them to take that step, and they just haven't. Where they just don't push people around the way you expect the Notre Dame offensive line to push people around, especially when you've got 3 of the 5 starters from last year's line that was able to push people around. Like
Yeah.
is not having Josh Lugg and Quentin Nelson, Josh Lugg and Jarrett Patterson the reason you went from what we saw against Clemson last year to what we saw against Clemson this year? Like, I had somebody, well, they still ran for 180 yards. Guys, over 60 of those yards were quarterback scrambles. Right. They didn't run the ball like that this year. And some of the runs they had were Audric Estime making great runs, more so than great blocking, in my opinion,
Yeah.
that game. So it doesn't make any sense to do that when you've got the guards you have, and just an overall sense of this team just doesn't, they're just not as physical as they were last year. I'm having a hard time putting my hand on it because it's not that they're not trying. It's not that they're like soft. I'm not saying that. It's not like the Jeff Quinn era. They just don't play with like the same level of I want to beat your face in mentality that I see from other top teams, and that concerns me a little bit. I don't know if I'm putting my finger on it the right way, but that's kind of
I
my best way I can explain it.
I think there's two for me, John. I think one, it's misuse. I don't think you're playing into guys' strengths well enough, and also This is going to sound kind of mean, I guess. I don't know. I think that there's far too many offensive linemen starting right now that aren't incredibly talented, to be honest with you. I think that a couple of the offensive linemen that start right now lack explosiveness and lack just incredible talents. I think the interior needs a major overhaul this
Yeah.
offseason, or at least more competition to that room. I think Blake Fisher needs to get his head out of his you know what and start playing up to his
Hmm.
talent level. I think that needs to happen. I do think Joe Alt has taken a step forward as far as a better run blocker than what he was last year. But again, he's one player, right? Like you can't be a succinct and competitive and consistent offensive line with one football player. So Blake needs to have some soul searching this offseason, in my opinion, and there needs to be a legit competition on the interior and a fair one too, not just a competition at face value, right? Like you need to let guys compete because I just think there's a lack of talent inside right now, which is concerning, very concerning. She had a place like Notre Dame that recruits offensive line so well.
Right.
I shouldn't be watching a three-man interior where I'm just like, man, they're just like not incredibly talented, man. Like it's just not great talent,
Well,
which is just frustrating.
and the talent they do have, right? Because everybody has, like what you're saying is they're not the high level talents. We agree. But every
Explosive,
player
yeah.
has some level of talent. Like, and so I'm using the word talent differently than you just did. The talent, the strengths that they do have, I guess is a better way of saying it. You're not then playing to those, right? So if you're going to start Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler, and let's just say, Ryan, those are the two guys you're talking about. I know one of them certainly is. I think both to a degree are who you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
If
Yep.
you're going to start them, then you need to make sure that what you're doing fits who they are. Rocco Spindler, when he has his good reps, he's doing what? He's drive blocking vertically, right? When Pat Coogan has had good moments, they've been what? Drive blocking vertically, right? And you're not doing that. Now, you could say, well, the concern is they're not very athletic, and so people beat them up the field. Okay, then figure out something with your zones to make sure you're able to handle those things. Don't go all pin and pull. Like that's not the answer. And so it's like there were plays last week, right? They had 3 freaking guys pulling. Did you see that stuff? And it's like, what the heck are we doing? And it worked a couple times early, and then Clemson figured it out and blew it up, and Notre Dame made no adjustments. So
Yeah.
I just feel like they're running. This goes back to the whole issue I have offensively. They're just running stuff to run stuff. It's not necessarily stuff that's geared towards this is what the strengths of your football team are. And that's a concern that I have. That's a
Yep.
very big concern that I have. Here's a question along those lines, Ryan. Similar topic.
99 problems with BK once. Since the guard position has struggled, would you move Blake Fisher to guard in 2024, put Charles Jagusah at right tackle, and then figure out the replacement for Joe Alt?
I'm open to that idea. I still think Blake is a guard in the
Yeah.
NFL. I do.
Agreed.
Did you say you agree with that, Ryan?
I 100% agree
Okay.
with that. Yes. Yep.
I don't know how bought in Blake would be to that, but I'm at the point now where Blake hasn't played well enough to be able to, like,
Have to say, like,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
oh, he'll leave. Okay, like, all right. I would hope he wouldn't be that way, but it's like, dude, this is what's best for your future as well. This is what's best
Yeah.
for us now and best for your future. Here's the question, though, Ryan. Who starts at guard if Blake Fisher moves to? Who starts at tackle if Blake Fisher moves to guard? You
Well,
have you have
in
Tosh
99
Baker,
problems
Emil Wagner.
hypothetical, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
I
in this
mean,
hypothetical, they're saying Charles Jagusah and I guess maybe Emil Wagner, I guess, or Tosh. I
but are
mean,
they
yeah, yeah,
ready? Like to me, the only way you can really justify moving Blake is if there's a clear person ready to take over those spots. You know what I mean? Now maybe Tosh has done some things in practice. They're like he's ready to be one of those guys. Maybe Jagasaw or Emil is showing that. But you've got to have more than two tackles. So
yeah,
would I be open to that? Sure. I just think it's more likely they move Jagasaw to guard and leave Blake where he is than move him inside. Even though Ryan, you and I have been talking about moving Blake inside for how long? I mean,
yeah.
I'm always open to that idea. I just,
I've really
as a
whether
football
it's
coach, you just got to have somebody ready to step in before you start moving guys, especially a
right.
tackle.
Whether it's at tackle or guard, I really hope that Charles Jagusah takes a big jump this offseason,
Yeah.
man, because he could be an answer to multiple spots on the Notre Dame offensive line if he's ready, right? If
Yeah.
he's ready. So I hope he is, man. I pray that he is because he could change the fortunes, I think, pretty quick of what, because you're in a little bit of a really weird situation with the offensive line this offseason where you're just kind of like, man, there's a lot of questions right here, man. Like there's a whole lot. I mean, if you ask me today what the offensive line is going to look like starting in 2024, I have no clear answer for you. Like, I mean, one, does Blake even come back? He should, but is he going to? I don't know.
Yeah.
Zeke Correll, is he going to come back for a fifth year? I mean,
Sixth
it's
year.
just
Yeah.
6 year, excuse me. Like a lot of questions as far as who's even going to be in the room. And then after that, it's like Tosh, Emil, Charles, the guards,
Yeah.
Billy. I mean, like
Some
there's
of
a lot of
Absher.
guys and not a lot of
Yeah.
answers. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that Kirby's going to be an early enrollee. So I think that'd be tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough enough for a
He's
freshman to
not
start
gonna be.
anyway, but
Yeah.
and that's a school thing, correct? Isn't that a
Yes.
Catholic
Yep.
Memorial thing? What I thought.
Yes. Catholic Memorial. And then there's a lot of schools in Ohio that have like a similar rule, which is
Yeah.
why some
I
of those
remember
guys
Josh Lugg and his high school wouldn't let him in. He's in Pittsburgh. They wouldn't let him do that
Carson
either.
Hobbs' school won't let him either. So yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, there's a lot of talent, but you just again, it's going to be one of those things where, do you go to the portal for a veteran tackle, or do you just say, hey, let's get these kids ready to play. Let's put our kids out there and try and figure it out. It's it's not an easy answer, man. It's not. It just my big concern at the whole thing, Ryan, is I feel like very quickly we've lost the like you're not early in the season. You saw the Harry Hiestand impact still there, and it's gone away the further away we've gotten. That's a big concern for me. Very big concern. Here's an interesting one.
We had a question from Coach Kotz. What's up, Coach? Last one. How do you feel about the service academies? Some would say they should focus on the service and not football. Also, how do you feel about waiving service obligations to play in the NFL?
I have a prediction that you and I are going to disagree on the last one, but I'm going to say on the first one, no, absolutely should not focus on service and not football. I think there's this notion that you can't do two things at once. You can do two things at once, number one. Number two, I think that playing sports is something that absolutely fits into the mission of what we're doing here, the importance of teamwork. It's incredible. I mean, why do we always use military examples when talking about sports? Because there's so many things that carry over from playing athletics to fighting in battle. It's about the man next to you, right? It's about you're not just working for you, you're working for a team. And if you don't do your job, then that hurts everybody. I mean, there's so many different things. You're learning discipline, you're learning mental toughness, you're learning all types of things, being part of a team, accountability, all things to me that only enhance the other amazing things you're getting while being at one of the service academies, right? And so to me, I absolutely am about them being able to play sports, right? I mean, they're still student athletes. I mean, they're still students. They're still in college. They're not like, just normal service members, right? They're still they're in a learning environment. And I think there's absolutely lessons that can be learned from being an athlete. I think it'd be silly for us to say, yeah, all these war metaphors make sense when we talk about sports, but the people that are eventually going to have to go fight those wars can't play sports for whatever reason, So that's my answer to the first one, Ryan. I'm curious what your answer is on that one as well.
No, I've never had any issue. I've never had any issue with it. I mean, again, as long as you are doing your duties and the things that are the obligations that you have hand, and you are also fitting in football. I mean, those kids are monsters, by the way, man. Like they manage time as well as any people that I've ever seen. I mean, I've literally gotten to know some kids from Army, Navy, and like the NFL draft space, and like those kids like grinders, man. So yeah, I mean they earned the rights to do that, right? With the hard work that they put in. So I have no issue with it at all.
Second part, how do I feel about waiving service obligations to play in the NFL? Personally, I don't support that. You are signing up.
Return to it afterwards. I mean,
Yes,
as long as
I don't. I don't. I mean, and you look at the examples that we've seen in the past. I mean, Roger Staubach served, and with all due respect, there aren't kids coming out of Army, Navy, and Air Force that are the NFL prospects that Roger Staubach was. Like to me, this is a little different than a normal college situation. You're choosing to serve, and you've made a commitment to that that goes above and beyond sports. I'm not someone who's going to be pissed if a kid asks out of it. I'm not going to fault him if he wants to pursue that opportunity. But I'm also someone who believes that you made a commitment. You signed up to serve, and you honor that commitment. And we've seen it happen. I mean, we've seen guys play in the NFL after serving their commitment. Roger Staubach went on to have a Hall of Fame career. He served 4 years in the Navy after he got done playing at the Naval Academy. So, yeah, that's just my personal opinion. I don't think that people that advocate for the other are necessarily wrong. I understand it. I'm sympathetic to it. But for me, when you make a decision to go that route, you've honored that commitment. They've invested their time into developing you to be an officer, and then now you've got to be out of that for however many years you play in the NFL, and then I don't get your best years. I don't necessarily support that, but I'm not so staunch on it that I think that, like, I wouldn't say that there's character flaws for people who do want to go play in the next level. I understand that too. But my thing is, it's just a little bit of a different animal for me. So, yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I personally wouldn't.
okay. I'm not against it. I mean, because the way I think of it is, I agree that you have an obligation and it's something you signed up for. But as long as you do that time, right? As long as you do get that obligation done, I'm not against that. Whether that's directly after school, whether that's around an NFL career, I'm okay with it regardless.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to the next one here, Ryan. We still have a ton of questions here. It's an interesting one.
Right, it's not popping up for me. Oh, there it is. John A1 with the question: which issue is more essential for the Notre Dame offense to fix? The short yardage run game efficiency or the pass game outside the numbers? Pass game outside the numbers for me,
Agree.
John. I think that it could go either way. Like, you could say that either one could fix the other to a degree. But if you're able to open up the field, and I mean, what does Coach Freeman always say? He wants to work the whole 53 and a third or whatever it is, right? That if you're able to affect the game full field, then that's going to make the short yardage run game better, because now a team is going to have to honor the ability for you to get outside the numbers, to get out off tackle, to do types of things. So I would say the ability to win outside the numbers would help with the run game a ton.
So you're saying is both help each other, but being able
Both can help each
to improving outside the numbers will have a greater impact on this one than that would have on throwing outside the numbers. I agree wholeheartedly. I do.
Yep.
We're on the same page.
Cool. Irish Blooded, what national championship game matchup this year excites you the most as a great game to see? Ohio State, Georgia for me. Ohio State,
Yeah.
Georgia is a game that I'm very interested in seeing.
In my opinion, those are the two best teams in college football right now. That's where I'm at. We had another question down here, Ryan, that's kind of similar to this one. Shatisha Reese asks, what 4 teams make the college football playoff, and who do you think wins the championship? To me, right now, if I had to predict, I just think Ohio State and Georgia are the 2 best teams I've seen, in my opinion, and that would be the best championship game. Who wins? I don't know. I mean, I think that'd be a heck of a game to me, but I think those are the 2 best teams that I've seen so far. And I think Florida State's the one team from the outside that I could see, if they play their game, they can beat anybody. But I have less confidence they're going to play their game because they have the dynamic playmakers, but and they have a D line that at times when it's on can take over some key moments. But that's kind of who I would go at. But yeah, that would be my but my 4 as of right now, 3 of the 4 teams I predicted to be in the playoff are still undefeated: Georgia, Ohio State, Washington. I'm going to ride with them until we see them get beat. 4th team right now, I have a hard time seeing Florida State losing. I mean, they've had some ugly wins, Ryan, in the ACC play, but they win. They found ways to win. To me, that's going to serve them better than what happened in 2014, where the 2014 team just blew everybody out, never got challenged, and they finally get punched in the face by Oregon, and they just fold. Right? I mean, they only got punched in the face once all year, and that was by Notre Dame that year, in my view. So this team finds ways to win, and I just don't know if there's anyone on their schedule that is good enough to beat them, So they would probably be my 4th right now. That would be my 4. So I would assume that you're going to take Oregon to basically win the rematch against Washington. Would they be your 4?
Yeah, they would probably be my 4. And
So
I
you'd
think
go.
that yeah.
Go
Well,
ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think the championship game is gonna end up being Georgia versus a Big Ten team. Whatever Big Ten team gets in there. I actually think it's gonna be Michigan. I hate to say that, but I just think the well-roundedness is gonna win outs, but we shall see in a few weeks, obviously. So, but I think it's gonna be Georgia. I know it's really boring, Shatisha, but
They're doing what they
just
need to do.
just really good, man. Like, what do you
Yeah.
want me to say about it? Like, they just don't have many holes in it. I mean,
Mm-mm.
it's just a completely good really good football team. Boring, but it is what it is. T Guns, of the 4 big coaches at Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, Coach Ivy, Coach Shrewsbury, and Stiffmeister, who will have the most success at Notre Dame once the time here comes to an end?
If I had to guess, I'd say Niall Ivy, just because there's a much better path for the women's basketball team to be in the Final Four every year and win championships than football, and that's kind of always true. I mean, I think
Yeah,
a women's basketball team can always have that kind of success at schools at a place like Notre Dame. So I would, in order, I'd go Coach Ivy, Coach Freeman, Coach Shrewsbury. I mean, Coach. It's not.
Stifler.
No,
Is it
it's
Stifler?
he's asking the baseball coach, and it's Sean. See, now he's got me wanting to say Stiffmeister. It's Stifler. I think it's Stifler.
Yes, I said
And
Stifler. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it's Sean Stifler. Freaking
yeah.
Tommy Guns. I'd say him 3rd and Micah Shrewsbury 4th. And the reason I put Shrewsbury 4th is because men's basketball is just such a different animal than those other sports to me.
Right.
And it's the hardest to recruit to, in my opinion, at Notre Dame. Like, women's basketball team can get elite players. They just got a commitment from a top 10 big next year, that's about to sign. That's just signed. Hannah Hidalgo is a number 5 player in the country. Olivia Miles is a top 10 player. Sonia Cintron was a top 20 player. Men's basketball team will never recruit with any kind of consistency top 10 basketball players. Never going to happen. Well, why? Because if you're a women's basketball player, you're most likely going to spend at least 3 years in college. So that degree still matters. Where in men's basketball, if you're a top 25 player, you're not envisioning yourself spending more than a year in college. Right.
Right.
So it's just baseball's the same way, Ryan. If you're an elite baseball player and you choose not to go to the draft, Notre Dame brings a great value to you if you can afford it, because depending on how much of the scholarship they can give, because you're going to have to be there for 3 years. You can get a degree in 3 years. So you can get a great degree, play in a one of the better baseball conferences in college baseball, a team that's proven it can go to the College World Series. They've done it before, and so whereas men's basketball, it's just the odds of them getting that kind of player is just harder. The recruiting dynamics are so much different for basketball than
Yep.
they are the others. That's really what it boils down to. And
Yep.
Notre Dame's never going to buy players the way that Duke does and Kansas does and stuff like that. Just not going to happen. So if we're just going to compare resumes, now that doesn't mean that Shrewsbury's success can't be beyond. Like, even if he doesn't achieve the same, just looking at the raw numbers, conference championships, national titles, Final Fours, and all that, he could still be, relative to context, the best of the 4, and he still won't have the actual championships to back it up the way that the others can. That's kind of where. Does that make sense, Ryan? Men's basketball is just so much harder to win at a place like Notre Dame, in my opinion.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think we're the same pretty much. I mean, Coach Ivy, for the proven commodity that she already is, and the proven program that Notre Dame's women's basketball already is. Coach Freeman, I'm hopeful, is number 2 on that list. I defer to answer this question later, Tommy, because I need to see more from Coach Shrewsbury, and I don't know much about Coach Stifler either. So I would like to sit on those 2 for a little bit here.
Yeah.
Like to say.
Yeah, because I know Stifler's been a coach for much longer than Coach Shrewsbury had, and he did very well at Penn State, but he was only there, 2 years?
2
I
years or
think, right?
something. Yeah.
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 So,
I know people speak very highly of him though, so we'll see.
yeah. Yeah. I loved his post-game press conference after the loss. Did you hear what he said? He goes, "I sucked.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't give these
Hmm.
guys a chance to," I was like, "Oh my gosh, I like this guy. I like this guy."
All right. Next question we have is here. The Kinger 321. Thank you for the question. Going to my first game on Saturday. What time is the player walk into the stadium? You can look it up the
I think
itinerary
it's
for
about I
games.
think it's like 2 hours before, I believe.
What time
So
is the game this weekend?
3:30. So I think it's 1:30,
Okay.
I believe. I
You can
believe.
just you can just Google Notre Dame game day versus whatever team you're looking for, obviously, in
Yeah.
this situation. So, yeah,
I'm
you
going
can
to
find
ask
it.
Angela because she always knows when it is because she likes to go take pictures of when they're coming in and stuff. So,
Hmm.
but yeah, here we go. Let's get it going.
John
I'll
A1
go.
when
I'll let you know when I get that answer. What she says.
okay. John A1 when Boubacar Traore was a recruit, he was projected as a big end and initially interior defensive line. Not that he is a Viper has his ceiling changed. Now that he's a Viper has his ceiling changed. Who would you comp him with now as a Viper?
I still don't think he stays at Viper long term. I still think he's going to outgrow the position.
He could.
Now, what he has, however, is he's got a level of twitch off the edge that could maybe allow him to be an Isaiah Foskey type 270-pound Viper. I just, I think part of it's going to depend on Ryan. I still don't know how they want to use that position ultimately.
Yeah,
Like, is it, I still have questions about that, but I still think he eventually grows into a big end because I think what they want that position to be, I think we saw with Javante Jean-Baptiste, they want to have a productive playmaking presence at that field end position. And I think he could be that guy. And I think right now you have fewer potential big ends than you do Vipers. But does his ceiling change? I mean, we've just seen so little of him. But
yeah,
Ryan, I mean, whether it was what you saw against USC or what I saw in the one open practice we went to, that guy just has a knack for winning on the edge. And he's just got that
yeah,
burst and he's got ability to bend and get around that edge in a way you're just like, yeah, that's not great coaching. That's just like that's not to take away from what he did at Catholic Memorial or Washington. It's just like that guy just kind of has a body and an athleticism and ability to do things that you just are kind of not taught. Now you enhance the technique and those type of things, and he can be an elite player, right?
sure.
So there's some of that to him. I just think if he ends up being 270, 275, you can also be that guy on the other side. So
Right.
it just depends on his body growth and kind of how they're going to use those two positions. But
John,
whatever you're going to do,
I
let him
actually,
get after the
I,
quarterback.
I actually like that he lost some weight this offseason to be down to like 237 or whatever the heck he was listed at. Because I expect him to be powerful and explosive, but I did not expect that looseness as a pass rusher that you saw in that rep against USC. It's different, right? So I actually would be for him keeping his weight down a little bit, maybe stay at the 255 ish mark or less and staying at Viper because I want him to play outside track as much as possible. I want him dealing with tight ends and working, double teams and doing all that type of stuff consistently. That's a little bit of a different bend and twitch than what you have on the roster. So I actually would probably be for him staying at Viper, but that's just me off of one great rep. So yeah. We had John Leahy thought on if Elko would go to Texas A&M, how would he be a good fit as a head coach? Yeah, we talked about this already. I mean, he is familiar with the program. He was there for a couple years, obviously, as the defensive coordinator, did a really good job there. Familiarity, I think, is a big thing. He's an up and coming, very good young head coach as far as experience in that role. And I think that he would be a good beacon for a program that needs good people there in some
Yeah.
capacity. So
It's
I
a
think that Elko would
culture
be a very good
change,
fit.
Ryan. They need a culture change at Texas A&M, big time. And hiring a guy that knows why the culture's broken is a great way of fixing it, assuming you believe he's capable of fixing it, which I think Mike Elko is.
All right. Another question from John A1. Schematically, what would you change to aid this year's boundary and field wide receivers to get open?
Well, I mean, number one, I think some of the issues they have are technical, not schematic. But things that I would do schematically, number one, is I think they need to adjust the splits a little bit more. They do a lot adjusting the splits of the field guys. They'll do bunches and stuff like that. I would like to see them do more things where they maybe have reduced splits, which can kind of open up some things. Usually, when you get a little tighter to the tackle, the corners will kind of back off. So there's some things you can do with that. I think there's things they could have done with some invert alignments when they're in a 2x2 with the tight end of the boundaries, have the tight end on the line and have the boundary guy off. You can do some stack type stuff out of that with motions and whatever. There's things they can do, lining up 3x1 with the boundary guy to the field and then motion him off. Again, just finding ways to get them off of the press releases. I think those are really the big things. But at the end of the day, no matter whatever you do schematically, if these kids don't know how to win off the line and don't know how to properly attack leverage, which they've shown that they do not, which is why they constantly get ridden out of bounds constantly into the boundary, then it doesn't matter. Schematically, some other things they could do, Ryan, some more over type concepts where, they do so much short mesh. They don't do a whole lot of deep mesh, where you're running those guys a little bit more vertically over the top. I've seen it a couple times, but not enough of it to where you're really, it's either like vertical or cross. And that's kind of it. Doing some more things that allow them for in-breaking routes as well, because again, vertical post, they're all getting outside releases a lot with a lot of that stuff. And then there's not a lot of like inside release, post in, post dig, post, overs and in breaking routes, clear routes where you run the tight end vertical, bring that guy on an in cut with a cross underneath it. There's just a lot of things that we've talked about before that they just really don't do. And I mean, it's not rocket science. It's really not. And anything that I just said is pretty basic stuff that just about every team seems to have in their playbook. Right. But at the end of the day, you got to know how to win on the line. You got to know how to attack leverage. If you don't do those things, then you're going to have a hard time in a pro style offense. I mean, air raid, you can get away with it, Ryan, because it's just the way it's designed. You're working in space more often and stuff like that. But in a pro style offense, if you don't know how to win off the ball, it doesn't matter what you call. You're still going to get beat.
Right. Well, I think a couple other things that I would say, and I think you mentioned at least one of them, but I think short motions are a big thing that I would look at, right? To a two wide receiver side to just kind of maximize the release points. I would maybe invert a little bit at times to get a wide receiver off the line of scrimmage so he kind of has a little bit more space to work against the press. And honestly, like I just think it's super. I think there's a lack of creativity in the passing game right now. I feel like everything on the outside is working off a vertical plane where I'm just like, you lack speed right now at the outside receiver spots because Deion Colsey's hurt and Tobias Merriweather's kind of playing a little bit of everywhere and he's not playing a ton otherwise in general. So your just lack of speed, I think, is really hurting you. And if you lack speed, I don't understand the insistence on running vertically oriented routes. No one's scared of your speed right now outside for the most part. So I think just an adjustment to your philosophy a little bit as far as what you're trying to get out of those positions as well. But short motions, staggering routes, inverting routes, cutting down splits in certain situations. I think all those things have validity to try to help. We had John A1 with another one. Bo Nix went from a bad offensive program to a good one, and he's a Heisman candidate. What does Sam Hartman's performance this year tell you about the Notre Dame offensive program?
It's not a good offensive system right now. Yeah. Well, it's just it's not a, like, whatever you want to call it, mesh, which is what it is. It's a spread offense that executes a mesh technique in its exchange with the running back. Whatever you want to call it, Wake Forest absolutely knows who they are offensively. It was Sam Hartman, Jamie Newman, John Wolford. They know who they are.
Yeah.
Notre Dame doesn't know who they are right now. They're still trying to figure out who they are. And until that happens, then they're going to not be as good as they should be. But again, for all the issues, they have shown the flashes that this offense has a chance to be really good if they can figure some stuff out. Because there is talent. And when it's on, it can move the ball and create big plays. This is one of the most explosive offensive Notre Dame's had in a while. Probably have to go back to 2015. Their 6.8 yards per carry is going to be one of the 5. If they stay on that in the next 3 games, they're going to be top 5 all time in Notre Dame history in that. You don't do that by accident over the course of a 13-game season. They got some stuff they got to figure out, but there's a decent foundation to build around. there. If they can find, so like Ryan, we just talked about those things at receiver. We've talked about all that stuff before. That's not new. Are you willing to make those changes or not? That's the question. And if they are, and they coach it better and be willing to have some things like, hey, we can't be this team because we don't have the players to be this team. And even if you do, I still don't want everything to be built that vertically oriented. And if you are going to be that vertically oriented, you just got to have stuff off of it, and they don't have stuff off of it. And so it's just, again, it's dialing offense really is what it comes down to, Ryan. And you've got to have a philosophy. Oregon knows who they want to be. Right. And like it or not, that's who they are. Like Penn State, who are they? Like, I don't know that they know who they want to be this year, and it doesn't work. Michigan knows who they are. Michigan knows exactly who they are. So it doesn't matter who's calling play. They know who they are. And you may not like that offense. It may not be what I would install if I was hiring a new, you know what I mean? But they know who they are. They recruit to it, and they coach to it. And that's where Notre Dame's got to be. So, and I think what happened this year with Sam Hartman is going to hurt Notre Dame's ability to go out and get one of the top transfer quarterbacks. Because if you're that guy, why did you look at Notre Dame and say, well, hold on a second, that was one of the most prolific guys to ever play football, and you turned him into that? No, thank you.
Turned him into Drew Pine, man. Turned him into Drew Pine. Yep.
Yeah. There's a two-parter coming up, Ryan.
Okay. Coach Koch with the question. Thank you, sir. What does this team need to do to address the quarterback issue? Seems to me that going back for the last few cycles, they have had trouble developing quarterbacks, with the most success coming from transfers. Even then, they seem to be regressing as the season goes. Ian Book showed a lot of good stuff initially, and then seemed to regress and got worse as a quarterback. Am I alone in thinking this? No, you're not alone. You're not alone at all, I would say.
The only one that I would disagree on is he said that I would not say that Jack Cohn regressed at Notre Dame.
No, he got.
In fact, I think, as I was going to say, like, he had that dip in the middle where he, got benched against Virginia Tech and, didn't play well against Cincinnati. That was early in the season. But if you look at Jack down the stretch, I mean, his last 5 games, actually really 6 games at Notre Dame, you look at North Carolina, Navy, Virginia, Georgia Tech, Stanford, and Oklahoma State, he was really flipping good. I mean, post Virginia Tech, really, he was really flipping good. And in his last 7 games, he threw, let's see here, 7, 9, 11, 16 touchdowns and 4 picks. And I think regular season wise, 5 of his last 6 games, he completed over 70%, and his lowest was 66.7. His yards per attempt in 8-9, 9-3, 14-3, 9-9. He had some on his best moments outside of the Florida State game. His best moments as far as entire games were all late in the year. He had the great fourth quarter comeback against Toledo, but prior to that, he really didn't do a whole lot against Toledo. And so, but other than that, yes, regression has seemed to happen, not just in season, but throughout careers. That's been something that's been a problem in Notre Dame for a while. And I think a lot of it comes back to a similar philosophy between Brian Kelly and Marcus Freeman in this regard. The absolute terror of turning the football over has created a paralysis in the minds of their quarterbacks, in my opinion, that they become so afraid to make mistakes that they would rather just check it down or scramble or do something like that than to take a risk. And there needs to be a happy medium. I also don't want to be somebody that goes out and throws 17. Like, Notre Dame can never win a championship with their starting quarterback throwing 17 picks like Clemson did in 2016. Not going to happen, right? But if you have Deshaun Watson, you got to say, hey, you live with it. You live with the mistakes because the rewards, the plays he's going to make because of that are so great. But that's an anomaly season. That's an anomaly quarterback that you just can't bank on having. So there needs to be a happy medium between what they've been and what they are. I mean, and Sam Hartman went from being a gunslinger to afraid to throw the football down the field unless the guy's just wide open. And you're not going to, I don't care who you have a receiver. You can't win championships that way. I don't care how good your receivers are. You've got to be willing to take. I mean, you think of some of the throws we've seen, quarterbacks make where they just say, man, I'm putting it up, let my guy go make a play. And they do. And that's the difference.
John A1, what are the differences in what the 2021 wide receivers showed versus the 2023 wide receivers? Has the room developed? Had development been upgraded at all? So that's the Kevin Austin.
Yeah, certainly the development is better because if Kevin Austin as a senior and who he was in 2021, without any ounce of improvement at all, was on this football team, this receiving core looks a lot different because you'd
Yep.
have a veteran burner that can beat people down the field. And it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like you can just do things with him that you can't do with Jaden Thomas, that you can't do with Jaden Greathouse and Rico Flores and those type of guys. So, yeah, you'd certainly look a lot better at that
Yep.
particular position. Uh, but here's the thing: Jack was willing to throw the football down the field. He was willing to give Kevin Austin chances to win one-on-ones. I mean, that was the biggest difference. Sam has not been willing to do that. Well, they dropped a couple balls. Yeah, they dropped a couple balls. Guys dropped balls when Jack Kaiser was here too. Jack Cohn was here too, excuse me. But he didn't shy away from it. You keep going back to it and give those guys chances. I mean, against Wisconsin earlier, Kevin Austin was getting his butt kicked off the line early against Wisconsin, but Jack never gave up on him. And still, the one time he wins down the field, Jack hits him on a go route, boom, touchdown, right? You've got to be willing to take those chances and go back to those guys. And this team has just not had that same dynamic. Now, this group is younger than that group was, so that factors into it as well. And but no, I mean the development's been better. It's just not as good as it needs to be. That's my problem. There's some basic stuff, Ryan, that guys shouldn't be doing. And when you watch Jaden Greathouse and you're like, this guy used more advanced technique to win at the line of scrimmage at Westlake than he does at Notre Dame. That's a problem.
All right.
That's a problem.
Wide receiver position is a problem, folks. I don't think anybody, that's like breaking news, right? I think that it's a combination of a lot of different things. I think that the offense is very stagnant from a passing game perspective. I think you're playing with a quarterback that's gun shy right now. And I think the wide receivers need to be developed and developed better. And they've been injured a lot throughout the season as well. So there's a lot of factors, but regardless of all those factors together, wide receivers need to play better next season. There's no doubt about that.
It can be worse, and it would have been worse if you had the same receivers coach you had in 2021. That's a fact.
Sure. Domer Grizz, what's up, Domer? Happy Monday, you too, sir. Which two 2024 commits exceeded your expectations for the senior season, and which two underperformed this year? I know CJ Carr, Cam Williams, and Keidre Young were dudes, but who else?
Well, Bryce Young, and I wonder if he's talking about Keidre but Bryce Young has started to get closer to his ceiling a lot faster than I thought he would, Ryan. I thought he'd still be flashy this year, take a step, but still be flashy, but his best days are going to be ahead of him. His best days are still ahead of him, but he took a much bigger jump than I anticipated. I'll tell you another guy, Micah Gilbert has looked a lot like more fluid, a lot more explosive. Like he's definitely healthier this year. He's been even better than I thought he was going to be this season. Defensively, I'll tell you a guy that to me his film has been a lot better than I thought it was going to be is Sean Sevillano. Like he has gotten a lot better than I thought he was going to be. Now he is what he is, in my opinion, but I like to senior film and he brings you something that you need. You need that big body. They want that big body and he brings them that. So he's certainly been that guy. As far as who has underperformed, I don't know. I don't know that there's anybody that I would say has underperformed, and that happens. That happens, but I couldn't point. I haven't seen. Now here's the thing: I haven't seen Peter Jones' senior film. I haven't seen Logan Thomas' senior film yet. I haven't seen anything from him as a senior. I saw him play that one game on national TV, but other than that, I haven't seen him, and I haven't seen Teddy Rizak's senior film at all. And I haven't seen Leonard Moore's senior film at all. So I can't say those guys one way or the other, Ryan. And if you can comment on one of those guys. But so I haven't seen their film. But as far as like guys that I've seen, I mean, Anthony Knapp's been better. Styles Prescott has gotten better. Gearby Lambert's become a dude. Kingston is a lot better. And I haven't seen any of Bodie Cahoon's film, although his numbers are nuts. Like his production is at linebacker is absolutely nuts. But I haven't seen any film. I keep looking every week, and I still haven't seen it yet.
They're
So
still
I
working
got,
on it.
yeah, I haven't seen everyone, but of everyone that I've seen, I honestly can't tell you who. I can't say that anyone to me has underperformed from what the expectations were.
I
I don't
I have
have that.
I have one guy that I'll throw in at the end, but I have had some clips sent to me of Bodie Cahoon. I mean, guys, he is looking very good, and I know they're putting together a senior highlight tape, so that'll be out at some point, I'm sure, over the next week or two because they're playoff. They just lost the playoffs, unfortunately, this past weekend, or past week, I should say. 203 tackles, 27 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries in an 11-game season. Bodie Cahoon averaged over 18
Against a
tackles per
good
game.
level of competition in the state of Virginia. He does not play it in one of those little small rural, 25-man team leagues. He doesn't play that. He plays against good competition
Yeah.
in high school,
Same,
right?
same league as Chris Cole and the
Yeah,
Salem kids, right? The Peyton
yeah.
Lewises of the world. So yes, they play against good competition. And he has put. I talked to the defensive coordinator last night because he sent me the final stats, and he said he's been coaching for 30 years on that level in around the same area. And he said he's never seen anything like he had this year with Bodie Cahoon. So it's going to be interesting. Apparently, there's going to be a little bit of a jockeying between who is the defensive player of the year in that conference because it's going to be Chris Cole versus Bodie Cahoon. And it's going to kind of be a little bit of politics apparently. So we'll see if he wins out, but he's up for the Buckus Award. And Notre Dame's obviously had a lot of those guys in their career. I mean, and Kingston Viliamoasa is also up for the linebacker of the year award in the high school on the high school level. So he's had a big year. Who's been a lot better than I thought he was going to be was Tabron Benny Powell. I think
Okay.
Tabron's actually had a really nice senior year. Looks a lot more fluid and comfortable in space than I thought he was going to be. Personally, you mentioned
Has he
Bryce
been playing
Young.
on the back end this year, Ryan, or is he still
Yeah,
playing that rover?
yeah.
Okay,
No, he's
good.
playing on the back. He's playing a lot of too high stuff and rotating down and doing all this
So
thing.
did they
So
put him where Minnick played last year? Is that where they moved him to?
no, he's more like they rotate him down a little bit more. So he's more like Malik Hartford than he was like
Okay,
Ben Minnick. Minnick played a little bit more
okay.
from depth. So he's definitely still an alley safety, like a strong safety type, but like looks a lot more comfortable navigating short zones and playing a little man-to-man coverage at times. It's been really nice to see Tabron taking that step. You said Anthony Knapp, I think, has taken a real nice step forward. Micah Gilbert's been better. The only guy that I've been like a little bit underwhelmed, and hopefully there's a little bit more senior film that comes out, but Kennedy Urlacher hasn't been blowing me away
Hmm.
this year so far. I'm hoping that it's a little better, but like he just kind of looks the same to me. I was hoping a
Well,
little bit more of a explosiveness and a little bit more upside kind of comes to the table, but we'll see as because he's only had a couple game tapes out so far. So
yeah,
hopefully the full season's a little better.
yeah.
We'll see.
I liked what I saw from him so far. I mean, he's the same player, but he looked to me. I thought he looked a little bit more explosive, a little thicker, but not huge.
Yeah.
I haven't seen much of Bronte this year either. I know he's been banged up a lot and
Bronte's been
missed.
banged up.
Yeah,
Leonard Moore, I think, only
yeah,
played 4 or 5 games this year.
yeah.
Bronte's been banged up in and out of the lineup. So yeah.
And I haven't seen anything from Teddy. I mean, it's like I haven't seen any like they put clips out every week, and Teddy hasn't been a
Well,
guy. It's like all
Teddy
the uncommitted guys, you know.
most of Teddy's games, he's not even in on the second half, so there's probably not a
Yeah,
ton of
yeah.
Mike, dude, if you want a crazy, I'm actually gonna pull that up real quick because their team is incredibly dominant. Omaha West Side, they have won. They're 12-0, going for the state championship again for the back-to-back years. They have won in their games this year, 57-7, 45-0, 45-12, 49-7, 41-0, 63-0, 56-0. Their closest game of the year, 31-14. 56-0, 54-6, 49-0, and then they just won this last playoff game 41-0.
So what you're saying is they're not battle tested at all.
I'm saying that they are the test in their
Yes,
state. They are
that's
the test.
nuts. That is nuts. How many games left until the title game?
I believe that this is the title game coming up, the
It coming
13th
up?
game, I
Okay,
believe. Yeah. Yeah. So man, they literally the most points they've given up this year is 14. It's the most points they've given up all year, which is wild. Yeah.
interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Let's get to some more questions here, Ryan. Here's a very interesting one here from John A1.
John says, "Who do you encourage to stay or go for 5 years? Maris Loifal, J.D.
Let's just
Bertrand, Jordan Patello." Sorry.
no. I was going to say let's just go one by one. Just you read the question. Just go one by one. I want to
Okay.
get your opinion. So the
Yep.
question was, who do you encourage to stay or go for 5 years? Some of these are actually sixth, just so we're clear. So Maris, JD, Christophic, are all and Nana are all sixths. The rest are fifths. But come back next year. Number one, who would you encourage? Who if you were advising Notre Dame, who would you encourage them? So let's go one by one. Number one, Marist Leofau.
I'd be open to Marist. Yeah, I'd be open.
Okay. JD Bertrand.
I would be okay with JD leaving. Be like, good job, JD. See you, buddy.
Jordan Botelho.
Such a tough one. If the buy-in's there, then I would say yes. But if not, then I'll let him go.
Very disappointing season from him. Chris Tyree.
Yes, I'd be open to it.
Andrew Kristofic.
I'm good. I'm okay.
Yeah. Love the kid, but it's kind of time to let the younger kids take those reps. Unless you're just going to, he's our starter. He's going to be our starting center next year, starting guard next year. But I don't see that being the case. Clarence Lewis.
Clarence Lewis, yes. But but I would hope that there would be an understanding of like, hey, safety transition might happen here and some depth like to that spot potentially. So yeah, I'd be open to it.
And then Nana.
I would say yes to Nana just because he's a great leader, right? Like I don't think that he gives
I don't know who you
ton
have at that
of
position.
upside, but like yeah.
You know, it can bring you great leadership, and you can at least bring you some toughness at the point of attack against certain opponents, right? With a lot of, we don't know who you have at the position. That's the bigger, like at Viper, I'd be more willing to tell Jordan, thanks, best of luck to you, because you kind of know who that next group is going to be. You got Burnham, you got Tuihalamaka, you got, for now, Boubacar. I mean, there's some guys there. Who's the next in line at big end?
Right.
Maybe it would have been Aiden Gobira, but he's been hurt all year, so you don't know what he is going to be. So I don't know about that one. So I think you almost kind of have to hope the Nana comes back, because at least you have that foundation of what to build upon with other guys. And like you said, if you're going to have this, whoever's going to be there with him is going to be young. It's a great Nana. Here's your offseason goal. You see this Tyson Ford kid? He is your pet project. He's the guy you're going to help build up to be that next guy with you, and if he get him to understand working like you work, that would be great.
Brennan Vernon and some of the young guys.
Brennan Vernon's another one. Exactly. If Boubacar moves over there, that's your goal, right? That's your objective. Marist, I mean, I'm good there. I'm just kind of ready for a transition to the next group of linebackers. As much as I love Marist, love JD. You got Nolan Ziegler, you've got Jalen Sneed, you've got Drake Bowen, you've got Jaden Alsbury. You're going to be bringing in Kingston and Bodie and Teddy Rizak. I'm just kind of ready for that let's move on type of moment. But I've said all along, I would be okay if they brought one of those two back. That's how I am. Jordan Botelho, I don't think he's done anything wrong this year. Like, I haven't heard anything about his attitude, or he hasn't done like a lot of anything bad. He just hasn't played very well. And, maybe he might be a guy that you could play at the big end position next year. I mean, that's what he's played more like this year than he has there. You know what I mean? Maybe there, but Viper's another one where I'm just kind of ready to move on to the younger, more explosive guys at this point.
If Jordan does come back, man, I hope he takes a little bit of that weight off, because there was an explosiveness there, man, that is just lost right now. I don't know what happened there. So
Tyree, agree with you on that one. Clarence Lewis, it's yes only if he's moving to safety. Like, that would be my answer. What I want Notre Dame to do next year is I want Notre Dame to move Jaden Mickey into this slot. That's what I want to see them do. How is he any different than Thomas Harper as an athlete? I don't think there's a huge difference there. Body type is similar. I understand why they didn't do it this year, because you were bringing him along, and I understand Jaden might have a shot to start next year at corner. But even if he does start next year at corner, you're going to rotate him with Christian Gray at the very least. I would much rather be in a situation where you look at the schedule they play next year. Even Purdue hired Graham Harrell as their offensive coordinator. Like, they're spreading the field. They're running an air raid. You're going to be in a nickel the entire game. You're going to be in a nickel against Florida State. You're going to be a nickel against USC. So you're going to be a nickel against Louisville next year when you play them. I want those all three to be starting. Jaden in the slot, because he's the most natural slot. You keep Benjamin Morrison where he is, and then have Christian Gray step in where Cam Hart is. Like, to me, that makes the most sense to have that there, as opposed to having Jaden and Christian rotating next season. Now, there's merit to that, Ryan, too, where you have a 3-man rotation at the 3. That's fine. But to me, there's other guys who can do that. You've got Chance Tucker. You've got Micah Bell. You're going to have some options there. Ryan Barnes, maybe. I mean, I don't think those guys are. I mean, Ryan's probably not going to be a guy that fits into that mix. You got Leonard Moore coming in, so and again, you don't have to rotate a ton at corner. And there's certain things you can still do with Jaden in certain games, where if you're playing like Navy or you're playing a more power-oriented team that you're not going to use your nickel as much, Jaden can easily go rotate outside if you needed him to. But that's what I would do. I'd love to see those 3 kids be on the same field at the same time next year. And sounds like you are on the same page with that, Ryan.
I wanted Jaden Mickey to play some nickel this year. So, yes, I am on full page with that one. Yes.
The reason they didn't is they still felt like he had a lot to learn as an outside guy. And we hadn't seen Christian Gray yet emerge as that guy. And you couldn't necessarily take a chance, especially with Cam's injury history. If Cam gets hurt, you miss all that development time outside. But he has that now. To your point, he has that development time now. You are comfortable with who Jaden Mickey is as an outside corner. And so that, to me, would mean why I would make that transition this offseason. Absolutely. All right, let's go down to we got to get close to wrapping up here. I'm about to lose my voice. Here's get to some of these questions from people we haven't seen yet.
Nicholas Grosh says, in the portal, what is the hardest position to project as to how they will fit in the current roster? I would think lineman would be the toughest to choose. I would say quarterback, man. I would say quarterback. I mean, it's Nicholas, especially like if we're talking about grad transfers, because I mean it's a Notre Dame channel, so mostly we're talking about grad transfers, right? I mean, we've seen a little bit with like Hartman to a degree, but it's like you have one shot at it, man. And a quarterback isn't just a quarterback. They are the face of your football team. They are the organizer of your offense on the field. They are de facto coach on the field. That is what a quarterback is. And I think that transition is tough, man. It's really, really difficult for the most part. Because linemen, like if we're talking about grad transfer linemen, it's like, yeah, you have to get succinct and in unison with offensive linemen. But a down block is still a down block, right? A drive block is still a drive block. A pull is still a pull. Like those things are all still equal. You could talk about a quarterback going to a completely different system, a completely different situation, completely different football players, and try to get them to buy in a year at Notre Dame. That's not easy, man. It's not easy, and it hasn't been easy.
Because to your point about offensive line, Ryan, what you're talking about is, it's going to take you some time to get on the same page with guys as far as like the timing and stuff. But like you said, this guy runs a pro style offense. Is an offensive lineman, like you said, zone is still zone, drive block is still drive block, a pin is still pin and pull is still. It's not like there's a much more variation for what a quarterback's going to be asked to do than an offensive lineman's going to be asked to do, right? And the issue that teams have with offensive linemen, it's not getting a transfer offensive lineman is fine. What the issue at like USC that I've had an issue with is that they are trying to rebuild with nothing but basically portal guys. And that just makes it harder to kind of become a one cohesive unit. It's different than saying, hey, Notre Dame's got 4 guys. They go out and get a grad transfer or a tackle, right, to come in and kind of replace Joe Alt. As long as everybody else is kind of the same, he'll be able to fit in well because you can watch the film and see, does this guy do the things we ask him to do? It's a little harder. I think quarterback is, and also you never know how a quarterback has to win over the locker room. And left tackle doesn't. He's just as block as guy every time. That's right. Javonte Jean-Baptiste didn't have to win over the locker room. Thomas Harper didn't have to win over the locker room. He's going to go do his job. Do your job. Sam Hartman doesn't have to just not do his job. He has to win over the locker room. It's a whole different animal for a quarterback than it is for anybody else. So that is, to me, the hardest position to project. There's no question about it. And guys just get comfortable. Get real comfortable in offense, man. We're like, dude, I don't even have to think about this anymore. I've been doing it for 5 years. It's just like second nature to me. And every team's going to have different ways of doing things. The only way that it's not is when a transfer happens because he's following someone somewhere. So like if Notre Dame would have hired Warren Ruggiero to be the offensive coordinator, hypothetically, he probably would have done a lot better this year at Notre Dame. Now, it wouldn't have been worth it to me long term to do what they do. But for Sam Hartman, statistically, it would have been better. But that's the anomaly situation more often than not when those type of things happen. All right.
Yeah, Coach Koch again. He said, "Is the 2024-2025 class a gap closing class? How do you feel about the 2024 class since it's about finished?"
I certainly feel the 20. I mean, 25. It's way too early for that. You have a gap closing quarterback. Let's see how the rest of it fills out. 24 class to me is absolutely a gap filling class. I mean, you got a big time quarterback. You're
Yep.
bringing in phenomenal offensive skill talent, Ryan. I mean, when
Yes.
Aeneas Williams is your second running back in a class,
Yeah.
that's a
Who just
freaking
ran for
loaded running back room.
330 yards and 4
Did you see that
touchdowns.
90-yard run he had? Like, dude was flying,
He was
right?
flying, yeah.
And nobody's
Yeah.
talking about him, right?
No.
Cam Williams, Logan Saldate is having a monster senior year.
Yes.
Micah Gilbert, you're bringing in arguably the best left tackle prospect in high school football in Gearby Lambert, in the 24 class anyway. The defensive class to me is a little bit more of a question mark on whether it's gap closing by itself or if it's, but just the offensive class alone makes this a gap closing class. It does, because everything that you want and you need is in that class. Elite big time running backs, power, thunder, versatility, speed at receiver, playmaking ability receiver, like size at receiver, all those things that you're lacking. Hey, we need more tackles. You're getting two, to me, really good tackle prospects in Styles Prescott, who's more of a boomer bust guy than Gearby is, but Gearby's just to me has elite tools. His senior year, hey, there's some game film. If you guys want to watch Gearby, there's some actual game film from Catholic Memorial online from his senior year. Go find it. He's a flipping stud.
He got
And
a lot bigger, lot
oh
stronger.
yes, and even at these bigger, Ryan, he looks more coordinated this year, even with the
Yeah.
additional size. He's been unbelievably good. Defensively, it's like there's so many boomer bust guys that it's kind of hard for me to say it by itself is a gap closing class because of how well they've recruited defensively the previous 2 years, right? Because safety, I don't know, and corner, how's Carson Hobbs going to be? Linebacker's a gap closing class, no doubt. Defensive line, maybe, depending on how Logan
On the
Thomas pans out.
I
Does
think on the edge
Cole?
they will be. Yeah.
Well, here's my point though. Raw
Yeah.
talent, but like we got to see Logan Thomas like develop. Bryce Young still needs to take another gap. How does Cole Mullins come back from his injury? There's potential there, but it's still kind of low floor, high ceiling. But the ceiling is high. You know what I mean? So overall, as a defensive class, gap closing, it's at least debatable. But when you combine that with what they've done on offense, Ryan, this class as a whole is absolutely a gap closing class. And they needed it on that side of the ball. 25, it's way too early for me
Yep.
as a
I mean,
whole.
you're off to a great start in 2025. Obviously, you got your big time quarterback. You have a really talented pass rusher out of the state of Alabama. You have some really talented football players already committed in the 2025 class, but there's a lot of targets that are on the board that are going to
Right.
determine that, right? Can
Yeah.
you close on a Talon Taylor or on a Christopher
Yeah.
Burgess, on an Owen
Right. Because you have
Streeting?
no
There's a lot of these
receivers, you
guys.
have no
Yep.
DBs, you have no linebackers, right?
Nope.
Great start.
No linemen.
Yeah.
No linemen.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Offensive linemen, I mean.
Right. I know what you meant.
Mhm.
24 class, Ryan, to me, if they can land the kid from North Carolina, it's
Akboko. Yeah.
Namdi. Yeah.
Not Nnamdi Agboko. Yep.
That would now he's not an elite player by himself. Like he's not an elite prospect. He's a pretty good prospect, but you put him and Sevillano together, 2-3 natural 300 plus pounders. That's a huge boost to this because that's something that Notre Dame desperately wants
Yeah.
in their interior, and at least gives you some size. So you'd
Yeah.
have big time potential on the edge, although raw, but you'd have some beef up front, because beef to me translates, because you don't have to be a great player, but you can do battle and you can eat up space and give me what I'm looking for, and then put those two kids up the middle and say, eat up blocks so that Jaden Osbury and Drake Bowen and Nolan Ziegler and Jalen Sneed and Kingston and Bodie can just roam free. That's what Notre Dame
Yeah.
is looking for. So that, even though I don't view him as like a top 100 player just by himself, I don't anyway. I think
Yeah.
that would be a big pickup because it's a need from what you're looking for. Like Georgia has a lot of him. Notre Dame doesn't.
We
And
have a lot of him. Yeah.
that would be a big one for Notre Dame, in my opinion. If they could, like, I would love to have Carter Nelson. That's not happening. Ryan, you had an update on the message board, but like, that's a position where you're like adding a strength on a strength already. Like
Sure.
that kid to me would bring something that you just don't have and that they want. at defensive tackle, which would be like if Sean Sevillano is your smallest interior guy coming in, like yeah.
Well, I mean, even take that a step further in the 2024 preseason, right? You're talking about your interior defensive line. If you retain Riley Mills and Howard Cross, you're going to be talking about Riley Mills at a little over 300 pounds, along with 330-pound Nandi Agboko, 310 pounds Sean Sevillano, 300-plus pound Gabriel Rubio. I'm sure that Jason Onye at that point will probably be 295, 300.
Yeah.
What was a undersized interior defensive line just 2 years ago would now be 300 plus across the board. Massive interior defensive line.
Where now Armel Mukim at 290, 295 is one of your small guys.
And he's twitched up.
Yeah.
So
right.
yeah. Yeah.
Right. Gosh. Yeah. I mean, look, I know it's not ranked as high as I think it should be. I'm telling you guys, this 24 class has a chance to be special at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It really does, in my opinion. We'll see if it does. Like a guy like Logan Thomas, he's either going to he could not do anything at Notre Dame, just be a career backup that never figures it out. But if the light goes on, that guy's going to be a freak pass rusher. Bryce Young, maybe he never becomes that. But if the light goes on and he continues to develop, he's got a chance to be really, really good.
He's risen his floor a lot this season as well.
Agree.
He's really developed. Yeah.
Agree. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it, Ryan. His ceiling has always been kind of immense. The question is the floor, and that is certainly improved. Had a couple questions about the press conference I want to get to, Ryan.
Cage Domer says, based on Marcus Freeman's press conference, do you think the coaches were unintentionally forcing Sam Hartman to lock down on wide receivers to throw downfield and 50-50 balls? Feel optimistic on their adjustments.
I don't feel they have thrown a lot of downfield 50-50 balls. Like, my response on Twitter was like, he's like, look, we're not winning those 50-50 balls. And I'm like, what, the 4 of them you've thrown this year? Like, when have they thrown a bunch of 50-50 balls? I mean, I don't remember them. They threw like one to Tobias Merriweather against Duke. They threw, I honestly can't even remember them making those type of throws. So I don't know what they're talking. I don't think they, I don't really, I don't think they've thrown those balls a lot. So I can't say that they've forced him to lock on those receivers to throw downfield in the 50-50 balls because they didn't do it. So I didn't quite understand that comment, to be completely honest with you. And and there's a couple other here, but there's a couple things I've read, and I'm going to go back and listen to it because I didn't get a chance to listen to it. We had a guy who's over here kind of talking about all the repairs they need to do in the house and kind of plotting out the changes and things they're going to have to make because of all the issues. So I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I kind of read the transcript and I was like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm going to go listen to it a little bit more in context and see it, because that one didn't make a lot of sense to me. Nathan Milton asks, assuming Notre Dame wins out, has the cost, which is losing Tyler Buckner, of getting a transfer quarterback, Sam Hartman, outweighed the benefits? I don't know either way, and I really like both Sam and Tyler. Yeah, to me it did. Look, I've said this before. I don't really do the hindsight 50-50 thing for something like this if it's not something that I was concerned about at the time. And to me, it could be worse. Let's say Tyler stays and Sam doesn't come, and Tyler leads you to a 4-0 start and he gets hurt. Or let's say he gets hurt against Ohio State. Let's say he leads you to a victory but gets hurt at the end of the game. You're 5-0. What are the odds that Steve Angeli is going to be able to beat Duke or Louisville or USC or Clemson? Or, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know the answers to that, and that's assuming the best case scenario that you start off 5-0 against those teams. Would Notre Dame have beat NC State with Tyler Buckner? I don't know. No, would he have been healthy at that time? What if he got hurt as early as he did again last year? What if he got hurt in game 2? And so even if I were to say Tyler is everything that I think he can be as a quarterback, there's no guarantee he's going to stay healthy. He's never proven that. And so you had to take this chance, and they took a swing and didn't work out. And at least not to the degree that we had hoped it would, which is a playoff berth and playing for a championship. But I'm okay with it. It didn't work out. Now, if you're gonna argue, hey, how does it pan out? And looking now at how it's panned out, you say maybe should have kept Tyler. I just don't know that there's a guarantee it would have been as good. It may have been worse. And Notre Dame couldn't have afforded that, in my opinion. So I'm okay they took the swing. If I'm going to have a beef, I would say my beef would be how they use Sam Hartman, not that they went out and got Sam Hartman. That'd be my bigger complaint. Next question. Jimmy McGill asks, who do you think starts at left tackle in the bowl game, assuming Joe Alt sits out? Be Tosh Baker. Alex Rohr with a two-parter. Alex says, I'm a fan of Coach Freeman, but when I listen to him speak, I just don't get the vibe that he sets the same level of expectations in terms of identity for the offense as he does the defense. When he speaks on defense, he talks about being dominant and aggressive. Offensively, he speaks more field position, limiting TOs, and putting the defense into better positions. Whereas I feel like he should be talking is about how we get the offense to score a TD on every possession. Am I crazy for perceiving it that way? I mean, number one, it's not realistic to say you're going to score on every possession. So I don't think it helps you to set unrealistic expectations. I think you set a standard for perfection as opposed to, because then it's like, hey, you didn't get a touchdown, OG. That's not really realistic. I think to me, the expectations are very clear on both sides of the ball. And I think that's the problem for me, is because, as you said, he does speak about dominance on defense, where offensively he speaks about basically complementing the defense. That's his entire language, and it's been that way for a while, and that's a concern. And, hey, we're going to not turn the ball over, and I mean, you can't coach to not make mistakes the way that they coach that way on offense. It's like everything is geared towards don't put the defense in a bad position. Well, no offensive coach goes in thinking that. But to me, when you lack that aggressiveness, you end up doing that anyway. Look at the Clemson game. The inability to move the ball on offense and the lack of aggressiveness on offense and just coaching like you were intimidated by Clemson meant that once Clemson got you in a field position battle, you were done because you didn't have it in your DNA to do something in a game like that was going to get you out of that bind. And that's like, I still remember, gosh, it was 2017. I'm trying to think. It was at Michigan State. I'm trying to, I think it was Michigan. No, it's 2018. And I believe, and Notre Dame's backed up. I think it was against Northwestern. Notre Dame's backed up deep inside their own territory. And they just come out first play and throw a bomb to Chase Claypool, complete it, get it out. Michigan State or Northwestern. I think it was 2018. 2017 Michigan State or 2018 Northwestern. I think it was 2018 Northwestern. I have to go back and find it, but it was just like throw a bomb and just completes it and just like, I love it. And another time they did it that year and it was incomplete, but it was the mentality of, hey, we're not afraid to take chances. And but my whole thing is, if you have that kind of dominant defense, then you have a group that's more able to overcome those mistakes. And what you end up doing in turn is you end up actually putting your defense in the situations you thought you were trying to avoid by being so conservative offensively in the big games. You end up putting them in situations where one bad drive combined with one bad play against Ohio State means a loss, because your margin for error against Ohio State was so thin because of just your inability to just go make those plays offensively meant that you end up still losing that game anyway. Your unwillingness to be aggressive at all against Clemson put your defense in a situation where them not playing their best game meant you lost. And so to me, I think he puts himself in, you end up putting your off defense in the situations you say you want to avoid by being that way. And I just don't think that it has really proven to be a winning recipe for me. And so to me, that's why I say all along, you can talk all you want about Jared Parker this and making a coaching change in that and doing this and Chancey Stuckey's got to do a better job and Joe Rudolph's got to do a better job and Gino Gadulli's got to do a better job and And everybody involved in the offense whose name is not Dylan McCullough needs to do a better job on offense. That's all true. But it won't change to the degree that we all want it to unless there's a philosophical change from the head football coach. And that's the whole point of these questions, Alex, is that you have to be you can't be a team in today's era where your defense is getting all your love and attention. It's kind of like they're not as bad, but it's almost like they're the opposite of USC. Where it's kind of like your offense is just kind of meant to complement your defense and don't screw it up, don't turn it over. And that's kind of what USC does with their, hey, just we don't need you to be any good. Just make a couple stops. You can force a couple of turnovers. We're going to be fine because we're going to score 1 million points. Well, the Notre Dame defense is, look, just don't screw it up because we're going to shut them down. We're going to hold them under 20 points. Well, guess what? You held an opponent under 20 points this year who has a chance to make college football playoff, and you freaking lost, right? Yeah. And that's my whole point is, yes, in the last 2 years against Ohio State has scored 19 points per game in 2 games against Ohio State. Notre Dame's record is 0-2 because Notre Dame scored 12 points a game. Because you have a philosophy of you've gone from one extreme to another when you look at a USC where you're so afraid to make a mistake that you paralyze yourself in big moments. And that has to change. Now, you don't change by saying, okay, let's go out and get an air raid guy and throw it 95 times. I'm not saying that. I'm okay being a team that's built around running the football. What I've said is you can't be ground and pound, but I always want Notre Dame to be a team that can run the football on anybody. But there's ways to do that can lead you to being an explosive elite championship. Georgia wants to build a team that can run on everybody. But there's games they don't run well. But when it usually is, Ryan, it's because teams have done so much to take away the run that you now open up those big play pass opportunities, but they're always aggressive. And Georgia has no problem, whether it's Stetson Bennett or now it's Carson Beck, say, hey, you want to put 8 in the box? Cool. My guy's about to rip you up at quarterback because that mentality was always there. Now, if you come out and play, 6 guys in the box and play off, I got no problem running for 3 bills either. But the mentality is always there. We're going to attack. We're going to attack. We're going to attack. And it took Kirby Smart had to fire 3 coordinators before he finally found that answer. I hope Marcus Freeman finds that answer before he fires somebody else. Because I believe, from what I know of him, that Jared Parker actually has the mindset of someone that needs to be more aggressive. Now, that doesn't mean he's got the play calling chops and all that. I don't know the answer to that yet. But what I'm saying is Jared Parker, to me, has been handcuffed all year by a philosophy that is instilled by the head coach that kind of has crippled them a little bit. And I still believe there's too many cooks in the kitchen. So you can go fire Jared Parker all you want, blame him all you want. And I understand all that. And this isn't a defense of Jared Parker because I don't know if he's the guy or not because we haven't seen it. But if you don't make changes to your structure and your philosophy, it won't matter who you hire as head coach because who you hire is going to be determined by your philosophy. And so you can fire Jared Parker all you want, but you're just going to bring in the next Jared Parker to replace him. Was Gino Guidugli going to be the answer? Like, really? That's what people are talking about? Did you watch, and this is not a shot at Gino Guidugli, but did you watch his offense at Cincinnati last year? Did you watch them they scored 31 points, Ryan, on October 1st. They played 8 games after that. Do you know how many times they scored 30 points or more after that game? 0. They went 8 games as a group of 5 team and never got the 30 points. Not once. That's who you're going to replace them with? No, that's not. But if that's who you do, then that's what you're telling me is this is the philosophy is not going to change. Jared Parker just didn't run it well enough. And to me, you can use him as a scapegoat all you want. But that's what he would be if the other stuff doesn't change. Now, you can do both. If they decide to do both, make a change of coordinator because we're making a philosophical change, okay, that's a different conversation for a different day. But if that doesn't change and Marcus Freeman doesn't allow his offense to have the aggressive go attack nature that he allows them to have on defense, then at the end of the day, ultimately nothing's going to change. They will have better players in a couple years, and that will result in more wins, but it's going to result in the same number of championships, which is 0, in my opinion, until that changes. And if Coach Freeman's willing to make that change, then I think this team has a chance to be special, Ryan, because he has a lot of chops of what you look for and what can be a great coach. He's still learning. I get all that. But if he's not willing to make a change here, the way that Kirby Smart made a change, and I think Dan Lanning learned from that because Dan Lanning came in when they had made the transition into what they became. And he's like, hey, you know what? Like, look, how great of a compliment to our defense is this big play offense that we have? Because if we do have a bad game or we do have a bad series, our offense just gets it back. They get it back for us. And that's a mentality that you need to have. And so I'm watching Dan Lanning, who won a national championship as a defensive coordinator, go out there and put an offense on the field at Oregon that's scoring almost 50 points a game.
Yeah.
His defense gives up more points than Notre Dame's has the last 2 years by a mile, a lot more. This year, they're slightly above Notre Dame. Last year, they were way above Notre Dame, but they're still winning a lot more games. Why? Because they can score on anybody. And, you know, until that changes, Ryan, I don't care who the coordinator is. This isn't even about Jared Parker. It's that it won't matter at the end of the day until the head coach is willing to say, hey, we can still be a team that runs the ball and plays disciplined while also being aggressive. That's what I want to see.
As a famous American philosopher once said, scared money don't make no money. And that's what I feel this offense is right now. It's just very complacent and it's very conservative and it's boring. And I don't know how you elicit energy in that room right now because there's just nothing overly enthusiastic about playing offense at the University of Notre Dame right now. And that needs to change. It has to change.
Ryan, did you watch the Washington-Utah game on Saturday? Like live, like listen to the commentary?
Not full.
So there was a comment that was made that the announcer said that he was talking to some of the players. So we'd have fun going to work every day. Like we love practicing because it's fun to play on this team. It's fun. And these Notre Dame kids are not having fun playing football right now. They're not. Yeah. And part of it's the losing, but part of it's just the mindset. It's like, oh my God, your booties are so tight because you're so afraid to make a mistake. It's just not fun. Yeah. What's fun about playing in this offense right now? It's not.
Nothing. I think that's one thing we lose sight of is that we're still talking about young men that are 18 between the ages of 18 and 24. They're still young, man, and they still are playing a kid's game. And if you're not having fun, usually you're not playing well. I mean, that's just what it comes down to, man. It's very hard to play tight all the time and be super successful. It's just not. It has to be fun. It has to be fun at the end of the day. There has to be energy, and there's not energy right now.
Yeah. I'll say this too. Tom Frawley says, if anything, Clemson taught Notre Dame a lesson by giving the ball to their second string back 36 times against the Irish. I would love to see Estime do that. That's not the takeaway we should be having from that game. Because there's a reason Clemson's got 4 losses, guys. That ain't it. Yeah.
We're talking about being too conservative, and then we want to give our backup running back 36 carries.
Yeah. So. Well, it was in context of other conversations. It would have made a little bit more sense, but like that's just not the takeaway, in my opinion. Yeah.
We are not Marshall. What's up? Should we expect the incoming freshman wide receiver to play and make an impact like Rico Flores and Jaden Greathouse, or do you expect better depth and development, and we can ease in the young guys?
Well, no, I mean I want Cam Williams being forced, and I want them to do with him what I've been saying they should have been doing with Tobias Merriweather all year, which is force the issue early. Like give Cam every opportunity to get it because he brings an element you just don't have outside, Ryan. He brings, well, I mean, you could say Braylon James, but he's a more advanced player than Braylon was coming in my opinion. It's like a route runner. He's stronger than Braylon and all that. But like to me, next year, you want to talk about changing the offense, even if like, let's say Tobias makes a jump and those other guys make jumps. But to me, if you can get an infusion of Cam Williams and Braylon James into that offense next year with their speed, it changes things dramatically. Even if everybody else just makes like normal year 1 to year 2, year 2 to year 3 jumps, that changes the dynamic incredibly so because they just have, hey, I'm just way faster than you and there's nothing you can do about it type speed. And as high as I am on Tobias Merriweather, he doesn't have that. You know what I mean? Like that's not who he is. Chris Tyree has that to a degree, but he's 5'9". You know what I mean? Like Cam's 6'1" plus. Braylon James is 6'2", and they can just, I'm faster than you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I would absolutely like to see that. And Micah Gilbert's going to show up like looking like the most physically advanced dude they have on the roster. I mean, that's a ripped up dude at receiver, Ryan. I mean, that's a thick kid. Yeah. So, and I know we're on the same page. I am not. I don't want to bring anybody along slowly. That's part of the problem, in my opinion. You did that with Tobias last year, and you missed a lot of potential development time because of it. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
Cam Williams, Braylon James, Micah Gilbert. I want to see those guys playing a lot early as far
Right.
as reps in practice, and then see what
Yep.
they can do. Throw them to the fire. And if they're not ready yet, then you can, okay, we're not ready yet, but give them that every chance, man, because they could be
Right.
difference makers for you, especially Cam Williams. But him and Braylon James, if the light goes on for Braylon this offseason and Kim Williams is who we think we are, this receiving core is going to look a whole lot different next year, Ryan. A whole lot
Well,
different.
and if it doesn't play a ton better, the no speed excuse at wide receiver is not an excuse anymore
Gone.
because you have Braylon, who's a 4.4 kid, Cam Williams, who's a 4.4 kid, Logan Saldate, who's a borderline 4.4 kid, 4.5 flat type of kid. I know KK Smith, Caleb Smith had timed similarly to that in the ballpark. If Chris Tyree comes back, he's a 4.3 high type of kid. So
Mm-hmm.
you have legitimate 4.4 athletes everywhere. So that's not an
Mm-hmm.
excuse anymore if that happens.
Yep, absolutely. I'm tired of the excuses just in general, but definitely if that's the case. And that kind of fits into the question that John A1 asked, Ryan. He says, in the 24 class, name one recruit that you're excited to see at Notre Dame, the most on offense, defense, and special teams. Just in year one, for me,
Yep.
it's Cam
Cam Williams.
Williams on offense. I
Yeah.
mean, now I think Kedron
Agreed.
Young has a chance to be a star. I think, but like,
Sure.
they don't need him to be that in game one. They don't need Aeneas to come in right away and be that guy. They don't even need CJ necessarily to be that. Cam Williams is the guy to me that day one comes in and is that guy. The number two guy for
Agreed.
me is if he's that good that he plays as a freshman is Gearby Lambert. If he's that good where he's got to play as a freshman like Joe Walt and Blake Fisher did in 2021, I can live with that. But those two guys to me can be year one needle movers. Now, if injuries happen and Kedron Young has got to be the guy, fully confident he's gonna ball out. But they're going to be okay there if he needed time to develop. They need Cam Williams come in right away. Now defensively, it's a little bit of a different deal. Special teams, heck, even there, like Cam Williams return punts. I mean, just get that kid to flipping football. You know what I mean? But
Saldate is a pretty dang good returner too, man. I wouldn't be opposed to him returning some punts either at some point. But
there's going to be, and then you get KK Smith next year, who's got that ability as well. The nice thing about his injury is it wasn't a lower body injury, so it's not like he's got to rehab a knee or an ankle. He can still run and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's going to be some young kids with a lot of juice next year, man. A lot of juice. Defensively, I don't know that there's a guy on the defense. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to see that guy next year. Maybe if Bryce Young takes another jump, he could kind of fit into that big end position. Yeah,
that would be my pick. That would be my pick.
Yep.
We had Karen. Karen, I'm not going to butcher your last name, so apologize in advance for that. What % of Notre Dame woes can be attributed to the injuries and the timing of those injuries?
Ryan, I think you can make two mistakes with the injuries that Notre Dame suffered this year. Number one is to be too dismissive of them. Oh, I mean, they should have no impact. You've missed Jaden Thomas almost the entire year. You've had not having Deion Colsley almost the entire year. You lost Mitchell Evans before the Clemson game. Like, I would be a fool to just dismiss the injuries. But I also think you can overstate them. And the reality is that some of these issues are beyond just you have injuries, right? It's an overall I mean, because you did have Jaden Thomas going into the Ohio State game, and we saw them unwilling to really throw the ball down the field in that game too, because he got hurt later in the game. So, I mean, the big plays they made in the pass game, Ryan, were like right up the seams or crossing route to Jaden Greathouse and went for a big play, crossing route to Chris Tyree that went for a big play. They weren't pushing the ball down the field against Ohio State. And so, to me, that kind of was there already. Now it got exacerbated by not having Deion and Jaden Thomas, and then Jaden Greathouse missed some time. Now he's got to go outside. So you can't use him inside as much as you needed to. And I mean, so it's created some of those problems they're even worse now than they would have been otherwise. But to me, your issues are not because of the injuries. The injuries have made those issues even worse. And so I still think the philosophical concerns are the greatest problem that have been amplified because of the injuries. Is that kind of on the same page of where you are with that one?
I mean, for me, Karen, it's never as bad as you think. It's never as good as you think. There's context for every situation. As the wide receiver injury specifically, has that hurts development and ability to create plays for sure. Is it still good enough regardless? No, it's not, right? I mean, we can look at both vantage points and say, hey, that's stunted growth, and then also be like, hey, but even with the growth stunted in certain areas, still not good enough, right? You
Right.
still weren't able to find answers, you still weren't able to make plays enough.
Against Ohio State, Ryan, before all the injuries set in, all that
Yep.
stuff, Notre Dame attempted 7 passes that went beyond 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. 7.
Yeah.
They went 0 for 2 on shots outside that 20 yards down the field. Like, that's not good enough. That's coaching. That's coaching concern. They threw, let's see, 12, 15 passes under 10 yards in that game because they only attempted 18 passes in that game, something like that. That right there was the problem. Hey, we shortened the game. We limited Ohio State's possessions. Cool. You still lost. Great. So instead of losing 31-28, you lost 17-14. Wonderful. But it's what I've always said. If your goal is simply to just limit possessions, if you're still not aggressive within that, like Stanford used to limit possessions with Jim Harbaugh with and David Shaw with Andrew Luck. Michigan limits possessions by the way that they play. Do you know what Michigan also does? They throw the ball down the field. They'll take shots. And so to me, limiting possessions, if that's the end all be, and it seems that it's the end all be all with Notre Dame, right? And that's why I say it like that. It just seems like kind of like that's the goal. Limit possessions, don't turn it over, blah, 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 be great in the trenches, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, fine. That's all fine and dandy, but you're still way too conservative within that game plan. And to me, that's the mistake. That's where you're in error, in my opinion. And until that changes, you're just, the story's going to be the same. Your story's going to be the same. And that's, like right now, Sam Hartman has thrown, according to Pro Football Focus, 46 balls beyond the line of scrimmage, right? And so beyond 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So, like that's 59 basically in the course of a 13-game season. Last year, Michigan did that. They did 56. J.J. McCarthy threw 56 passes 20 yards or more beyond the line of scrimmage. Right? So that's like on pace for 3 more from what Michigan did last year with a redshirt freshman first-year starter quarterback who didn't even start the first game of the year because they started Cade McNamara. So it's still only 13 games. Or it is, 13 games. So to me, it's like, that's just not good enough to me. When you brought a guy that had done it over 90 times these 2 previous years, like that's a philosophical issue that the injuries made it worse, but they weren't bombing it against Ohio State. And then all of a sudden you lose Jaden Thomas and you're like, oh shoot, we can't do that anymore. Right. Like they weren't bombing it against Navy. They had deep balls against NC State, but those deep balls were the big plays, against NC State, but those big plays weren't coming off deep balls. So you had to put the game away, ball to hold and Stace. And then you had the one deep ball that Jaden Thomas dropped, but it was an in cut, 20-yard in cut to Tobias. It was Tyree on a busted play. It was Holden Stace getting free on a slide route. They haven't been aggressive like that. They were aggressive early against Duke. That's it. And then they just went away from it. And, so the injuries have made it worse, but the problems were already there, in my opinion. And this is kind of similar. A lot of these similar type of questions, how much the offensive struggles can be attributed to O.C. Parker not being able to adjust to the better defenses and defended his offense, or maybe not, able to get Hartman to understand. I think there's a little bit of both of that. But again, Ryan, that's your philosophy. When your philosophy is don't take chances in the big games, there's only so many things you can go to as a coordinator. Now, the problem is they don't go to the things they should do. If you're going to be that type of offense, and you need to be the most motion and shifting offense on the planet if you're going to be that way, that's what Michigan does. They use their they motion, shift, do all these kind of things to gain leverage. Like when Notre Dame does their stuff with 13, does it seem like they're like doing all these things to try to gain a leverage advantage? I don't really think that they're doing that the way that they can and should. And so, but it still goes back to the philosophy, right? And that's the bigger issue to me.
I think it's everything, but yes, it is built off of the philosophy. There's no doubt about that. We had Jimmy McGill, who said, anything that makes you feel more positive about next year's offense. I'm worried since we will lose our experienced quarterback and Joe Alt, but hopefully that Freeman Parker change philosophy and that fixes it.
Well, Ryan, you kind of nailed it earlier. They're
Yeah.
going to be an explosive, athletically football team next year. I mean, you
Well, they have a
mentioned
lot
the
of yeah.
receivers, right? We talked about that. You've got
Yep.
Tyree, you got Jordan Faison, you got Tobias coming back, you've got Braylon James, you're going to have Cam Williams coming in. And then, tight end, you're going to be loaded. And then running back, you're going to have Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, both in year 2. You're going to have Keedron Young and Aeneas Williams coming in. You're going to be loaded with athletes next year. There's no excuse to be this team next year. None. And so that's the thing that I still, encourages me, Ryan, what makes me be excited about what it could be every year. It's the thinking of the talent, and then
Yeah.
guys like Greathouse and Flores aren't explosive athletes, but they're darn good football players that once you put the right pieces around them and use them the way that you should, they become impact players. I think of Eli Raridan, if he's now a year removed from his knee injury, and how you could potentially use him. I watched 6'6", 260-pound Cooper Flanagan smoking a dude on a corner route, and you're like,
Yep.
like seriously, that's your 4th tight end.
Yep.
And they're going to be talented. They're going to be young. They're going to be very talented next year. And that's what gets me fired up about the offense next year, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, but at some point, I mean, like that optimism is there, right? But like at some point, it's like optimism needs to turn into actual
Sure.
good play. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
because I mean, you're right. Every single year, we look at this team and say, there's a lot more talent on
Right.
this team and on this offense than what the national
Yep.
people
Sure.
perceive and all this type of stuff. But at
Just
the
got
end
to
of the
use
day,
it.
we're just kind of falling into the same narrative. And
Yeah.
why does everyone say that Notre Dame doesn't have any speed? Because they don't
They don't
utilize
use
their
it.
speed. They don't highlight the
Right.
speed. I mean, so yeah.
Yep. A lot of questions about the O-line, Ryan. We've had multiple questions about this from Brockett AB, Matt Brosha, several others have asked us about the O-line for next year. So let's knock it. We can kill 5 birds with 1 stone.
Okay. I mean, starting offensive line for next year, as of today, I'll say this is me being optimistic, but I'll say Blake Fisher and Emil Wagner, your starting tackles. Your guards are Billy Schrouth and Charles Jagasaw. Not likely, but I'm being optimistic here. And your center is Ashton Craig. That's my all optimism off offensive line.
I'm going to meet you halfway, Ryan, with optimism plus realistic of who Joe Rudolph is. I think what we'll see is Blake Fisher and Tosh Baker at tackle. And so they'll go with the veteran proven experience there, but then we'll see a little bit of a youth movement inside. And we'll see Jagasaw, Schrouth, and Craig inside. Or at least they move Coogan inside to center and go with the younger guards. So I have a hard time believing that Joe Rudolph is going to go with Jagasaw and Emil Wagner. Is kind of where I'm coming from on that one.
Sure.
But I wouldn't be opposed to it. I wouldn't. But I just, yeah.
I love this stuff that occasionally people say about Blake Fisher might leave for the draft. Guys, if Blake Fisher leaves for the draft, then forget it.
That would be a
I'm not going to finish
very,
that sentence.
very
I'm not gonna
poor
finish that
decision.
sentence.
Very, very poor decision. Ryan, I'm going to read this one because it's for you. Pete Weber says, for Ryan, are you at all surprised by the level of success CJ Stroud in Houston so far this season? He's going up against some big boys and looking really nice. I didn't see this out of him.
I thought that CJ would make a pretty easy transition to the next level, Pete, but did I think that he would be playing as well as he did the first 9 games of his career? No, not to this level. I thought this was more like a year 2 type of thing that we would see out of CJ as far as maturation. So he has outperformed my expectations for him. But I did think that he would be, I thought that he would be good as far as a traditional rookie quarterback in the sense of transitioning. But he's definitely off to a faster start than I thought.
Yeah, he's I haven't watched anything but the highlights, but the numbers are like, holy moly.
Yeah, he's off to a really good start.
Yeah. Let's see here.
We are not Marshall. I watched the UGA highlights. How is it that Carson Beck has these massive throwing lanes, and I watch Notre Dame and their passing lanes are much tighter? Is it different offensive philosophy or coaching?
Well, it's a little bit of that. It's also, I mean, they've got veteran receivers. So even if the coaching in Notre Dame was good, you still got a lot of young guys that aren't going to be quite as advanced as like Ladd McConkey and Rara Thomas and Dominic Lovett, who are all fourth year players. I believe they're all third and fourth year players. And then you've got Brock Powers. Brock Powers is going to get separation. I don't care what the system is. He's just that kind of guy. But it goes back to what we've always talked about, Ryan. It's like what you and I talked about a couple weeks ago when we were talking about like Alabama with Devontae Smith. Yes, Devontae Smith was a great player, but Steve Sarkisian also did a lot of things to scheme him open. And I just don't know that like Notre Dame doesn't do that a whole lot. They don't do things like use the whole scheme to get a guy free or another guy isolated. It's just there's no. And if anything, you can say, okay, well, they don't have, the guys that you want to. No, it actually, if you don't have those great individual players, there's even more reason to try to do things to scheme certain guys open because you don't have those guys who can just go win one-on-one. Like Notre Dame calls plays, Ryan, and the way they call plays requires their receivers to win in a way that you can win if you have Miles Boykin and, Chase Claypool from 2018. Or if you have a veteran, 2019 Chase Claypool or 2021 Kevin Austin, sort of, because he would then disappear in some big games and big moments as well. It's not like he was just a great player all the time. So like if you are young and inexperienced and all those kind of things, it's even more reason to scheme guys open and do things different, with motions and shifts and putting guys in different spots and say, we're gonna do something here because we really think we can get this Jaden Greathouse matchup against so-and-so. And so on this particular snap, we're actually gonna have Jaden in the slot, and Chris Tyree outside because we think we can do this, this, and this. And there just isn't that kind of creativity, in my opinion. And when you see a team that's got as much talent as Georgia has doing that, then you also get more and more frustrated with why isn't Notre Dame doing that? Well, they have the talented receiver. Even more reason to do that, in my opinion. And so it just it's very frustrating. It is very frustrating when you see that. So it's a different offensive philosophy. And I'm not talking about schematic philosophy. I'm just talking about overall philosophy that then impacts the coaching and the scheme and all those other type of things. And yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. All right, let's see if we can get a couple more here before we got to get out of here. Mike Reddy asks, Notre Dame might not be always getting 5-star football players, but it seems like they get a lot of 5-star young men. How much of an emphasis does Notre Dame put on evaluating players' character and recruiting? A lot. They put a lot on that, and that's good. That's good. I'm not someone who believes that you have to, go get some questionable character kids because somehow they make better football players. I don't buy that. You give me a team full with 22 guys that have Manti and Harrison Smiths and Quentin Nelson and Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoahs and Alohi Gilmans and guys like that's mentality. Will Fuller was a quiet kid, not a shake up the locker room kind of guy. You give me a bunch of guys like Will Fuller, receiver, I'm going to win a lot of flipping football games. So I believe that you need to go get character, but I think you need to make sure that those 5-star character kids also have some fire to them, some toughness to them. Alohi Gilman was an absolute 5-star caliber kid. Absolute 5-star caliber kid. But man, that kid played with a lot of fire and heart, man. A lot of fire and heart. Manti Te'o, great young man. The dude, Quentin Nelson, great young man. Put a lot of fire. Jalen Smith, really good kid. Really well liked from everything I've ever told. But man, when he played on a football field, he played with some swagger to him. I mean, he played with some confidence, and you need guys like that. And that I don't think they have enough of. And that's one of the things that was left over from Kelly, because Kelly basically just got to the point where he just wanted a bunch of choir boys and great kids, but not enough. I'm a great kid. And if off the football field, I want to shake hands and talk politics and talk religion and talk economics and do all those type of things. But on the football field, I want to bash your face in. They don't have enough guys like that. And that's because Brian Kelly didn't get enough guys like that. I think the current staff is trying to change that. And, I think that's kind of where, where that needs to be. in my opinion. So, we'll see how it develops, and we'll see how it changes. But I do think there needs to be a little bit of a mindset change, and it doesn't mean that you're not bringing in five cal. Like Kingston Viliama-Asa is absolutely a 5-star young man character wise, 100%. But when you get that kid on the football field, he wants to bash your face in. And you know what I mean by that, right? Legally and all that, but he wants to beat your butt for 60 minutes. You look at Charles Jagasaw as a football player, quiet kid, great kid, faith background, wonderful young man. But when he gets on the football field, he wants to maul you for 60 minutes. Kedron Young, wonderfully intellectual kid, smart, intelligent, all that. But you get him, he wants to run you over. Jeremiah Love is a very shy, quiet, kind of quirky, a little bit nerdy kind of kid off the football field. When you get on the football field, he's got swagger. He wants to embarrass you. He wants to outrun you, juke you, make you miss. So you need more of those guys. You absolutely need more of those guys. And I think they're working on that because you need a little bit of the combination of both, right? It's okay to have Joe Alts who are just, hey, I'm a great kid and I'm going to lead by example. And then JD Bertrands, it's great to have those kind of guys, but you also need some of those other guys that play with a little bit of fire. I'm not afraid to get in somebody's face. And if I don't like how you're practicing, I'm going to let you know about it. I'm going to let you know about it in front of everybody. And you don't want me to yell at you anymore? Then do something about it. Go practice better. You know what I mean? And then I'll shut up and won't talk to you. And they just need a little bit of that. And I don't know this football team has a lot of that, at least in the older classes. And I think that's something that needs to change, in my opinion. Got a couple more for get out of here. Ryan's going to have to bail, guys. But yeah, so I just want to get these last couple before we go. Sean asked with a super chat. Thank you, Sean. Meant to be a light question, not a criticism of current position group at all. What would help the current team more? Prime Jimmy Clausen a QB or prime Samarjan Stovall Receiver? Look, that's and you know that I've said this, Sean. Jimmy Clausen 2009 was a phenomenal quarterback. I mean, other than Brady 05, the best quarterback I've seen at Notre Dame since the stuff Tony Rice was doing. It was completely different. But Jimmy in 09 was he was just unreal good. His team sucked. But Sam Hartman's a pretty good quarterback. I truly believe that. You give him prime Samarjan Stovall, this offense looks a whole lot different. This team looks a whole lot different. This team would be really, really good because they would have those big guys that are proven players that can win on the outside, and they would take more chances. There's no doubt about it. In my opinion, that would be very big. Would be very big. All right, let's go to a few more here before we get out of here. I thank you for the super chat on that, by the way. Insured by Big asks Heisman thoughts. My Heisman thoughts are the same they've been for the last few weeks. I'm not sure if you've heard me talk about this on the show or not, but I've been saying for at least the last 3 weeks that to me, Jaden Daniels is the front runner for the Heisman Trophy. I've been saying that for several weeks now. And the reason I say that is because I still view the Heisman Trophy as it's supposed to go to the most outstanding player. There's a level of, it's not an MVP trophy. It's the most outstanding, player trophy. And, when I look at what he does, he literally puts that entire team on his shoulders, but he's also dynamic. It's not that he's just the most valuable, but he's the most dynamic guy. I mean, look what he did this past weekend. And I said, he needed a big game against Alabama, win or lose. He needed a big game against Alabama. And I think he did enough against Bama before he got hurt to be that. He was at 15 of 24 for 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, got knocked out. Also ran for 163 yards and a touchdown against Bama. Then he comes out this week against Florida, runs for 234, throws for 372. With all due respect to Michael Penix, I mean, Jaden Daniels to me is been the most dynamic player in college football this year, and it's not really close, in my opinion. I mean, you're talking about a guy that right now is number 2 in college football in passing yards per game. He's number 1 in college football in passer rating, and he's number 1 in college football in passing touchdowns. So, just looking at the passing numbers alone, and he's going to rush for 1,000 yards. He's got 918 yards and 8 touchdowns. He's going to rush for 1,000 yards when it's all said and done and throw for over 3,500 yards. It's not even close. This is the most similar to Lamar Jackson's season we've seen. And so, to me, the Heisman Trophy race should be over. And the fact that it's not over at this point in time, I mean, unless an utter collapse from Jaden Daniels, is everything that's wrong with the Heisman Trophy, because it's going to go to people, Marvin Harrison and J.J. McCarthy. Why is that? He should have never been in the conversation to begin with, and he definitely shouldn't be now. Michael Penix is a great player. I love what Michael Penix is doing. He's probably the only one that can even compete with Jaden Daniels when you look at the numbers he's putting up and what he means to that offense. I mean, he's the next closest thing to it, in my opinion, because he's obviously able to make plays with his arm, and we saw this weekend made some plays against Utah with his legs. But Jaden Daniels is just so beyond dynamic. It's really impressive. It really is impressive. All right, let's get to last couple questions here. 99 props BK1. Who would you comp Kenny Minchie to, ceiling wise? Would Shedeur Sanders be a good comp? My thought process: Shedeur Sanders is 6'2", 215, smart and accurate quarterback, athletic, but not Jaden Daniels by any means. No, I would not comp him. Look, my comp for him has been the same. The comp for me when he was a recruit, when it came to Kenny Minchie, was Baker Mayfield, and I think that's still true. I think that to me, Shedeur Sanders is like you said, he's not Jaden Daniels by any stretch of the imagination, but he still runs a decent amount. He's kind of minus yards in the season because he gets sacked so much, but he's runs and scrambles a lot. There's a lot more freelance to his game. Kenny Minchie's a pocket guy. He's a pocket quarterback, and he's going to do his damage from the pocket. I mean, no moving around in the pocket. He can run and if you need him to, but he's a pocket guy. He's an off-platform, arm angle guy. He's a guy that can, run and throw. It just reminds me a lot of what Baker Mayfield brought to the table. But if you don't respect him, he can also go make a play on you with his legs, and that's how Baker was. When you look at Baker in 2017, he threw for 4,600 yards, 43 touchdowns, but he ran for 311 and also ran for 5 touchdowns that season. Because if you needed him to, he can go make a play with his legs. 2016, he had 6 rushing touchdowns for Oklahoma. He had 7 rushing touchdowns in 2015, but he was running for 405, 177, 311. That's more of what you might see from Kenny, as opposed to running for a bunch of yards and things like that. So, to me, that's kind of where I would be at. So, Baker Mayfield's the comp that I like in that particular situation. So, somebody said Bo Nix. As far as Heisman Trophy conversation before, to me, I need to see Bo go out there and outplay Michael Penix, in my opinion, in the Pac-12 title game. I think Bo has done a lot of really good things this season, but I mean, Michael Penix won that game, and I think that Michael Penix is asked to do a lot more than Bo, which leads to some of Bo's great numbers because he's not asked to carry it the same way that Michael's asked to carry. So he's not, excuse me, a second. That was not pleasant. So I'm going to end with this one, but the Bo Nix one and versus Michael Penix, to me, I thought they both played well in the matchup they had against each other. But I just think that Michael's been a little bit more dynamic, and he's asked to do a little bit more to me than what Bo is asked to do. That's just really what it kind of comes down to for me. And he did win the head-to-head battle. That does matter. I mean, wins and losses don't matter, but when you play each other in a game, and you look at Michael Penix, at the end of the game, he led his team down and got the score, and Bo couldn't. And so that's where he factors in. But if you're going to ask me who I'm bringing into Atlanta, I mean, I am bringing in 3 quarterbacks because it's basically a quarterback award. But I mean, my 3, if I'm bringing in 3, if I'm going to bring in 4, the 4th guy would be I mean, you could look at a couple other guys, but I'd bring in 3. It'd be Jaden Daniels, it'd be Bo Nix, and it'd be Michael Penix. That'd be the 3 I'm bringing in. If I was voting, it'd be Jaden Daniels 1, Michael Penix 2, and Bo Nix 3. That's how I would do it. So, and I know people bring up Marvin Harrison Jr. and I'm sorry, he's a heck of a player. He's clearly the number one prospect at the position as far as the NFL draft, but he hasn't even been necessarily the best receiver in college football this year. I think Roma Dunze's been even better. I think that Malik Neighbors has been even better, in my opinion. And, Marvin did a great job against Penn State, but he also did absolutely nothing against Notre Dame. He was a non-factor against Notre Dame, in my opinion. If you look at Malik Neighbors, he still made plays in the big games they lost. He still went out and made plays. He had 10 for 171 against Bama in a loss. He had 8 for 102 in a loss to Ole Miss, and he had 6 for 67 in a loss to Florida State. And so, to me, I just think those guys have even been better. I mean, against Oregon, Roma Dunze had 8 catches for 128 yards. Against Utah this past weekend, he had 3 for 111 and 2 touchdowns. You look at Marvin Harrison, and he had a great game against Penn State, 11 for 162. Those other guys have done that. But what did he do against Notre Dame? 3 for 32. And he got shut down. It's not like it was, they didn't try to go to him. He got shut down. Indiana pretty much kept him out of the game. And those other guys don't have games like that. So to me, if you're going to take a receiver there, with all due respect to Marvin Harrison, who is clearly the top draft prospect at the position, but this isn't an NFL draft award. It's not who's the most talented guy awards, who's the most dynamic. And as good as he's been, and this isn't at all a knock, and I know Ohio State fans are going to get all in their feelings about Marvin, but he has not been the most dynamic receiver in college football this year. Now, I know the reasons why. What would his numbers look like if he was playing Jane Daniels? Way better. And then he may be a guy like that, but he's not. That's not who he is. What would his numbers be if he was playing with Michael Penix? Probably a lot better, because he's a better talent than those guys. No question. Don't argue that at all. But the reality is, to me, when you look at those players, those guys have been the more dynamic players. And, they're more productive than Marvin Harrison is. They just are. I mean, Malik Neighbors leads all of college football in receiving yards. That says a lot to me, right? So, I think that's just kind of where I'm at. Somebody just said, I don't think that's correct. Baggins backup says that Brian Thomas leads the league in catches and touchdowns, and I'm pretty sure he does not lead the team in catches. Brian Thomas leads the league potentially in receiving touchdowns, but he is 21 catches behind Malik Neighbors in catches on the season. So it is not accurate that he leads the league in catches. So just so we're clear on that. So he may, I'm going to look and see, he may lead the SEC in receiving touchdowns, but he doesn't lead them in catches. Malik Neighbors does. Malik Neighbors leads the SEC in catches, 72, and receiving yards. He leads all of college football in receiving yards at 1,284. So he's had a heck of a season, in my opinion. And Malik Neighbors is also tied for 7th in catches on the season. So did get a super chat that I want to look at. There's some really weird takes right now, some really weird receiver takes going on in the chat right now, and I'm not quite sure where they're coming from, but it's very, very, very strange. So I don't know where some of this is coming from, but somebody just said Malik Washington is averaging 200 yards per game. It's not even close. What are you talking about? That's not even close to his production numbers. So I don't, whatever. Anyway. All right, that's going to do it, guys. My voice is shot, and it's been a very, very long show. So I apologize for the strange end, but my voice is gone. So anyway, do us a favor, folks. I'll be back. Ryan, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll preview the Wake Forest game, break down the Wake Forest game. So I apologize that I faded here down the stretch, but it was fun to be back with you guys. It was fun to be able to do a show again. I'm going to start pumping out content again. I was obviously completely out last week, didn't put hardly any articles out and all that, and I do apologize, but I'm back at it here this week and ready to rock and roll, and looking forward to doing some more shows and getting a lot of content out. We'll obviously be previewing and breaking down the Wake Forest game this week, and make sure you check that out at irishbreakdown.com. Definitely sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. You can be normal members, $4.99 a month to be a monthly member. If an annual member is $49.99 for the year, And you can also, if you want to support us and above and beyond the normal monthly membership, you can join the Shamrock Blue or Gold clubs. Those are our IB booster clubs, and you get some merch with it. If you join the Shamrock or the Blue Club, you get a free IB Club mug that only goes out to IB Club members. It cannot be bought in the IB store. It can only be given if you're a Gold Club, Blue or Shamrock Club member. If you join the Gold Club, which we greatly appreciate, since it's an annual membership type deal and you can upgrade to it, you not only get the IB Club mug, but you also get an IB Gold Club T-shirt sent to you as well. So you're definitely going to check that out. And we always appreciate all that level of support, especially now as I look to all these things that I'm going to be having to bring up here moving forward. So anyway, thanks everybody for being with us. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you here again very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.